out. Hello, guys. Okay. Welcome to Steam. Let's fix this camera a bit. Okay. Hello. Hi, D4Good. Hi, Bassett. No more sun in the face. Yeah, I don't have the big headlight anymore. I have like a small ring light here and then another one here. There's like two now. I just set this up like really quick. So I'm ready for the campfire. I'll probably like adjust things as we go in the next days. I hope that we're not lagging or dropping frames and stuff. We don't have fiber here yet. I lowered my speed rate a little bit just to be safe. How's everyone doing, guys? I'm in a different place, exactly. Okay. This campfire should start very soon, right? No, wait, they're not live yet. Wait, is it 1.5 hours? Not in half an hour? Nothing here yet. Okay. Katie! Hello, Katie. Thanks for the 37 months. 11 PDT, it says on Twitter. Okay. I thought it would be in 20 minutes, actually. Okay, so in that case, I can chill a little bit. Okay, I need to buy Nini some headphones, so I don't hear myself twice. It's very loud here from the other room. Nini, you want some new headphones? Yeah. Speaking of Nini, she has like prepared a lot here in this room. You can see this here, by the way. Very cool. Is it visible on the cam? It's a bit too like bright and stuff, but it spells wudijo here. She made some, I don't know how or where, she got some custom LED light wudijo sign. Bis waifu, yes. Are you Bis waifu? Hello. Okay, Nini is here, guys.
Hello. Can you show?
Oh, I'm gonna make big cam real quick. Now you can probably see it on a big cam.
That's a got from a mini fridge.
Yeah, this is a fridge. So, yeah.
Isn't it cute?
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so this is where we're at, guys. Yeah, we're probably gonna rearrange this a little bit and stuff, so this is just like, you know, real quick setup that I have here. I arrived here like at 4 in the morning, then we slept, we got up at like, I don't know, 1 or 2 p.m. or something, and we went out to the hairdresser and some food, and then some other little errands. We just came home, basically. I just like set everything up in like half an hour, and that was it. Campfire in an hour, yeah. I'm gonna put a timer so that people know. So this is in 78 minutes. So das. Okay. Hope that helps. Hello, David. Hello. I think Season 6 starts at the same time as the expansion. It does, yeah. They said that day 1 of the expansion is the new season. So it's gonna be pretty wild. Yo, Jonas, welcome to the game, by the way. Thank you. By the way, I started like a little series. We uploaded the first one already, I think. The Zero to Hero series. That is like a play-along tutorial for season start. I want to do one for each class. So stay tuned for those. I have Necro and Rogue completed. Rogue is not uploaded yet. I wanted to upload it before I left, but then we didn't have power on the morning of when I packed my things. So that was like a very, very fitting goodbye there to Bulgaria. Yeah, well, 16 months here anonymous. Thanks so much, man. It's gonna keep us open in the background, I guess. 3 hours, level 60, voltage 4, mental. Nah, it's, you know, just kind of like showing off what you can do with the right strategies. So maybe it helps people to also be faster in the season start, for example. Interesting, they didn't ask me for confirmation or something to log in. Yeah, well, Monkus. Oh, by the way, man. So, when I was driving here, I turned off my navigation once in a while because it was just kind of like, you know, 500 kilometers, one straight line or something. So I turned off to save battery on my phone. And then at some point when I crossed the border from Bulgaria to Greece, I started navigation again just to see what's up. And then the first thing Google Maps tells me, oh yeah, your route may be affected by severe fire. And I was like, yep, welcome to Greece. Holy shit. Like, nothing says welcome to Greece like that, man. I was like, what the hell, man? Didn't see any fire though, so everything was fine. The air quality is bad because of fire in Canada. Okay. Helltide active, yeah. Greece is Helltide zone in summer. It's always here in summer. And I think about Sorc season 5. Log in. I might start Sorc actually. Why time is the campfire? I don't know, man. It just happens. Show your desk. Okay, so this is a guest that Nini got for us. This is where you're sitting right now, guys. All of us. Okay, yeah, it's kind of cool desk. So it's also electric. It can move up and down. I haven't yet tried it, but I absolutely intend to use the standing feature of this desk very often. At the very least for all my meetings and all that stuff. Maybe for like the writing. Chair not included. This has like the height measure. Yeah, there's like a little hook here so I can put my headphones. It's kind of cool. Yeah, and there's also like these little platforms that I have not yet adjusted. But basically, I might have like a third screen. I wanted to get a third screen for a long time. So I'll probably do one behind my other screens or something in the back. What did I get her? Yeah, I'm working on it. I came here with a full car, man. And we already hired a moving company to get all of the stuff, man. It's crazy. Like 1.5 years ago when I went to Bulgaria, I went there with just the car. And now I came back with the car, packed full, but we also hired a moving company. And it took like 3 cars worth of stuff as well. So I'm not sure where all that stuff came from. Somehow I managed to get there with just a car. But yeah. Nah, moving company is not here actually yet. I don't know where they are. They're holding our stuff ransom right now. Yeah, I'm in Athens. It's easy to accumulate stuff over the years, especially when you have sponsors constantly sending you boxes and whatever. Yeah, it's a tough life. Yo, Mox, thanks man. Good shit is up. Greece is nice, can confirm, yes. Okay. I can turn off this thing here. Okay. Acrylics. It's not allowed to drive as many hours as it's not business drive. Yeah, I guess they're not allowed to just go 14 hours straight like I did. So yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, the drive yesterday was like 14 hours roughly without breaks. So I started at like 1 p.m. or something, and then I arrived here at like close to 4 in the morning. Had like a little lucky break once I crossed the border. That was nice. And a little pharmacy break to get a COVID test. And then here we are. Yeah, I had 2 breaks. And then, okay, the thing is you have like involuntary breaks when you drive in Greece. There's like every 5 minutes there's like a toll station. So you have like another 30-second break there every 5 minutes. They really like the tolls in this country. Next stop, Chalkidiki. Yeah, we've been there already. That's nice. Been to the barber today. Nice. You must take a toll on you. Yeah. Like you pay more tolls than you pay gas, actually. Even with those prices. I don't know how much I paid to drive down from... Basically I crossed like 2/3 of Greece or so, right? All the way from like the Bulgarian border on the northeast down to Athens. It's like 2/3 or so of the country. I don't know how much I paid in tolls. If I had to add it all up, it's probably like 50 bucks. It's kind of wild, actually. Reverend Cup for tonight's Campfire stream, what's that? What the fuck is this? Who made this? This is like a... Wait, is this like actually like a D4 thing? Is this like a glyph or something? Wait. There's a Tears of Blood glyph. Yes. There's a Tears of Blood. Nah, it's not going to be that bad. Barbarian's going to be fine. Doesn't prevent from crying, I guess. Tears of Blood glyph is from season 2. It doesn't exist anymore. Imagine if Barbs are like pre-season. I mean, Barbs were always strong anyway. They got a bunch of nerfs right after launch in season 0. But they were still usually pretty good. With Sorc. Yeah, 16 bucks here. Yeah, it has like this Diablo 4 tooltip. It's like the, you know, unique tooltip border. Tears of Blood glyph. What the fuck? Who made this? Yeah, older truck, thanks for the sub, man. Barb has been fine every season, Copium. Yeah, pretty much, I'd say. I mean, plus minus. I guess the first season maybe they weren't that crazy or something, but yeah. Oh, thanks for the hype guys, by the way. Looking forward to Fearcraft Rogue leveling endgame build next coming days. Yeah, I wonder like how much we are actually gonna like change in the builds and stuff. You know, I mean I have like a lot of these builds already prepared here from the PTR. Some are like plus minus, yeah, not really finished or something. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff. Yeah, season 5. There's so many planners actually at this point. It's like 100 planners we got here. Started woven build yesterday. It's so crazy fast. Other builds are not even close. I guess you mean the Tyrael's bleed woven? Yeah, it's pretty fast for sure in a bit. It's hard to catch that with other builds. Entire campfire for one mechanic. They have a lot of stuff to show at the campfire, I think, not just the mechanic. I mean, it will show us the season mechanic, I guess. The Hell Breach dungeons. Which seems to be relatively minor though. I guess I'm gonna talk a lot about the balance and the updated items. Tyrael's bleed with grandfather. Hi Boris. These. I'm finding a better webcam. Wait, what's wrong with the webcam? Nini? Well, that camera's kinda nice, I think. Yeah, I need to acclimate a little bit in this new room here. But it's very cozy. Ah, she's coming. What's wrong with the webcam?
Yeah, I think you need a better quality one. No?
No.
I bought this one for you.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's still called PogCam in my
Really?
OBS.
What about the streaming platform I got you?
What?
The streaming deck.
Ah, the deck. Yeah, I need to try that still. Yes.
I got him so many gadgets, guys, and he doesn't use them.
Hmm.
But this doesn't show well on camera. Isn't this a camera fault?
Yeah, this is just because it's not focused. Because I have cameras focusing on me, and then the light is just like dispersing. So it's hard. I would have to sit closer to the wall. You have to move closer to the wall.
Please close the wall.
Or maybe you can dim it. If you can dim it.
No, it's fixed. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah. Hmm? Why? Hmm. Yo, thanks guys, by the way. Kilo, Estedo. What? He needs too shy to appear on cam, guys. She's a very shy girl. No? Aren't you confirming what I'm saying? A bit? Okay. But yeah, I'm trying to get cozy here.
Make what?
I'm just trying to get cozy here and chilling.
I think you look great with this light.
Yeah,
Much better than the others you had. It's much smoother on your face. What do the guys think?
yeah, it's pretty decent light, for sure. I'm actually like sitting a bit too far on the side here. Yeah, I'm not sure yet if I can actually like play really well here. I need to get used to like the layout of the desk.
I'll take a picture of you and post it on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
We see a hand every once in a while. Oh. Hello. Bye. Okay. Slayer of Kings, thanks for the friend here. Hey D. Now the Hellbreach like portal spawn open world. Yeah, it seems like, you know, some kind of like random spawn dungeons or something. Like cellars or so. She's a gamer too, yes. Just gonna watch the Campfire too, I suppose. Excited to see how they're going to buff Barb again. Yeah, I mean, they nerfed the key passives here. Quite a lot so, actually. In fact, even some that were underused. Like, even Unbind Rage got a pretty heavy nerf. And even Walking Arsenal got a kind of small nerf. Not too crazy, I think. I think they nerfed the bonuses from 12 to 10. And then the total attack speed bonus from 20 to 10 or something. So that's not that crazy. But yeah, Unconstrained is pretty weak now. Unburied Rage. It still has the upside of costing a lot more. For some builds, it's actually a good thing that like you would actually like to spend even more if you could. With Unburied Rage. Like the Deathblow build, for example, that we made on the PTR. And then Gushing Wounds is just... yeah, not that crazy anymore either. They have not told us what the new skills for each class in the expansions are. Unconstrained is unusable now. I'm not sure how much is the bonus still. It's like a pretty weak bonus for sure. I mean, the main advantage is that the berserking is like plus 5 seconds, but I guess a lot of builds will go for just anger management and just have berserking that way. And they don't care about any berserking duration and stuff. Because a lot of builds actually have to give up a offensive slot or some aspect slot for berserking anyway, for the Relentless Berserker, for example. So that's what a lot of builds do currently. We take this here on the boots, or on the chest or something. But barbarians have so many offensive slots, you can easily give up like one of your offensive slots for anger management aspect. And then just have perma berserking. The thing is, even with Relentless Berserkers, this is not alone, this is like not enough. You still need to trigger berserking, and it only extends with lucky hit by 2 seconds, double on crit, okay, but it's not that consistent even. But anger management is just like 100% consistent. Always berserk. Very nice. So yeah, unconstrained, not that crazy anymore. The good thing is that Walking Arsenal is still really good. And Barb leveling is like mostly unaffected in that case. Because usually you just go Kratos Barb for leveling with Barb. Walking Arsenal, you're pumping. It's gonna be slightly weaker, but not too bad. Yeah, okay, Brown, thanks for Ryman. Yeah, boy, I have time for buffs. He's getting in the mood. If they kill your 8 4GA uniques today, you're not commit suicide. Yeah, I think there's 0 chance that the uniques are getting updated retroactively. So, this is what it is. Patch notes are after the campfires. We don't know about Meteor yet. But Meteor has a helm that makes the build, so I would expect some pretty big buffs for that item. Apparently we're gonna get some, like, before after screenshots or something of all the items, or something like that, I'm not sure. Okay. Apparently you're gonna see all the items updated, so that's cool. I guess we can like try to make like some kind of like top 10 list or something, or top 5, you know? The wildest updates or something. The top 5 items in the game. Something like that. It's gonna be interesting. I get to look at the main stat to damage ratio for Spiritborn. I think it was just like typical 1 to 10. Is Greece good for streamers tax-wise? No. Greece is not a good tax country. Taxes, peppy hands. Hello, Alexander. Yeah, I'm okay. I actually tested myself yesterday and I was negative before I arrived here. So that's fine. Bring back the Lilith and Rogue picks. Yeah, they are somewhere. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we show a lot more of the wall now, so we can actually maybe include a display or two as well. Also, this Diablo picture there behind me is actually just like kind of standing there on the shelf. It's not actually hanging. So there's a Diablo picture. Excited to see how the Infernal Hordes are going to be and the XP increase. Yeah. Maybe you should do something like a race for the Infernal Hordes for the season start. I was thinking maybe we're gonna do like a typical, like, I don't know, leveling race again, or like, you know, the tomato bosses or so. But tomato bosses are nerfed now. Everyone knows them. I guess they will actually fall very soon, right after launch. Basically, as soon as you get Stygian Stones. It will be mostly a race to Stygian Stones, and less to kill the bosses. But Infernal Hordes, tier 8 is like hard enough, at least on a PTR. It was actually almost undoable, tier 8. So we could do like a race for like the first tier 8 completion or something. Maxwell will not have the new uniques, they will be after the patch goes live. This is all data mined. I mean, you can still put the uniques in the planner, you know, the uniques exist, right? Even if they're changed or something, you can just put them there. And that's it.
Is this fine for you here?
Yeah, maybe turn it a bit. Turn it a bit away. Okay. I got to play Pet for the last few hours of the league. My god. Dude, I don't like Headhunter. I got it once. In my second league ever, I found one. I was in Bestiary League in 3.2. I found the Headhunter. And then I played for like one night. And then I logged out as well. And that was it. It felt like kind of stupid. Manscape partnership and then moving together with waifu. Coincidence? I think not. Exactly. Nini is very impressed, guys. after my Manscaped collab.
I'm impressed.
You're very impressed, right?
By what?
Yeah, after the Manscaped collab.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, but the face could use some work.
The face.
The face, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, but the next day
yeah, there's
you're
like
fine.
plastic surgeons.
You need to use it more often. Plastic surgery. No, we're not there yet, are we?
Not yet. Okay.
Gonna have a nice picture of my hair.
Mm-hmm. Little bugger, thank you for the 52 rounds.
A little bugger is here.
Yes, it's just that.
Hi, little bugger. But wait, is it echoing?
I don't know. I don't think it echoes, does it?
Okay.
Old chatter, yes. No food from Nini. Dude, I'm so full. We had some food earlier. We went to a place. TGI Fridays, yes.
I think it's very well known.
Yes. They have like American cuisine basically and stuff. And I'm full.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard the secret the guys that told about season 5 yet? No, I was told secrets about season 6, not about season 5. Season 5, I'm in the dark just like you.
Thursdays. One more water. Should put some in your fridge.
Yeah, I need to put a fridge here actually.
Yeah, after we get something for that, we put the fridge here too. Indeed.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so cute.
Then I can mix my rogue energy
Yeah.
with the shaker.
I had the rogue energy in mind when I got this.
Nini voice back in the streams. People are missing you.
I don't think they missed it very much.
Why not?
Because the annoying lady bringing food all the time.
The annoyed lady. Oh. Does she sound annoyed? Flurry are gonna be S tier? Nah, no chance, I think. Unless they give it some mega buffs. I mean, maybe you're gonna rework something like a Shearer's Kanjar and that's gonna be like some Omega Flurry weapon or so. But we'll see. Oh, interesting, Bassett. Wait, was that like a Twitter post or something? Do a decorate Woody setup stream featuring Nini. Yeah, I mean, we just kind of like, I just put everything together real quick. I was actually glad that I only need like a few minutes of fiddling until I got everything to work. Like my microphone just worked, my sound just worked. I didn't have to like sign into like 7 different accounts because I'm in a new IP address. So everything just kind of worked. That was nice. They changed the stream time. Oh no. Wait, is it later or what? What's going on? Yeah, I see no announcement. How did it go? Yeah, I started to drive a bit too late. Like, I woke up a bit late, and then I underestimated how long it would take to actually fit everything in the car. I thought it would be done in like maybe 1.5 hours or so, but it took more like 3.5. So F. And then I started at like 1:30 p.m. or so, something like that. It was like 14 hours. So I was only up for a few hours, but it was fun. I don't just tweeted see everyone in an hour. Okay, that's in 15 minutes actually. They should probably launch it in like 20 minutes. From Chronic's Discord. I am on Chronic's Discord actually. Add everyone. I'm going to Bliss HQ in Irvine, California to play some unreleased D4 stuff. I'm leaving On the 11th, 12th August, come back around 18th, 19th. Giga hype. Thank you guys for continuing support, making this possible. I'll be back and share as much info and videos as possible. We'll probably not be able to record anything game related. At least make a vlog type video of my trip. Nice. Yeah, Crodix, log in. Yeah, he's testing the expansion, of course. They're flying him in. Good stuff. I mean, it's like a 7 days trip, roughly. That's insane. We can say that we're going, so I'm going. Boiler's going too, yeah. Nice. Do you have like some kind of like some Blizzard post or something to share, or just like, okay guys, you can tell people, by the way. Is that it? Enjoy the food in Irvine. Yeah, especially when Blizzard pays for it, that's the best kind of food. He's melted Lilith at Twisting Blades, or people say Twisting Blades is trash. Yeah, you can't blame people for living in the past, you know. They grew up that way. Alright, cheese gooders. In the fixed console, the trade chat has 50% chance of working when you log in. I have no idea about that problem. But maybe you can like try to make a forum post or something. Like start rolling deep to Irvine. And the changes are also not updating. Okay, I can shoot a quick message about that. Okay. Yo, Cat Logic, thanks man. Appreciate this up. Okay, that was the most fun in PTR. Rogue. Rogue is always the most fun. Until Spirit Ball, maybe. Might switch mains. Do blue glyphs ever have a use? No, they don't. Is Warren Big Bomb good for Season 5? I mean, you're asking that question around 2 hours too early. But my prediction is no. Because Gushing Wounds gets the biggest nerf of all time of anything in this game, most likely. Outside of like game-breaking bug fixes like Bulwark. And I don't think there will be enough compensation from other sources to play something like the Whirlwind Bleed Tyrael's build again. You can probably still play that build, but it will be significantly worse. And I mean, we don't even know. Maybe they're gonna also make, for example, Berserk Gripping not work with item effects anymore. This is actually something I suggested to Blizzard. It doesn't make sense that Berserk Gripping works with item effects, like Tyrael's or Rakanov Boots or something. Like Rakanov Boots create a fire explosion around your character when you use a cooldown. And they can apply bleed with Berserk Gripping, which is just kind of stupid. Like, why can't you just even apply bleed in the first place, right? Like, it doesn't even make like any kind of logic sense. So I think that should just not work that way. Yo, Connor, thanks for playing, man. Does Burner have that much potential to steal away from main class Rogue? Yeah, I mean, first of all, when the expansion comes out, I will obviously blast the Spiritborn, right? It's gonna be like, you know, Brave New World. There's gonna be many builds to make, many guides to make, many races to win. And we're gonna do that with Spiritborn, of course. And then, you know, we'll see how it will stabilize after like a season or two. You know, once they've Omega nerfed the class and all these kind of things. But yeah, I mean, someone needs to make good Spiritborn builds. Might as well be me. Necro and D3 never stabilized, so Spiritborn might not either. Yeah, I mean, D3 they didn't take balance very seriously at all. Compared to D4. And D4 they do care about balance a bit. Yeah, these are new boots, Rakonov's Wake. I'm not sure if like they're really gonna be good. I'm also kind of curious to see what it will do to some of the new uniques. Since some of them were kind of undertuned and a lot of them were like really overtuned. And I kind of fear that if, for example, did nerf Lucian's Crown, right? Yeah, this item is just insane. And I wonder what's gonna happen with this one, since they mega buffed the Shaco. But even the buffed Shaco will probably not beat this one for most builds. If they don't nerf Crown of Lucian. But we'll see, I guess. I think we'll see Sorc domination as he did with the Bug Ball Lightning. Nah. I mean, Sorc doesn't start at a very high point, and even with buffs, they're gonna be a good class, but they're not gonna be like Ball Lightning Season 2 class. Unless, you know, something else breaks, then maybe. But then we can't predict that. Surely Coronation will get a good buff. Yeah. Coronation doesn't need much, to be fair. Coronation doesn't need much to be a very powerful item. You play Spiritborn only if there's a build like the 3 POJ, Lightning, Tempest Rush. Yeah, like a move, channeled, skill. The class doesn't have anything channeled, I believe. So that doesn't exist. But maybe you can actually make some kind of setups where you kind of just like walking and stuff dies around you or so. Or get close to that at least. Maybe like some kind of like movement focused thing. Okay, I should go live any moment, right? Let's go. Not yet, it seems. That's just Necro. Yeah, but they have minions for that, that's also kind of weird. What were these screenshots that I had here last time? That's also from the videos. Okay, just gonna make room here on my folder. Delete those. Hello, info now. Rakanov boots equals shout Barb. Yeah, these boots are not really good anyway. 6,000 fire damage, that's like a terrible number. So if anything, it's gonna be for Shout Druid. Because Shout Druid already deals flat damage from Fleshwinder. And they can actually use a cooldown skill roughly, I don't know, 1.5 times, even 2 times per second or so. Just spamming debilitating roar all day long. But the thing is that there's also like a very small explosion that does very little damage. It does non-physical damage, which doesn't really synergize with Fleshwinder, which I think is physical. It deals X damage to nearby poisoned enemies. It doesn't say what type of damage actually. I suppose it's physical. But it's also just so much more damage and it hits the entire screen. And does like, you know, 8 times the amount of Rakanov anyway. So why would it do this? It has a good stat line. The movement speed is good, cooldown is good. The res, at least, is good for rogues and barbs. Not really for the other classes. And then non-physical damage is like mostly good for Sorcs. So it's kind of weird stats, a shitty effect. I think these boots are not very good. I'll be surprised to see them really being used. I hope the unique changes bring enough balance to their classes until the expansion rolls out. Yeah, to be honest, Season 5 doesn't have to be very balanced. It's a very short season. It's the last season right before the expansion. It's fine if like stuff is like not super in shape. And then they're gonna do like a big stat squish and rebalance anyway with the expansion, so... It's kind of wild to me that they are already doing the unique update and not wait until October. I make a Season 5 Sorc build. Yeah, it depends on what we see today. I mean, you have a lot of Season 4 builds that I can update. And then we have a bunch of stuff already. We have the Andariel Sorc. We have the Lightning Spear Sorc, we have the Hydra Sorc. I made those already. And then, yeah, I mean, we have Frozen Orb, I can update that. Frostbolt, Voxcopium. Nice. I wonder what I'm gonna do with that item. I guess Fireball might be back in action. Fireball has 2 dedicated uniques. Meteor has a dedicated unique. So in both cases, we could expect some pretty major buffs. What about the post-stat squish in Season 6? Yeah, the squishing. Weapon's gonna have lower DPS and armor is lower and so on. You still love Diablo as before or just to make money? I think there are more effective ways to make money than to play Diablo. Even for me. Vox goes in a trash unique bucket. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do with this thing. They have the Shard of Iraphiel, which is just like a better weapon for basic attacks, right? So why would you not use Shard of Iraphiel? So this thing has to be like Omega buffed, and Shard of Iraphiel has to be Omega nerfed first of all as well. Stat switch makes sense, you don't want the 3 numbers. Hitting for like a quintillion damage is kinda annoying. Yeah, I agree with that. I actually do enjoy just not running damage numbers sometimes now. Corone. Yeah, what else gonna happen with that one? Like, there's like so many, especially like these weird weapons and stuff, where you give up so much. I wonder really how much they're gonna buff them, man. Some of this will be crazy, I think. Templar hits on 900 million. Wow. Almost D4 numbers, actually. Thought about trying to make a build with Incinerate and Firebolt with this stuff. Oh, this doesn't even work with Incinerate, right? It probably only works when you start channeling. You gotta see Crown, the info is out there. Ah, it was one of the previews. Well, in that case, I guess Crown is not enough. Because I don't remember anything about it. Any predictions? Which unique gets the craziest change? We can take some bets. How about that? We have a list here, so... Let's go into the F tier. Probably some weapon gets the craziest change. Because the weapons in general need the most help. But yeah, it's kind of hard to predict what they will do. Something like Blood Artisan's Cuirass could also potentially be really wild after a rework, who knows? Just bone spirits flying everywhere. Ariad's bearing. Huh. That's actually a season 4 unique, right? And no one cares. Battle Trance. I think Battle Trance was already previewed. It's not very crazy. Another rework for Razor Blades. After I got a Fawn Spot, we badly need it. I mean, what happened? I mean, Razor Blade is already an extremely powerful item. Since they nerfed the damage reduction you can get on chests in Season 4. And it just gives you like so much Thorns all in one piece. You can masterwork it. Temerity will change a lot too. Honestly, Temerity doesn't need to change at all. They just need to fucking bug fix it. And it's a decent item. But watch them just make it like completely wild with stats and then it's still buggy. And no one wants to use it. And eventually you're gonna bug fix it and then it's gonna be like the craziest item S+ in the entire game. In like 2 years from now when they bug fix it. It's basically what I did with Gushing Wounds, right? On Barb. Just kind of kept buffing it, patch after patch after patch, because no one was using it. And then eventually a bug fixed it, and suddenly had a key passive that is like 50 times stronger than any other key passive. Yeah, surprise. Oh man. Will the player base be okay if Pitbull's giving torment stacks? I don't think so, but apparently this is what they're gonna get. We'll see. Need to fix the barrier generation temper for Sorc as well, does nothing. It does nothing for some things, but it does work for others, so I'm not sure which one is which though. I think for protection passive it actually does work. What's up, Chronix? Torment stacks is pretty annoying. Honestly, I think the torment stacks is not just a bad mechanic. If you make it like optional, I guess, for people. Like if torment stacks only start appearing in pit 100, for example, and higher, you know, then no one can really complain. You know, everyone can go farm the 99s, get their Neve Iron, whatever, and then only for people that actually want to push higher for no reason, they have to deal with tormented stacks, and I think that would actually be fine. Unlike Luke. Yo, thanks for that. Card of Nameless is crap. Yeah, apparently, so the funny part about Call of the Nameless that I learned, that people told me at least, is that this 25% increased lucky hit chance apparently does not actually count for the base lucky hits that you have. It counts only for your lucky hit bonuses. So if you don't even have lucky hit bonuses at all, this 25% increase is actually not a 25% increase, it's just nothing. So yeah, I hope they're gonna rework this a bit. And maybe make it some more like multi-imbuement helm. Because multi-imbuement builds are not really a thing. Maybe they can just like throw, you know, +4 imbuement count for all imbuments or something on this thing. So you can actually do like some kind of multi-combo. That is a mini fridge. Connex. Sponsored by Nini. Of the rework Ashiras. Yeah, I wonder what Ashiras will do. Also kind of curious about stuff like Death Speaker's Pendant, if they're gonna force you to run Death Speakers, for example, now with Blood Surge, or if it's still gonna be like an optional item. It's gonna be an interesting unique tier list, actually. Maybe at some point we have to like rethink this entire page here and I'll make it a tier list. That's something else. Setup tour when? I think Nini wanted to post a picture. She was here earlier taking some pictures of me. Stream is up. Technically, none of the new uniques are in S tier. I mean, we haven't put them here yet. But a lot of the new uniques are ridiculously powerful. They definitely go here. Like Varathiel would go there. Lucian would go there. I guess even Kanduras. Yeah, they made a lot of the new uniques pretty powerful. But this is like PTR numbers, right? We don't know what's happened now. Sad to see what happened to Andariel's Visage. Yeah, like after seeing what they did to Shaco, it's actually not unlikely they're gonna buff Andariel's as well, which is wild. Here. So, in case you haven't seen this yet, this is the new Shaco. I did not expect him to buff it, but it did, and quite a lot. So, maybe the buffing Andariel's too. Yeah, 20% base CDR, man. It's insane. It goes to 54% with upgrades. And it also kind of tells me that it may not have nerfed Crown of Lucian all that much. But we'll see, I guess. You mean you want your Mythics to be amazing? Yeah, okay, but it's not like we weren't considering Harlequin Crest for like every single build, right? Harlequin Crest was already the endgame helm for like 80% of builds out there or something. So why is it getting a buff? And so much so, right? Such a crazy buff. Like this item didn't have the problem that it was too unpopular. PK, thank you. 2.25 multi versus 54 CDR, I take Lucian. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Crown of Lucian to still give a 2.25 multi though. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be heavily nerfed. Did the stream crash here or something? What's going on? 80 people? It's offline, right? Okay. Ah, 800 now it works. Is Max Sword Heal List updated for Season 5 yet? No. I refuse to make our site lose all credibility before the patch notes. Oh, sorry, no mercy. Thanks for the last one. Where guide? Boiler. Release it. Now. What are you waiting for, man? You had 1 month. Why is it not out? I will. Yeah, if I give the go, he's gonna press the button. Maxwell should get his shit together and find the time machine. Time machine would be kind of badass, actually. I could need that. Roger drops the guide while shit talking. I actually, I wrote the Aerostorms Rogue guide already. I don't think I will really have to tweak it much or so after the patch notes. So at least that one is ready to go. And then a bunch of stuff like updating. Like, so keeping the meta hidden so I can win the race. Yeah, exactly. I tell the guys, okay, wait, you really want to put that build in S tier? No, man. That goes into C. But I will play it, you know? I'm a champion of the people. I play C tier builds. And I win the race anyway. Hmm. When the patch notes supposed to be available 36 minutes ago? Yeah, they went Pepega on that patch, on that blog post, and apparently didn't correct it either. It's after the Campfire. You'll be able to play the game if you don't buy DLC. You will be able to play the game, yeah, but you will not really be able to play like other people do. Like, okay, actually Blizzard told me this so that compared to Diablo 3, they don't want to do like the same thing as in Diablo 3 where, you know, our S is the game, you know. I mean, technically, Message of Hatred is the game when it comes out, but, you know, Diablo 3 is like not really functional if you don't have the expansion. At least Diablo 4 is supposed to be like, you know, still a game, you know. Of course, you won't have the new class, you might not have the mercenaries and the raids and whatever, and, you know, you're obviously missing things. But it's not like, you know, if like in a vacuum, Diablo 3 without the expansion doesn't exist, basically, right? But in Diablo 4, technically it will. Yo, Farolinos and Figments, appreciate that. Using streamers, you can run YouTube and Twitch comments. Yeah, I know there's ways to do that. I was thinking about doing that as well. Thank you. Alright, Stevens, hi Tirith. 20 minutes. Yo, loot filter. Thank you for the prime. Look, even Mathel is going live right in time for the Campfire chat. Squeeze much hot in Bulgaria. Actually, yeah. Well, not much hotter. It is still very warm where I was in Varna, but yeah, coming here, it's definitely like up a notch, I'd say. Very hot right now here. We got fucking blasted by the sun today. You know, PoE, but each league you can play it less and less without it feeling like a chore. Feels extra clunky lately. Oh yeah, how have you guys been enjoying the PoE league, by the way? I have not played it that much since I was sick, and now we had to move, and now we do the 4 stuff. I did play it a little bit. Started mapping, blasting, trying to build a town and stuff. The town stuff is kind of interesting, but on the other hand, it kind of feels cheap, you know, that I kind of get stuff just by clicking a few interface buttons and then wait in the town. And then the same thing with, like, you know, my Atlas runners that go and farm my maps or something for me, these NPCs and stuff. Yeah, I'm in Athens right now. Crucible. Yeah, Nini set up my room here for the most part while I was away. No, I was in Varna in Bulgaria. Now I'm in Athens in Greece. Thanks, Nini. Exactly. Okay. He's dedicated. Gotta give him that. Actually came here like reliably over the last 1.5 years, every few months, to trash talk both me and the game. Warcraft 3 now playable. Log in. Wait, did it just patch Warcraft 3? What the hell? Log in. I've been watching some Grubby lately, actually. I'm very in the mood for some Warcraft. Need to do a Warcraft 3 stream at some point. Yeah, RTS is so dead these days, man. It's very sad. But maybe here and there I'll try to sneak in a Warcraft game. Would Warcraft 4 hit? Yeah, the thing is that RTS genre in general is really dead right now. And people seem to kind of have moved on from that genre and it became like MOBAs, right? But I could imagine, you know, it might be like fashion, right? Maybe in a few decades, who knows? RTS is gonna be a big thing again. Who knows? I would definitely be up for Warcraft 4, man. But on the other hand, I mean, the bar is incredibly high, right? Like the bar for Warcraft 4 is probably even higher than the bar for Half-Life 3. Like if Half-Life 3, you know, you can make a game that is kind of like a safe bet. But with Warcraft 4, you can't. If you want to make Warcraft 4, you have to beat Warcraft 3. And that is like unthinkable. So I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, you need some extremely experienced and dedicated devs for that, I think. On the other hand, I mean, if there's ever a time to make Warcraft 4, it would be now. Because they have this entire, like, what is it called? The World Soul Saga lined out. The 3 expansions coming to WoW all in a row, they're all like part of the same storyline. And this would maybe be the time to release Warcraft 4 to kind of like set the stage for what comes after. You know, right now they actually have like a few years of like continuous expansions that are already like laid out and kind of like have a continuous story in World of Warcraft. So you could make Warcraft 4 and like not interfere with that. The bar was high too for D4 and took a year to get to 3.5. Oh man. I mean, that's kind of okay. I think, you know, like taking stuff from D3 that was actually good and people liked. I mean, I don't see such a problem with that. The same thing with Warcraft 4. If they ever make Warcraft 4 and they take a lot of things from Warcraft... Of course, if they make Warcraft 4, I expect a lot of stuff from Warcraft 3 as well, right? We expect creeps, heroes, you know, small armies, upkeep, you know, these kind of mechanics that made Warcraft 3 great. Right? We do expect to see the same stuff again, but we also expect something else, I guess, when Warcraft 4 comes out. And yeah, I mean, it just seems insane to even think about what they will have to do to make Warcraft 4. Odds a bet that Barb will be the strongest again. It depends on what they will do with some of the unique items, I guess. Like, especially like Raphael, Lucian, and a bunch of these like basic attack uniques. Yeah, maybe Bash is still gonna be like a favorite. I'd like to get the system from Kainer's Cube, transforming Yiddas into legendary. Oh man, he would have loved Diablo 4 before this season. All you had to do is go to your occultist and imprint. Wonder if Tempest Roar will be changed much. It's a good question actually, because every build that wants a Tempest Roar already uses Tempest Roar. Right? You don't care about the stats being shit and stuff. So will buff it. I mean, the stats definitely seem very outdated on Tempest Roar. But I think there should be like a very mild buffs. We introduced new uniques and legendaries or remade old ones. They're actually adding 50 legendaries and uniques on top of reworking all other uniques in this patch. This is like one of the biggest item updates ever. Outside of like the tempering system, I guess. Yeah, Adam Jackson said on Twitter that they have been going pretty wild. And he's very excited to present them. Stormgate is going to be fun. Yeah, but I know there's like some other RTS coming out here and there. I've also like had like a sponsored stream for like this Warhammer game a few months ago. I actually kind of enjoyed it, but it's like not something that I would really like feel the same attachment to that I would for Warcraft 3. It might also be that, you know, I mean I was like a youngster when I played Warcraft 3, right? I was like 10 years old or something, 12 years, 15, whatever. When I was actually like just thinking my time in Warcraft 3, and also like, you know, I built like hundreds of maps and whatever. Of course, I will never have a same attachment with another RTS. Or at the very least, not with another franchise. Like, Warcraft is my RTS genre. Or like my RTS franchise. And then there's okay, it's Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 and Warcraft 3. I've played those the most, but definitely Warcraft 3 more. Plus, you had all these custom maps that made it great, and these kind of things as well, so crazy stuff. Okay, what happens if like Warcraft 4 comes out, and it's like an amazing game, and there's like lots of hype, and people play RTS again, but it doesn't have a world editor? I would be sad. Would Warcraft 4 have a world editor? Probably not, honestly. The way I know Blizzard these days. No world editor, no buy, to be honest. I wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't be that radical to say, okay, there's no world editor, I'm not gonna buy the game. You know, I just said, you know, under the scenario, like Warcraft 4 comes out, everyone loves it. You know, just not having the world editor, it would be a bit like a missing piece, right? Warcraft 4 would be a live service game. Kick. Okay, that's just like the video they're playing now, and after that, I guess the Campfire will start. This is from a few days ago, this video. You have defiled the RTS shrine and gods have cursors of MOBA Scourge. I mean, to be fair, MOBAs are fun. I really enjoyed Dota. When, you know, like the old Dota, Dota 1. I played it a lot as well. But I also still liked RTS. And those two genres are sufficiently different from one another. Dota All-Stars. Will Blade Shift be a build like Heartseeker? No. No, it's basically like a meme version of Heartseeker. But Heartseeker right now is a question mark anyway. because on the PTR, Victimize was back to Season 3 status, which means unusable. And it remains to be seen if they're gonna fix it. Yeah, MOBAs were created in Warcraft 3, I know. But it's not like, you know, just because MOBAs exist, there cannot be good RTS, right? It's just that kind of MOBAs took over a lot of the RTS player base because it, you know, it originated in Warcraft 3, which probably had like some of the biggest RTS player base at that time. And then a lot of people transitioned to Dota, and then like, you know, Dota grew, Dota 2 came out, LoL came out, and, you know, suddenly this is like some of the biggest genre out there, and people just playing that, right? This is how it is. Oh no, there will be a world editor. Just think about what I added in disclaimer in the one in Warcraft 3 we forged. Everything that's built within the world editor belongs to Blizzard. Yeah, and I mean, that's probably okay, right? Like, people don't go and build Warcraft 3 maps and try to make a business out of it or something, right? And if Blizzard wants to be on the safe side to not repeat the terrible mistake that it did with the Dota, I think that's okay if they give us a world editor for it. So, Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun, holy shit, man. That is actually one of the first RTS I ever played. I really liked Tiberian Sun. That was a cool one. I also played Renegade, actually, but it's not an RTS. CNC Red Alert was the first RTS. Yeah, I'm not sure if I played Red Alert 1 or 2. I think I played Red Alert 2 a lot. So Tiberian Sun, this was the third Command and Conquer, I think, right? And then Red Alert 2 was the fourth one, and then was Generals. Yeah, I played all three of those a lot. And then I think after that was like Tiberian Wars or something. I didn't play that very much. It's the Command and Conquer 6. Yeah, but it was like 3, 4, and 5. So Tiberian Sun, Red Alert 2, and Generals, I played all of those. But yeah, my favorites was always Warcraft 3 and then Age of Empires 2. I didn't like Stronghold very much. I did play it a bit, but yeah, mostly I played for the campaign ones. I played a few multiplayer games, but it was not really my kind of game. Yeah, Tiberian Sun was really cool. It had like a nice theme. AoE and LAN parties. Yeah, what we used to do is we had like these. How many people did you have? I think 6 versus 6 or something, right? In Age of Empires was the limit, I think. Something like that. Was it 4v4 or 6v6? We had like these LAN parties. And would have like a game running for like 50 hours or something because you played team islands. And it would be like very slow, you know, to build up and then like make like some insane ship battles and then eventually like the landing on the other side. And then there would be like, you know, back and forth fighting off and whatever. I remember some really big LAN party games we had that actually went through like multiple nights. And then we had like some kind of like armistice agreement. Okay, you know, everyone go to sleep now from 2 to 10. No one can attack. Oh man, funny shit. Yo, Typhon, thanks us up, man. Zepke, nice to see ya. Appreciate that. Yeah, Nini made us a new room. You can thank Nini for that.
This allows
I think I
us
should start
to
any second
then
here, so I'm going to remove that text.
many different flavors of the boss fight for the Fell Council. In fact, it's about 10 variations in all. And so every time you go into that council fight, there's a very good chance you're going to have a different fight than the last time you played it. We think it's going to offer a lot of replay for players. What we also introduced during these waves are opportunities for you to earn ether. Burning ether is the resource that you gather during the Infernal Hordes that you can then spend at the end of the activity.
There's going to be a fixed number of waves that you have to defeat, and once you've completed all those waves, then you'll face the Fell Council, defeat them, and collect your treasure.
So upon defeating
Close
the
music.
Fell Council, the spoils of hell will spawn, and then you consume your burning ether and opening those chests. Now, the trick is, when you are playing through these waves, that's your opportunity to earn as much ether as you can. Different events are going to spawn all throughout the waves, around the periphery of the arena, and it's your job to try and defeat as many of those events as possible to try and gather up all the ether you can. Really skilled players are going to be able to really maximize that ether so they get the biggest payout possible at the end after defeating the Fell Council.
So with this burning ether, you'll be able to get new uniques, you'll be able to get new legendaries, you'll be able to get rare materials, things you might have scoured the whole of Sanctuary for in previous seasons or in the base game, but now we offer it to you here, down in the depths of hell.
A lot of these new uniques and legendaries really build on top of this idea that they've been forged in hell. And so they're going to have unique looks that you can then make into cosmetics to apply wherever you like. They can also have unique VFX and sound effects to really create the sense that they were forged in hell. One particular one that I enjoy using a lot are boots. Boots, you say? Well, these boots not only have been forged in hell, whenever you use a power with a cooldown, they shoot out a ring of fire that hits everyone around you. That's just one sample of the types of powers we're exploring.
So death in the Infernal Hordes is quite a big deal. You're returning to the realm of hatred where Mephisto was born. Like, this has to be a big deal.
In the Infernal Hordes, it's a lot like Nightmare Dungeons. You only get a fixed number of revives in order to be able to get to the end of your run. So at lower difficulties of the Infernal Hordes, you'll get a number of revives shared between your party, but at higher difficulty levels, the game is going to start taking away those revives, and that increases the stakes that you have.
If you die too much, you'll be ejected from the mode. In the Infernal Hordes, we created a lot of new ways for monsters to ambush the
gonna turn
players,
down the
and
ads
so
a
I'm
little
pretty
bit
stoked to
for
see how our
the
players
Campfire.
respond to these.
The seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line, they have lots of little surprises and twists and turns in them. And there's even some surprises we've buried deep within the Infernal Hordes that hopefully players will have a great time with.
What revives, Kappa? Yes. Got a clean haircut, thank you. Yeah, we actually went to the saloon earlier. First thing, back in Greece, reunited with Nini.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our
here we
Season
go.
of the Infernal Hordes
Let's
developer update stream. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here on the Diablo team, and today I'm joined by some very familiar faces. Adam and Adam, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, we took it over. We took it over. It's just Adam. This is the Adam and Adam show. Now I don't even have to host.
Yeah, no.
It feels great.
Yeah, and for everyone curious in chat, Adam is not going anywhere. As you all know, there's a ton going on in Diablo. Yeah, Adam Fletcher isn't going
This
anywhere.
one, yes.
Adam Jackson,
I deal with this
Adam
one.
Fletcher. There's a ton going on in Diablo right now. We've had a ton of live streams. There's been so much going on, so it's just a lot easier to share the load amongst all the, the hosting live streams.
we just finished the Spiritborn live stream, so it's been a little crazy, and you know Marcus is here to help out. So you guys may see Marcus more here hosting some live streams in the future. But yeah, I'm not disappearing.
Today, you're
Adam
acting
is
as
staying.
Colin today.
Yeah. Yeah,
Take over.
Adams.
exactly.
Yeah.
Today I get to pretend I'm Colin.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm
That's
pretty excited about that.
a
Some
fun
big
task.
shoes to fill there. So yeah.
Yeah.
that is absolutely true. In terms of
Nah,
everything
Marcus
that's
is not
been
from
going on in
Microsoft. He was
Diablo,
there already.
we
I
just
met him at
had our
BlizzCon.
Season of the Infernal Hordes PTR, and we've
Well-
got a lot of learnings.
Yeah,
He's a
but
community guy,
we also
more in
do
the
have
background.
One additional person.
Of course we do. Mr. Dan Tangway from Albany, New York. Dan, welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing great.
Good. Good to see you.
See, Dan's in like the Cathedral of Light. We're in like the Burning Hell. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's perfect.
It's hot over here.
Exactly.
It tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us today, Dan.
Just
and season
made this
5
little
PTR.
corner there for him.
Yeah.
It's
We
kind
got
of
a
funny.
lot of learnings. This was our second PTR for Diablo 4, so we have a ton of feedback to get into, but we also have some notes from the community on the PTR overall and some learnings. So Adam, do you want to walk us through that?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, this is now our second PTR that we had. We had one for season 4, and of course one now for season 5. And you know, we've learned a lot from these PTRs. PTRs are incredibly important.
huge.
They're huge. They're really beneficial for the
100%
whole
now.
entire team
So fine.
here. And one thing we heard a lot of feedback, at least from the season 5 PTR, is obviously as you're playing through a PTR, it's a non-final thing that you're playing. It's still very early on. There are going to be more bugs, more issues just present in the PTR because we are getting something out there a little bit earlier just so we can get feedback in on it. But one thing that I think we most definitely heard from the community is, hey, the tools within PTR at times haven't been the best or the most efficient for players that need to actually test the content that we actually do have. And so one thing that we did want to at least address and highlight and acknowledge is that, you know, we do plan on making the PTR experiences better in the future. We do plan on equipping more tools for players out there, so they're not having to sit there and grind out, you know, maybe like all the new legendaries or uniques or something like it, especially in like season 5, for example. We gave a character copy feature in this one, and then of course we had the boost feature which came back from season 4. And when you boosted your character, a new character, you would end up getting some of the new legendaries or uniques within season 5. What
Turn off the chat for this.
happened though is that it wasn't all of them, and then we had players within season 5 having to actually go out and spend their time that they probably could be testing other
community.
things, like trying to find those items. And obviously that's like not the most efficient thing to do. So we do want to, we hear everyone, we acknowledge it, we do want to make the PTR experience better. So I will say that like in future PTRs, and you'll see this gradually over the next couple PTRs, it won't be all of a sudden like things will be completely different, but I do expect like, and players should expect like that we will have better tools for them to properly test as we gradually go through PTRs in the future. And we appreciate everyone like letting us know, like we most definitely hear you guys, and we most definitely want to make that experience better from that. But PTRs have been great. Huge thanks to everyone for jumping in and checking it out for sure. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that feedback is so important. So, you know, increasing, you know, how
Show
great these
me the
PTRs
flame
are
scar.
is really, really important. And I know for the Season 5 PTR, one of the huge features that we had in there was the Infernal Hordes itself. So for everyone who didn't get a chance to jump into the PTR, Mr. Dan Tanguay, can you kind of walk us through what the Infernal Hordes is and what players can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you all a quick recap. So, the Infernal Hordes is a wave-based activity with push your luck choices in between each of those waves. So imagine waves of monsters coming in, lots and lots of monsters, in fact. And you also have
Rain
some
of
events,
arrows.
mini events that you
Log in.
can also participate in. Now, in between those waves, you're going to be making what's called the Infernal Offer. And you're going to pick a boon or a bane, and that's going to change your gameplay for the rest of the run. So it allows you to customize what your Infernal run is going to be like. And so we probably see right here, yep, we've got a Infernal Offer that comes up. So you're going to select one of those, and that will then change, of course, the rest of the run. Now, when you complete the required number of waves, then you're able to go confront the Fell Council, who you can see here. And the Fell Council, as you saw from
Is
the
it coincidence that's
video
showing Rain of
that
Arrows,
just came on
guys?
right before this live stream, are former servants, well, actually current servants of Mephisto, that you defeated in Diablo 2 and have now returned, and you must fight them once more. And once you beat them, you're going to be able to spawn what's called the Spoils of Hell. And these are chests that contain a lot of great goodies.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And
I tuned it down already.
With that burning aether you've been collecting all through the course of
But now it's
the
not much
mode,
missing.
you're able to choose what kind of spoils you want. You've got spoils of legendaries and uniques, and there's some absolutely great new uniques and legendaries in
Yeah, maybe
season
they'll do like
5,
a
and you
PTR
can
vendor,
probably
but they
farm
said they're gonna
about
make it
half of
easier
them,
in some way, so
over half of them from
that's
the
good
Infernal
enough.
Hordes. you're also able to spawn spoils of materials and buy into that, and that will get you gem shards, that will get you angel's breath, and of course that'll get you masterworking materials, which you absolutely need to complete your items journey. You can also cash out and get a bunch of gold, which, for those folks who are re-rolling their items in order to masterwork them or to enchant their items, is going to be hugely beneficial. And then finally, there's a special bonus chest at higher tiers where you can get a guaranteed roll on a greater affix item. And so, since that's one of the main chases in the final steps of the end game, we wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for players to really, get a little more lucky with it. So, final thoughts on the Infernal Hordes. Remember that it unlocks at World Tier 3. You need an Infernal Compass in order to unlock it. And there's 8 levels of difficulty for it. And so, yeah, that's a quick recap.
Awesome. Thanks for walking us through, Dan. Super excited to jump in
Plus 10K
and try to
gold.
grab some of those uniques.
Apparently they never buffed it.
Considering the Infernal Hordes was such
So
a
it
big
should
part
be
of
like a pretty good
PTR,
source of gold, I guess.
we did have a lot of
We'll
community
see.
feedback with regards to getting into the mode, and, some of the pacing. So can you walk us through some of those learnings we had based off the PTR feedback?
Oh, absolutely. So there was a lot of feedback that came in, and so much so that we weren't able to address it all. But we did distill down some big trends and feedback that we were able to tackle. And so the first off is that we wanted to improve access to the Infernal Hordes. So yeah, it was just too hard to get into the mode regularly to test it. And folks who wanted to get into it very quickly couldn't get into it either. So we've pretty much overhauled access to the Infernal Hordes at this point. Compasses still exist, but the drop rates on those have been boosted quite a bit. We want you to earn around 4 or 5 compasses an hour so that you can do about 4 or 5 runs per hour. So, you've got, 50% chance to get them from item chests and hell tides, unless it's one of those item chests that costs, 250 cinders, in which case that's 100% chance. I mean, you put in the time, we'll just give it to you. And then, Nightmare Dungeon and Whispers, there's about a 75% chance to get one from a dungeon complete there. Compass tiers at really high levels, we wanted to make sure drop naturally from high-tiered activities like Nightmare Dungeons and the Pit. And we've also given you a path to just crafting these outright with the Occultists, with Sigil Power and Forgotten Souls. And then finally, it was a bug that the first compass that dropped from the Eternal Quest, it was actually a World Tier 3. And if you were playing World Tier 4, yeah, you had to switch back to actually get in the Infernal Hordes, and that didn't feel great. So we updated that as well. Moving along, the next big thing that we focused on was combat. The pacing of combat wasn't hitting our goals. And, we had done a lot of internal testing on it. And, folks who weren't as in-game focused gave us a lot of feedback where, oh, this is super intense. Could we dial it back a little bit? So we did, but then we put it out on PTR and clearly y'all said, hey, no, we want more. So we're giving you more. The first thing that we did, though, is we fixed some bugs that actually had a really big impact on the experience. There was a boss health bug. Man, that is hard to say. Boss health bug that caused all the bosses to be super tanky. And at tier 8, there were some folks who were spending almost an hour's worth of time in the Infernal's Horde, and that's not what we wanted. So we fixed those bugs and retuned everything, so it's a much tighter experience at this point. Similarly, there was a bug where difficulty wasn't scaling appropriate in multiplayer, so we fixed that. And then some tuning things. So the pace of mini events are pretty much rapid fire at high tiers now, and so you're going to be spinning a lot of plates in this mode. The monster spawn rates have also been increased to, really capture that feeling of being overwhelmed. And then finally, we reduced the wave timer down to 60
Internal
seconds.
testers are not in-game
Which,
focused. Sounds
just
like
creates
the wrong
a
kind
much
of game testers.
punchier experience for players. And of
I mean,
course,
to be
retuned
fair,
everything.
they don't care
And
just
then
about endgame.
on top
and
of
that's
that, we
okay.
said, you know what? Let's just make it easier for players to pick up Burning Aether to increase that pace. So the pets now pick up the Burning Aether as well. And that's not all. Now, of course, we're all playing this for the rewards, right? And so it was really important for us to improve rewards across the board. You spend time with the mode, you want to be rewarded appropriately, and we weren't hitting
There's
that
actually a
mark
huge
in
buff here.
PTR.
Spoils of Greater Equipment,
So
60 elo.
we raised the minimum amount of burning aether earned from any single run. First off, every single
That
source
costs
of aether
250.
got boosted by 1 aether. And then we added aether drops to the Fell Council, so that you're also getting, a lot of bang for your buck just by defeating the boss as well. And that actually scales per tier as well. Next up, we retuned all the costs of the Spoils of Hell. So, the greater equipment, that one with the greater affects in it, used to cost 250. Now it only costs 60.
Yeah, it's hard to predict
Similarly,
really
we
how good it's
retuned
going
the
to be.
spoils of
But
equipment,
it sounds
and
like it's going to be
spoils of
pretty valuable.
materials. So now they only cost 20 aether a piece. And then finally, we retuned all the rewards that were inside, the chest as well. So, at your bare minimum level, when you first start playing the Infernal Hordes and you're not sure exactly how it works, we still want you to feel rewarded just for the time that you invested. And so the rewards at that bare minimum feel pretty good now. But, if you are spending a lot of time with it and you know how to optimize this mode, we wanted to make sure that, the rewards reflected that too, so that that higher, ceiling of rewards has been raised as well. So you're playing at tier 8, you are going to get significantly more rewards than you would at tier 1.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
quite a bit. That's a lot of stuff
Also,
to change.
I just want to call out, Dan, your shirt is amazing.
I was going to interrupt, but I didn't want to. I was talking.
Now I just
digging
want
it.
that shirt, and I'm very jealous that I don't actually own that shirt. So I will message you after the stream to let me know where I can get this shirt.
Yeah, I think someone on the team made it. So I was like, I needed a new shirt for the live stream. So
that is her art, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, now we know.
Okay, now I know.
And it is totally awesome. I had to wear it. So.
It is Aaron. I totally know.
Aaron, we will be touching base after the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, that's a ton of changes. It sounds like we're really cranking up the intensity for the Infernal Hordes. Really, really cool to see. Super excited to jump into it. So I know for the Infernal Hordes, that's one part of the season that's coming, but there was a lot that players didn't get to experience in the PTR that will be coming with the season. So can you kind of share what's going to be new for players coming into Season 5?
Yeah, absolutely. So the PTR was really focused on features that were on both the Eternal Realm and the Seasonal Realm. And we have a number of seasonal exclusive features that y'all haven't had a chance to play with yet. So we're going to tell you about them now. First up, we've got the seasonal progression. So you're going to see what we call the reputation system and some footage here in just a second. And the reputation system is something that we had in Season 4 and actually earlier in some events. And we've brought it back here because it serves as a great backbone for the season. And we've evolved it in some significant ways. So first off, how you earn reputation is a bit different now. It was really important for us in Season 5 to give you more of a give you more choice in how you wanted to earn your reputation. So previously in Season 4, you earn reputation through just playing Hell Tides, as you should, because we made a lot of improvements to Hell Tides in Season 4. But here we wanted to broaden it out a bit more. I wonder what does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reputation in Season 5 by just defeating powerful servants of Hell.
It's a quest related, I guess.
Hellborn, champions, bosses, so on and so forth, right? And so that gives you a lot more choice to say, hey, I can earn reputation in Hell Tides, or I want to earn it in the Infernal Hordes. Or honestly, I want to take a break and do a stronghold. You'll get reputation there too. Another small tweak that we made that's pretty important is that when you pick up reputation, you actually get a small boost in XP as well. So as you're continually filling out your reputation track, you're starting to level up just a little more quickly than you did before. Now, another thing that you might have seen are these big green tiles in the reputation system, and those are seasonal quests. So we made it very clear that hitting certain tiers of your reputation system now unlock the seasonal quests, and it actually starts to weave the narrative through the progression a bit more, which we really like the feel of, and we hope to build on.
You could have spread it out a little bit more, to be honest.
And then finally,
it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Again,
and then
it's all about the rewards, right? So there's lots of great returning rewards in the reputation system. You're going to be able to earn uniques, specifically class-based uniques. They're going to help you figure out what you want your build to be early on in the season. You're also going to be able to get other powerful equipment, big drops of crafting materials, and of course, at the very end of the reputation track will be a resplendent spark that you can use to ultimately craft a mythic unique. Next up, we've got the seasonal quest line. I was teasing it up a little bit with the reputation system there. So the Season of the Infernal Hordes has a rather unique narrative flow because we have an Eternal quest line that introduces, a big new feature that takes you back to hell, right? And so we wanted to make sure that was available to everybody, not just seasonal players. And that also starts at World Tier 3. Now, for those of you who played the PTR have already seen it. That's the one that features Lokrin helping you to get back to hell and confront the Infernal Hordes.
Seasonal raining arrows.
We've developed an additional secondary, well, not really secondary, an additional seasonal quest line named of Lambs and Wolves, which we're kind of teasing right here. And new NPC named Estelle is guiding you to become more powerful before you join Lokrin to journey back to hell. Now, this one's going to be a little closer in tone to the Iron Wolves quest in Season 4, but it's going to be a bit more expansive than that. And like I said, it weaves in and out of the seasonal progression. So how do they relate to one another? Well, the seasonal quest line is exclusive to Season 5. And so you are able to get a really more complete picture of the story by playing both the seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line. You can kind of think of the seasonal quest line as almost like a prequel to you unlocking the Infernal Hordes. And but we also wanted to make sure that our eternal players don't get left out. This is an eternal mode that we're introducing after all with the Infernal Hordes. And so, the eternal quest line here, which is named Eyes of the Enemy, is going to be available for all players and won't go away after the season ends. So it's going to be there forever. So if you decide sometime down the road that you want to check out the Infernal Hordes and say, I don't know, Season 6, you can do that, right? And so, that's where we ended up with the quest lines this season. And then the final thing I want to introduce are the Hellbreach dungeons, which we've gotten a few teases of before, but we can go into more detail here. So these are all new micro dungeons to show that Hell has started taking root in Sanctuary. Now, since the Infernal Hordes is an endgame activity, World Tier 3+, we wanted to make sure we had some content that targeted our World Tier 1 and 2 players. And so you go into these, it's going to be a great source of reputation. It's going to be a great place to get some powerful items. And it's a pretty cool place to just kind of experience what the gameplay is going to be like down the road. Now, originally we had kind of patterned these off the Donheim tunnels, if y'all remember those. But, with the introduction of Helltide in Season 4, we had to change it up a little bit because I don't think that alone would have sufficed. And so what we did is we pulled in a lot of elements from the Infernal Hordes, and we're using this as an opportunity to introduce those elements. So you see right here, we've got a simple Infernal choice that shows, that basically says, okay, do I want my boss to be a little simpler or a little more difficult? And you get to choose. Hopefully the person playing chose the more difficult one. I didn't see, but you're going to be rewarded a lot more for taking that risk of making the boss more difficult. And you're going to be earning Burning Aether, and at the end there are going to be some spoils that you can spend on. Too. And like I said, you'll get some really powerful gear that
it might actually take longer than a normal dungeon. Looking at
encountering
this, there's like multiple of those events, the spires, you have to press on the things.
If you want more details on these, I recommend that you check out our blog that came out 2 days ago. And thank you.
Dan, that's awesome. I gotta say, chat got pretty excited when you mentioned domain tunnels. They kind of blew up there. So definitely a fan favorite.
Everyone remembers the dopamine tunnels. Yeah,
right.
And it's great that there's now like opportunities for players within like World Tier 1 and 2 to actually be able to have other options of leveling up. And with these new Hell Breaches, it's
thanks, Mark. Man.
Yeah, it's a good way to
for people
tease in the new content.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then you get into those Infernal Hordes in World Tier 3 and away you go.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. As Dan had mentioned, we did publish the Season of the Infernal Hordes blog a little bit earlier this week. We are going to have patch notes that will publish following the stream. So for any details we reveal across the stream, you can check those out for more information. Dan's going to join us towards the end of the stream for our Q&A. So if you have any questions, please drop those in Twitch chat, and we'll be pulling them to get into those towards the end of the stream. So we just touched on a ton of stuff that's coming in Season of the Infernal Hordes itself. But based off the PTR, we also have a ton of changes coming across Sanctuary.
Yes.
And to walk us through from the other end of the stream, Mr. Adam Fletcher.
I get to pretend like I'm the person on the panel. I'm gonna.
You designed and did all of this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was
Put in all the
me.
changes.
No, we have a fantastic design team here, and I am gonna bring in my inner Colin Finer. To talk about some stuff. But yes, as Marcus mentioned, there's a lot of changes. A lot of the stuff that we actually did talk about in the blog and some of the stuff that people heard from PTR, but there have been changes even since PTR.
Yep.
And we have a few new things in here that will also squeak in here as we're talking about it. But one big topic I know that everyone brought up after PTR, and that we even brought up even during our PTR stream, was Helltide specifically. One big topic within Helltides was Baneful Hearts. If you guys remember back during the PTR stream, we talked about how Season 4, everyone had a plethora of Baneful Hearts. I mean, it felt like everyone was always carrying about 100 to 150 at any given time, and you could deposit as many to your heart's desire and still always have that same amount. We wanted Painful Hearts to feel a little bit more special. And so during the PTR, we actually did take the number down in terms of how many you would be able to earn. We did hear everyone's feedback. People were like, that feels kind of crappy. So we most definitely readjusted the drop rate of Baneful Hearts to really kind of close that gap in between Season 4 and Season 5 PTR. We wanted to make sure that
like 500
was,
hearts. That's like a hardcore thing,
It
I
feels
guess.
better. Like you won't have 150 on you at all times, most likely, but you still have plenty now to be able to summon the Maiden as well. So some of the changes that we have coming up for Baneful Hearts and the rates that will help with this is we're bumping up the drop rates off of chests within Helltide specifically.
Helltide Commander drop is
Players
cool.
will also
I
be
like
able to
that.
get a guaranteed heart drop off of Helltide Commanders now. And then one big thing is within World Bosses, we actually have an image of like where you'll be able to now get your hard drop rates guaranteed, is World Bosses. Sometimes World Bosses actually do spawn within a Helltide zone, and we thought it would be kind of cool that, hey, you killed the World Boss there and a Helltide happened to be present in that specific zone where the World Boss is. Now you'll just get a guaranteed 3 within that World Boss kill, which is kind of nice. So
That's super cool.
We're also bumping up the drop chance to like local events, mastery chests within Helltide, and of course Harbingers within it as well. And then one big change that we're doing within this as well is the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2 in Season 4 and even Season 5 PTR, you would have to deposit 3 hearts, just like World Tier 3 and World Tier 4. We're actually tweaking that down to just 2, so for World Tier 1 and 2. So there'll be one less like altar pedestal for you to deposit a heart for to summon the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2, which should help out with,
It just makes your farming a little bit quicker in the early levels.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like you're needing to put in that
And
many
it's short to help with
for those
Help
earlier
extensions.
levels
That
as
much
well.
easier to chain a ton of Blood
It's
Maidens
basically
back.
like
Exactly. Yeah. So next thing we did want to talk about
feels
is
like Help extensions. That's a better version of
within
Infernal
Helltides
Hearts
as
for me.
tortured gifts. Another change for
They
World
can
Tier 1
delve
and 2.
deeper, and
There'll
there's
be
like
less
events
cinders
and
required
big stuff.
to open up the torture gift chest within World Tier 1 and 2, so it's dropping from 100 to 75 specifically. And then this is something we talked about in the last stream where it was like really difficult for players to actually kind of go through a Helltide and complete a full-on Tree of Whispers progression line within a Helltide. So now you'll actually be able to earn all 10 Grim Favors within a Helltide for sure when it's in one subzone, and actually deposit that within the Tree of Whispers and get the Whisper cash out of it. I know sometimes it would take sometimes 2 Helltides to actually do it, or you would have to leave the Helltide and go to a non-Helltide zone to kind of finish it off and stuff. And so we wanted to make sure that was more efficient, specifically within Helltides. And then this was a big thing.
Big one.
So, we talked about during the Season 5 PTR stream that we were, that Profane Mind Cages were a Season 4 mechanic. It was
Well,
only
they were,
within that.
technically.
Yeah. And so it was removed from Season 5. heard the feedback, and people were like, wow, we really miss Mind Cages, bring them back, what's going on? So we did bring them back, and we brought them back in a cooler form. So now you can actually stack up. So one, Profane Mind Cages are coming back for Season 5. You can actually stack these now up to 3x in Season 5. This is seasonal only, so this is only on the seasonal realm specifically. But now stacking up to 3x does actually boost up monster
Better
levels.
rewards,
really cool.
better
Pretty
energy,
significant.
better-
I'm happy with this, actually.
So
That's
you'll end
something
up,
we needed for sure.
You could knock monster levels up, 30 levels if you wanted to, and you will benefit or maybe suffer.
Suffer quite a lot, yeah.
But it does give players the option now to use that, and so Profane Mind Cages are back and in a cooler form for Season 5, which is really
level
cool. And
130
we really appreciate
plus
the feedback
is
we
not
heard
gonna
from
be a
players
joke
for
for sure.
tights on that.
People ripped it out in hardcore.
Next, overall, just general game updates that we do have. One big thing that we're doing is we are boosting legendary drop rates off of really pretty much almost most content, like Helltides, Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, for any monster that is level 100 or higher. So you'll be able to see and just obtain more legendaries that way, less rares, things like that. Separately, enchanting, one big thing we heard is, people were somewhat blocked a little bit with Angel's Breath. And so we did remove Angel's Breath as a cost towards enchanting. It's no longer required. We've actually now kind of just swapped this over to the respective legendary salvage. So for instance, armor, it would be Coiling Wards, weapons, Baleful Fragments, and then jewelry, Abstruse Sigils. That tongue twister there.
Abstruse Sigils.
Abstruse Sigils. But you now have the ability of being able to do enchanting. Just note that, of course, gold costs are still associated with enchanting, but now it's a little bit, removing a little bit of that friction with the Angel's Breath requirement. And then this is something that we had talked about beforehand, which is just crowd control. Overall, within Season 5 is going to be a lot better. I know crowd control can be sometimes painful, or either knocked down, or
here knocked down and frozen for a million years and crying and then dying horribly.
And so CC duration has been essentially just pretty much reduced across the board to 1.5 seconds max. And then one cool feature is you can also spam potions now while you're CC'd. Really good for people in hardcore, or maybe it's it creates more desperate moments of I'm still dying, no matter what. But you now have the ability of being able to spam potions specifically if you are CC'd, which is really nice. We were talking about charging
bloated corpse fiends when they all stun you and they do the poison AoE. Yeah.
Exactly.
As a keyboard slammer myself, thank you. For
yes, exactly.
change.
Next update we have is world bosses. So,
wouldn't be so bad, actually.
Funny enough, this actually fell into Season 5 PTR, but then we forgot to actually put it in Season 5 PTR notes. And we actually forgot to actually mention it. We got a lot of reports of people going hey, why are world bosses tankier and harder to kill?
They actually fight back now. Wait, what?
It's what's going on? So they actually had a feature called Resilience on there. Essentially, Resilience normalizes damage across all world content. So it's shared world content. So if a bunch of people are all coming into a world boss, you should expect to find that the world bosses will be a little bit more tankier, a little bit longer in terms of the experience that you're having as you're fighting against them.
32k Angel Breath.
Hey, I blinked and it's gone.
Oh, sweet, the boss was here for 3 seconds. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
3, man. Mine, they barely even spawn in. I don't know about you.
It was actually present in PTR, and we actually got a lot of people that were going hey, I think this is a bug, and it actually wasn't a bug. It was just something we forgot. We forgot to actually mention in the patch notes, so that is our bad. But we do want to make sure that everyone's aware that world bosses now have a feature called Resilience, and that will end up helping out with those encounters specifically. Separately for bosses, pit boss damage has been reduced pretty much across the board. And then one big thing that we did want to call out is we got a lot of feedback within Season 4 and of course the PTR for Season 5. We saw some people address the changes that we were having.
It starts
there.
way lower and then goes back to the
pit
normal.
Bosses had this tendency within Season 4 to have very sharp damage, where it would scale up really hard, and there were times where you would run into a specific pit boss, and you could potentially just get one shot based off of their the shadow boss, that would
the extra
appear,
ones coming
the
in would
extra
just
ones that
come,
would
one
come in
shot you, and laugh
one-shot
as they left and you died.
Yeah, so now there is a feature within Season 5 where those Shadow Pit boss affixes will appear, and they'll actually leave kind of a stacking debuff onto players now. So, and it can go up to 3 times, and then obviously when it gets to the max, you have a very good chance of getting heavily
Punished
for taking up to 3 debuffs from that end. This is really to allow a little bit more flexibility for players, based off of the feedback we heard regarding a lot of the one-shots and things like that.
Yeah.
You now have the ability of being able to, take a couple of these debuffs and maybe not completely get punished from that. It's less about the perfection kind of involved, but more so being a little bit more forgiving in some of those opportunities. Now, if you are a person that just face tanks things and goes in and immediately takes 3 debuffs, you're probably still gonna learn that that damage is still going to be very sharp with the 3 debuffs.
Yeah.
So, but it is something to help out in regards to that.
Yeah,
from
to be
here.
clear, how
on
that
average, you
debuff
get a
works
plus
is every time that you get
damage
hit with
taken.
one of those shadow boss mechanics, you'll take the debuff, and it increases all of your damage
It goes
taken.
from-
So the regular boss is going to hit you harder, and the shadow bosses are going to hit you harder too.
So it goes from 33% damage taken to 100% after 3 stacks.
Everything is gonna be
So
one
each
fight.
stack adds plus
There's a few people
66%
already
damage
asking about those, debuffs
taken.
and so
Yeah,
wants
it
to
just
touch on
increases
that.
all your damage taken. So basically, you get some freebies of getting hit by them. You really don't want to, but then after that, you got to watch out because then it's about as hard as Season 4 was.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
and
It's a good
then
system
another
also,
big
I
thing.
think.
So this was something that was actually not present in the PTR, but it's something that we've heard a lot of feedback about, and actually a ton of feedback about. And this is group play in pits. In Season 4, the way that it worked was if you were in the pit and you were the party leader, and you had 3 friends that joined along, you would essentially get through the pit. You would get all the masterworking materials. For yourself, 100% of them, and then everyone else around that joined you would only get about 50%. And it felt pretty punishing for people to really kind of join up with friends and run through pits. And we heard a lot of feedback of hey, it'd be great if if I'm just joining my friend, we can all just get 100% of the pit material rewards. And so that is being tweaked for Season 5. Now the whole entire party itself will end up receiving 100% of the materials that you end up receiving at the end of the pit.
Yeah.
So we appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys for letting us know. And this is something that wasn't in PTR but will be for Season 5. Next up, we have endgame bosses. So this is something, of course, we talked about during the PTR, and we do want to highlight again because I think this is amazing and will save a whole lot of time.
So nice.
You can now resummon endgame bosses immediately after you end up killing them. So as you're going through the different boss ladders and stuff, you can just resummon. The altar will reappear, as you can see in the footage, and throw in the mats, and bam. Again,
There
you're
it
fighting
is.
Dariel, which is
Yeah.
really nice. No more exiting the dungeon, resetting the dungeon, running back, and then having to do it over again. This should save up a whole lot
Everyone's
of time.
bugging out
It should
right now
help a
after
whole
this,
lot
yeah.
with farming as
The cake
well,
is not interesting enough for them.
gear. And you'll be hearing a lot about all this new gear from Adam here in a
Buckle up.
second. But there were some additional changes as well to some of the endgame bosses that we do have. For instance, the first one we're going to talk about is the Beast in Ice. The Beast in Ice, of course, required a sigil to actually summon, or to actually create the dungeon to go in to fight the Beast in Ice. There's no longer a sigil that will be required. And also the Beast in Ice is now way closer to the dungeon. It's going to be a short dungeon crawl similar to the other endgame bosses, so you're not having to, go
Now
through
that you can resummon Beast in
Yeah,
Ice,
the whole dungeon
you
just
also
yeah.
just get there instantly.
Likewise, no more sigil dust will be required for summoning the Beast in Ice.
always
And then, of course,
double
we thought
down
about
on the
internal
solution.
players in this situation,
Blizzard.
because some of them have actually crafted a bunch of sigils, and now since sigils are no longer required, you can still use those leftover sigils to immediately resummon the Beast in Ice without needing the mats that are still required for the Beast in Ice. So it's kind of a nice benefit to them. And then, of course, Varshan also got some updates. Varshan required a bunch of different body parts, and now Varshan just requires malignant hearts. And of course, we thought about Eternal players in this specific instance. Eternal players can convert their old body parts to hearts by going to the alchemist. That's a magical alchemist. But if you ever need a spare heart, you just go to an alchemist. That's just how it works.
Swap it out.
Yeah, that's just how it works. But yeah, some changes coming to that. And then separately, Endgame
can play
bosses,
builds with beast uniques.
for endgame bosses, the boss ladder bosses,
Starfall
they
Coronas,
won't
by the
be
way.
dropping
Meteor.
rare items anymore. They're actually just going to drop additional gold, and of course, you'll have your opportunity of getting legendaries and uniques and mythic uniques from them. So, but now we just removed the rare item drops from them, so it takes up like less of the drop chances that you could get in terms of their specific tables. And then on tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss mats as before. And of course, all tormented bosses have a better chance of dropping a mythic unique. So we are boosting up the mythic unique drop. There's actually specifics on all this
What
stuff
the fuck?
in the patch notes that people can read afterwards. And we've also reduced the Stygian stone cost for the tormented bosses. Before it was 2. And now it's dropping to 1, so it should help out with players wanting to experiment or try out some of the more difficult endgame bosses that are available, which are their tormented versions. And then one big thing that is happening, and this is something that was kind of mentioned in the blog, but and people will see more specifics in the patch notes. Experience is changing in terms of like the XP bonus from killing higher level monsters. It's no longer capped in. I believe it's now. Well, it's
I think it used to be 10 levels
It's
higher.
go 5 times boss mats and cost 1 Stygian.
Shall I say?
He's gonna run back to back.
Levels. That's actually
Tormented bosses,
but
all the time.
it used to be 10 levels. It's now 30 levels,
Nice.
and that's across all world tiers. So if you happen, for example, if you are a level 50 character and you kill a level 80 monster in season 4, you would only get level 60 experience.
credit, and
now you'll get up to that level 80 experience. So it should help out a lot. If you are willing to go through more challenging content, bam, you get more XP for it. So which is really cool. And it's also really nice that because it plays really well into the stacking profane mind cages, which are now available within Helltide, because that can actually also increase monster level by 30 levels as well. So it's kind of a cool.
I actually suggested that to them to cap it at 30.
So yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think that's it for general game updates. Yeah, but
Holy smokes, already a lot
Oh
of
my
stuff.
god,
Yeah,
that's
Holy
it.
moly.
as I talked about a bunch.
Yeah, boosting's gonna be
It's all in the
crazy.
patch notes. You guys will see the patch notes afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah,
One
really
capsule
amazing
dungeon,
how
the
all
other
those
capsule
changes.
dungeon.
Chat was
We got level
absolutely
40
lighting up,
already. Boom.
with regards to all the changes to the pit, and of course, even though we've shown the boss summoning reset again, they got just as excited. So
Awesome to see, and we really appreciate everyone's feedback during PTR and hearing, especially about the Helltide stuff. And we totally hear you guys, and we want to make sure that people got to experience, still enjoy Helltide to the fullest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
exactly. No, it's really cool to see
talk too
those.
much.
Yeah, those profane mind cages coming back. But yeah, Adam, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And now, everyone, hope you're comfortable because we got a ton.
I think if they could have done an easy solution for mind cages for non-season, they would have done it. Someone who said that they care so much about eternal servers and stuff. I think this is mostly just they extended the lifetime of mind cages, and that was not intended actually.
Possible. So yeah, firstly, thank you all for your feedback and comments. We got a lot of class-related feedback on the PTR, a lot of balanced feedback, a lot of just how it feels to play things. And we actually reacted pretty heavily and did a lot of changes between PTR and Season 5
I'm really excited to
launch.
see Word of Hakan.
Some of which I think some people know, and some things are going to be new for you today. So really, yeah, we have a lot of things that change. In many ways, honestly, it's going to feel like almost from a balance perspective and kind of what your class can do in your journey, it's going to feel almost like a very different game compared to what you experience on the PTR. I'm going to go through a lot of like the systemic reasons why, and then some specific things that we did to every class, as well as, of course, updating all of our uniques and kind of the impact that you can expect from that. So
What does
lots
look
to
like?
talk about. So
Hot AF.
first, we're going to be talking about bug fixes. We've got quite a few to go through that I think are pretty notable. Again, we're going to be doing the class balance updates after that, and then the unique changes. So those will be the 3 things I'm going to be covering today. So firstly, as usual, we're going to be publishing the patch notes right after this, so you can read all of them. I'm not going to cover everything today, but just some of the more notable ones. So first is one on the Necromancer that we've heard about for a while now. It's a Shielding Storm. This is a legendary that when your Bone Storm damages enemies, you get a barrier equal to your max life. It used to be based on your base life instead of your max life, and now we finally fixed that. To be clear, this is a pretty huge buff. We may have to reevaluate the power of this a little later, but we're going to see how it goes. But now that barrier is going to be very significant as you're hitting enemies with this aspect. Next, we got a couple on the Barbarian. The first one is the Twister glyph. This is a Paragon node glyph. It wasn't properly giving you bonus multiplicative damage when casting Dust Devils, so Dust Devil builds will be a little bit stronger. We also fixed an issue with the Tempering Earthquake duration. Beforehand, there was a bug where it was actually lowering the DPS of Earthquake because it was increase the duration, and then your DPS would go down, so we fixed that, so it's now actually just going to make you hit harder. Next one, I'm going to call it one of our content creators, wudijo, here. This is why we have PTR. He found a neat little oversight that we had with a passive called Trick Attacks, and I'm actually going to go over this in a little bit of detail because this will be coming a little later.
3 seems completely
39 ranks, so offensive passive is pretty good. So a little bit of background to this. Basically, we changed how this passive Trick Attacks, what it does. It went from something that was more utility-based, where it was around CC, and we turned it into damage. But we didn't update under the hood for like tempering and where it can appear from a utility to a damage recipe of where it would show up.
There's double dips of precision.
Utility, which is a lot more common than damage, and then you could get it to silly ranks like this. So to fix this, right now, or on the PTR, I should say, it was on this recipe called Alchemist Control, where it was with Chilling Weight and Shadow Crash, which are also like CC-based
Yeah, you could temper this on utility before.
For Season 5 launch, we're actually going to be disabling this recipe from dropping. You won't be able to see it for a patch while we fix this bug. Okay. And what we're going to do is, once we re-enable the Alchemist Control recipe to drop, Trick Attacks won't be on here anymore. What we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be taking Flurry Size from another recipe called Rogue Innovation here. We're going to be moving Flurry Size, which is more of a utility-based thing, and moving that over to Alchemist Control, and then just removing Trick Attacks from Alchemist Control. So the net effect of this will be that now both recipes will have, both tempering recipes will have 3 different options of what you can have there, and Rogue Innovation will actually have a little bit of a buff here too, because instead of having 4 things to roll for your tempers, we're only going to have 3. So it'll be a little bit easier to get what you want. Next, we're going to be talking about some generic class balance updates. So kind of to set you up, a high-level theme that we're going to see in our feedback from PTR was Barbarians are really, really good, and every other class is kind of a little bit weak, it feels like, compared to Barbarians. So we did a lot of things to address this. So first I want to go into detail a little bit of how we feel about Barbarians and where they're at and what we want to do. We feel like one of the bigger reasons why Barbarians are so strong is that they kind of have 2 class mechanics compared to other classes, right? They have the expertise system, which is like a normal class mechanic where, they have this fantasy of leveling up their weapons and then they get bonuses. But then they also get more item slots compared to other classes, so they get more access to more legendary powers. As far as how we tackle this, we don't want our only solution to be to nerf Barbarians, right? Like a common thing that we hear is like, hey, they have more item slots. Maybe you should just get rid of the item slots so that everybody has parity, right? Like, that is a way to make parity, but, it takes away from their theme of being a master of weapons, and it's not very fun. So that's not the only thing that we want to do in this situation. The other thing is that we want to keep their class identity, right? Another common suggestion we hear is, well, just give all the other classes more item slots so that they're the same as Barbarian, right? And similarly, kind of like how Necromancers have minions, we don't want to give every class minions just because, they don't have access to the cool thing that Necromancers do. We don't want to just give every class, more slots so that they're exactly the same as Barbarian. We want to really try and keep what makes them feel special as a special thing and find other ways to kind of bring parity to the classes. So here's kind of our strategy of what we're thinking of with Barbarians. We have a few different things that we're going to be doing. One is we're actually going to be adjusting how much damage all the classes get from their core stat. And this is going to bring other classes up to the level of Barbarian. I'm going to be going over that in a little bit. We are going to be reducing the power of Barbarians as part of our solution. But again, I want to point out it's not the only thing that we want to do. And then we also want to target the other class mechanics and really bring them up to the level of the Barbarian effectively having too, and making the other classes feel cool in the way that makes them thematic and awesome. We already actually experimented with this in Season 4. This was an intentional thing that we did, and we wanted to see how it went with the Necromancer. If you remember, we buffed minions very heavily, and we also buffed the Book of the Dead, their class mechanic, very heavily. Not just numbers, but also in the cool factor, right? You have mechanics like, your minions can throw bone spears, or, your golem can do bone spikes everywhere and make enemies vulnerable. We want to do this kind of treatment to the other class mechanics. Just to be clear, we're going to be probably doing this after the Vessel of Hatred expansion launches, so it'll be a little bit. So we are doing some things in the meantime to catch them up, but you can expect in the future we're going to be doing kind of a big overhaul to the other classes similarly to the Book of the Dead, and so their cool factor and their power level is going to be going up. So let's talk about that core stat update that I talked about previously. So basically what we're doing here is we're going to be changing the amount of damage that every class gets from their core stat. So if you didn't know, on live right now, when you log into the game, you get about 1% more damage per 10 stat of your class. So as an example, you know, I don't know, pick one, the sorceress, you know, with intelligence, you would have 10 int, and then you would get 1% more damage. If you had 100 int, you'd have 10% more damage, and so on. So now it's going to actually depend on the class what that ratio is of how much damage you get per your core stat. So the Barbarian is going to be staying exactly the same, 1% more damage per 10 strength. The Rogue is going to get a little bit of a buff here because they do have a little bit more slots compared to other classes, so they're going to be getting 1% more damage per 9 dex. And then the other 3 classes, the Sorceress, Druid, and Necromancer, are going to be getting 1% more damage per 8 core stat. So, you know, without doing a lot of math, the TLDR here is Barbarians are staying the same, Rogues are going to get a bit of a bump, a bit of a buff, and the other 3 classes are going to get even more damage. So as you get that core stat, which you get very commonly, you know, in Gear and Paragon and other places, you're just going to be doing more damage. It's just a passive way that we're going to be catching up the classes stat-wise. So next, let's move on to kind of our class updates. So I'm going to be going through all the different classes and talking about kind of what our updates are going to be for them. Some of the things you can expect
or like 6
that are
to
different
10
from PTR
for rogues.
to launch. So Barbarian, you know, currently Barbarians, in addition to having more item slots, have some of the best key passives in the game, like in Season 4 and on Live. One of the very main ways that we're targeting bringing them down is reducing the power level so that really their key passives are comparable to other classes. We on the team felt like, you know, they already have all these other things that are really strong going for them. They don't need like overly statted, way powerful key passives that do like, you know, over 100% multiplicative damage when the other classes are doing way less. So you did see that on the PTR. We did see a lot of feedback on like, why are we bringing down Walking Arsenal to have parity when, you know, it wasn't even really meta compared to the other key passives. And I just kind of wanted to bring some light to this of how we think about it. The reason why we brought Walking Arsenal to be level with the other ones when we brought them to be equal to other classes is that, you know, we want all the key passes on Barbarian to have parity with each other. If we just brought down the other key passives that were way overperforming and didn't bring Walking Arsenal down to be even with them, then really Walking Arsenal is just going to be the best mandatory pick, and every Barbarian build is going to have to interact with this system.
Spoiler,
we really
Walking
wanted
Arsenal
them to
is a
be equal
leveling
with each
build.
other, so that, you know, there's actually a choice when you get to your key passive of which one to take. So I just wanted to clarify that of, you know, what our thinking was there. But, you know, it's not all doom and gloom for Barbarians. You know, we did hear feedback of like, man, it really sucks. You know, I understand that they're being brought down and it's fair, but, you know, we want to have some things to look forward to. So we did introduce a number of buffs coming in between PTR and Live so that you have some things to look forward to and new build paths, or your, you know, underperforming builds are not being brought down as well. So I'm going to give a couple of examples here. One is Hammer of the Ancients. We increased its damage baseline by 10%. And we also adjusted the of Ancestral Force legendary. One of the troubling things that this build has problems with is like single target damage against bosses and things. You know, it does really good in AoE and brings down enemies, but its single target's a little bit lacking. So we're upgrading this legendary power, so now it's going to be doing more damage against bosses, so it'll kind of help you with that single target issue. Another one is Upheaval. Upheaval builds can rejoice, and also a little bit of a preview of kind of how we're changing uniques, which I'll be going over a lot more later. But we're increasing Upheaval damage by about 15%, and we also rounded out Hellhammer now. It's quite a bit more powerful. I can point out a bunch of things here of how it's better. But you can see it gives more skill ranks of Upheaval compared to before. The damage of its burning on the ground, just baseline, went up. It also has scaling on the burning damage. So, you know, before the burning damage wasn't really a meaningful part of the unique. One of the things you're going to see with uniques across the board is that they're going to be a lot more about the thematic of what the unique is, and that's where their power is going to be. So here, the burning ground actually will scale with your strength at a pretty significant degree.
I like the Hellhammer.
So, you
nice
know,
rework,
it'll actually be doing meaningful damage, hopefully. You can also see its inherent affix now is damage to burning enemies. Instead of overpower damage, 300%. So it's going with that theme of Hellhammer burning the ground. It's also giving you skill ranks of Wall Up, a passive, so that's more multiplicative damage. You also get Upheaval size, so now your burning ground and your Upheaval is going to be bigger. So there's just all kinds of new things going on. It's going to be a lot cooler, a lot more powerful. and hopefully a lot more fun.
Yeah, Hullhammer.
4
was
ranks to
absolutely
Wallop is
insane.
pretty nasty, actually. Wallop's a very
300
powerful
strength
class.
also, by the way, no
Yeah,
big deal.
300 strength, no big deal.
360 strength, yeah, no big deal.
No big deal.
It's gonna be pretty good. So next, the Sorceress.
It's
We
this
got a
one.
whole lot of feedback that the Sorceress isn't powerful enough compared to other classes.
We got so much. I'm going to stop us right here. We got so much feedback about the Sorceress.
Just a little bit.
It
And
deserves-
And the Druid.
And the other
and the
yeah,
Necromancer. I will
Necromancer.
just note, like, we hear you guys. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
Okay, now you may continue.
Okay. So, for the Sorceress specifically, we heard feedback that they're not powerful enough. So we did quite a few things to address it. Firstly, they've got a lot of large buffs to their uniques. I would say even more than other classes. Your uniques are going to feel really good, is the hope, and I think we've hit it. And I'll be going over some of them a little bit later. We also buffed all of their core and mastery skills by about 15 to 20%. So just baseline. Remember, this is in addition to the core stat buff. All of your core and mastery skills are also getting buffed baseline.
And we're already looking
by
at
a
like
pretty
a
significant degree. So you're
plus
just going to hit harder.
40%.
We also did
plus.
multiple defensive buffs. We heard a lot of feedback that they have trouble surviving in situations that the other classes could kind of get away with. These are some examples. We did more than this, but ice armor, your base shield amount is going up from 40% to 56% of your max life. Snow veiled aspect, this one was updated from PTR to launch. So on PTR, it was that your ice armor gave you unstoppable and gave you armor. And on launch, you're still going to get unstoppable, but you're going to get damage reduction, which, anyone who knows how the defenses within this game work is way more significant than just getting armor.
Yeah, when you
So,
hit that
it's a
armor
big
cap, it's kind of like...
Yeah, you just want to gobble up
Yeah.
DR like Pac-Man as much as you can get,
Exactly.
the more the better, and this
And
is going
now,
to give
yeah,
you
the
it,
DR is
so.
going to be huge. Very
Yeah.
big.
Also, we did multiple buffs to the Paragon board. Again, this is not covering everything, but one of the things is that, we put a lot of caps to make sure that some Paragon nodes just didn't go out of control compared to everything else, but we heard feedback that, those caps were a little bit too punishing, so we increased them. An example here is Burning Instinct, where, on PTR, it capped at 40% more multiplicative damage.
Nah, I
and
think
we
this ice
increased that
armor
up to
power is not a
80%.
must-have.
So now your burning
It
damage,
doesn't
that's
seem that
based on
good to
your
me.
crit strike multiplier, is
But
going
for,
to
like,
be going
timing
up.
it,
Your total
sometimes
amount
it
is
can be
going to
good.
go up, but then also the rate that you get it. It used to be 1% per 50 int, now it's 1% per 20 int. So you'll be getting more efficient bang for your buck for your int and a total cap that's much higher. So Druid, similar to Sorceress, surprise, surprise, got a lot of feedback that it's not powerful enough compared to the Barbarian or other classes. So we've got a lot of multiple quality of life and damage buffs coming in. Again, these are just some examples.
Seismic
Also, you've
shift,
got
man,
remember
let's
the
go.
uniques are going to be coming in as well.
I tried to make a build
Boulder
around it at
damage
some
went up.
point.
We increased the damage
like it much.
across the board of their core skills mostly, and we missed boulders, so we're increasing their damage a bit. We also got a lot of feedback that we came out with this really cool unique for Cataclysm that made the lightning bolts smart and target enemies. And then a lot of people were like, "Hey, why does it have to get a unique to make my skill be smart?" And we agreed, so we just made the skill smart baseline. So now those lightning bolts from the ultimate will just target enemies. Perfect Storm, the Storm key passive is getting its damage boosted from 30 to 40%.
Boulder
Seismic
meta,
Shift, this
heck,
was an aspect
yeah.
that we think is really cool, where your Earth Spike kind of goes in a line and does a bunch of Earth Spikes. Used to have a Kiss Curse mechanic, and it no longer does. So before, it used to give you this big bonus of way more resource reduction gen and more damage on it. But it added a cooldown, and now it just doesn't add a cooldown, so you can spam it and cast a bunch of Earth Spikes everywhere. It should be a lot more fun. Also, similar to the Sorceress, we're buffing their the bonus cap on their Legendary Paragon nodes. So an example here, they went from 40 to 60%, so you've got Thunderstruck, Earthen Devastation, and Survival Instincts. We've got a little visual there at the bottom node, but you can see that top end of the damage is now 60%, so it's going to be better than PTR. Also, we came out with that new unique I mentioned for Cataclysm. It used to be on the gloves on PTR, which a lot of people, which we agreed with, kind of felt bad that, you've got the two Storm-related uniques on
much
the
for
same
Shred so
slot.
far,
You
but
can't
Shred
take
has a
them
unique.
together. It was competing with Unsun Aesthetics Wraps. This was the Lightning Storm unique. But now it's going to be on the range slot, so now you can take them both together, so they're not competing with each other anymore.
I think I'm going to play
Next
Hurricane
is the
Druid this
Rogue.
season.
So
Hurricane
to be
Druid's gonna be
frank,
really
the
cool.
Rogue we feel like it's in a pretty good spot, so we didn't do as many changes compared to other classes. We did still do a few that I'll mention today, but they got the least changes. The first one is Flurry. So as you know, if you played the PTR, Flurry got some pretty dramatic updates, right? Both of their enhancement and both of their choices that you could pick on the base skill got changed and made a lot better. We saw that, a lot of the output of Flurry was related to doing the mechanics that the enhancement and the Advanced Flurry were requiring you to do, like casting it a bunch of times in a row and stuff like that. And we wanted to move some of that damage from those enhancements and things into the base skill. So the enhancement and the Advanced Flurry are still going to be pretty potent, but we lowered their damage and instead just juiced the base skill even more. And what this is going to mean is really just that you're going to be more consistently doing that damage, and you're going to be less reliant on doing the stacking mechanics to get it. Next, Wind Force. This one has had a troubled history of just trying to find ways to make it really good and useful. Instead of knocking back enemies when it procs, it's going to knock them down now. So you no longer have to worry about like knocking enemies out of your CC, or you want them to be grouped up next to you and then you're just knocking one of them or a few of them away. Yeah. Now they're just going to go in place. We have a before and after here. Again, a little preview of what we're doing with our uniques. But yeah, Wind Force, you can see some of the things here as a preview. It's going to give you move speed baseline, which is pretty interesting as a stat on a bow. You've got chance for double projectiles for your barrage. You've got a couple passive upgrades there. And then as you can see, the damage went up, but also now it knocks down enemies instead of knocks them back.
I'm afraid
last but not least, the Necromancer. We've been hearing a lot of feedback that Blood Necromancer players are a little sad. They just aren't really catching up to the other versions of Necromancer. So we've buffed up a bunch of their tempering recipes and the damage on them. We're also buffing their legendary Paragon nodes. Here's some here that we did. Bloodbath. This one just makes your overpower damage go up. It's being doubled from 35% to 70%, so that's pretty meaty. Blood begets blood. That damage bonus when you're picking up blood orbs is being doubled, and the maximum amount is being doubled, so you're getting more per stack, and you need less stacks to get to your max damage. So pretty good there. And then last but not least here, Lucky Hit. We've heard a lot of feedback from Necromancer players that they kind of rely a lot on the Miasma Corpse Explosion to get their Lucky Hit procs off, and that their other skills don't really compete, and so they can't really have fun with Lucky Hit based builds, more generally. So we just buffed Lucky Hit on a bunch of different skills, so you can see there what all the numbers are. Again, those will be on the patch notes, but really they're just going to be Lucky Hitting more often and getting cool procs more. All right, so next, let's talk about uniques a little bit, right?
I'm super excited about this.
Yeah, so as we promised, in the PTR stream, we said that, we had this kind of different philosophy when it comes to uniques, and we went into detail there. And we updated our uniques coming into Season 5, but we didn't update all of our existing uniques in the game yet. So we've done that pass now. We've updated nearly every unique in the game, and I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of kind of how we thought, and then giving you some examples of what we did. So these updates are fairly dramatic. They're going to be showing you 3 from each class, as well as 3 generic ones, to give you a really meaty idea of the different categories and ways that we thought of updating uniques, and kind of what you can expect for your builds.
Yeah, and I know, and Marcus is going to remind us about this at the end as well. But
you'll be hearing it a lot.
Yeah, but I will say we are showing 3 here and 3 for every class and 3 generic ones. But every single unique is actually in the patch notes. Yeah. And we have a before and after in the patch notes, so you guys will have easy access. And
that's really
cool. You can easily compare the two and see what was the difference.
So after the stream, you'll be able to compare. And so we're just only covering a small amount here. We'll see everything.
Just a little sample serving. The patch notes are absolutely massive, so you'll have a lot to
That'd be pretty
lots
cool
of snack on there.
Yeah. So one of the things is your general power level of unique effects is up, and by unique effects, I want to be clear, that is like the thing at the bottom that is like your, deals 40 to 60% more multiplicative damage or whatever. That number is going to be up on the higher end. So instead of 40 to 60, it'll be 40 to 80 or 40 to 90 or 40 to whatever, right? So that power level is just going to be generally up almost across the board. And then really what we targeted for these updates is the stats on the uniques. So the stats are going to pretty much break every rule that we had in the game before when it comes to being a cool item. So some things that you're going to see, and I think I got an example of most of, if not all of these, but you're going to see uniques that have different inherents compared to other stats. So, your boot inherent, could be something that's not even related to boots or movement anymore. It could be something else. Or sometimes we add more inherent stats. So something that didn't exist before, some items can have 2 inherents instead of just 1, which is a pretty big difference. We have a lot more that have stats that break normal slot rules. So, things like movement speed on bows or cooldown reduction on weapons, stuff like that. Uniques also can now have tempering affixes, right? None of them really did this in Season 4, but now that tempering's in the game and uniques have to compete with these really great tempered items, uniques can have that too. They can also have much higher potential stat values compared to normal items. So, if a normal item has 20 to 40% more damage, a unique can be like, 1 to 300% more damage or whatever, right? And we even do this with the tempered affixes. So, unique can have juiced up versions of tempered affixes that make them solve those problems much quicker. Also, we've introduced a lot of stats that really have powerful effects on them. Sometimes even a single stat on a unique can have the impact that a legendary power normally would on an item as far as what it does to a build. And we'll have a couple examples of that where like a stat on an item is actually giving you a new effect that didn't exist before that you could do.
Damn, that's
Now
awesome.
you can't temper uniques.
Yeah,
They
so
will have
again, we're going to be
stats
going
like
through
tempers.
3 examples per class and 3 generics, and I'm going to just try and quickly go through and kind of point out some of the key things that are kind of neat about the items. So we're going to shotgun this a little bit, and yeah, you're going to see some cool items. So let's get to it. Woo. Yeah, so first, Penitent Greaves. This is a generic unique. You can see here, this one now has 2 inherents as opposed to 1. Another thing that you can notice is that normally, the inherent, the
Grants
evaded
unhindered
grants
for
more
2
move speed
seconds.
is only for 1 second, and this one is not only has 2 inherents, but it's for 2 seconds. So you'll evade and boost around at crazy sonic speed for a couple seconds, which is pretty neat. And now you can run through enemies while you do it. We've also got some neat stats there like crit chance against chilled enemies and chill potency there that are new to the game. Here, Fists of Fate, this one a lot of people saw a little bit early and they were very happy about. So one thing I think that's kind of cool is that with our uniques, we're really trying to double and triple down on the fantasy of the item. So, if something's about cold or something here, like Fist of Fate is about RNG to the max. So we're really going hard on what the theme is. So here you can see your attack speed can go from 0.1 to 8.7, and everything on it is has a huge range of what you can roll. So a greater affixed Fist of Fate could be a best in slot item for a lot of builds.
The lucky hit chance on
that's
that.
Yes, this is the one that people point out that we.
It's just crazy.
I talked with one of the
insane.
people on our team. I want to shout out Alex on our team who did a lot of this work, and we had a choice here. And we're are we gonna go crazy or go conservative? Let's just go crazy. This might be insane. It might actually be best in slot and break stuff, but it's really cool. So, yeah, greater affix Fist of Fate there is going to be really cool. Next, the Grandfather, Mythic unique example here. A lot of people had issues with the ignored durability loss, where you would Masterwork hit that or something and then you're not getting anything. We just moved that into be a baseline inherent affix now, so you don't have to worry about that, and then replaced it with something useful with a max resource.
And I will note,
Damn.
even in season 4, because that durability loss was kind of was actually a hidden stat item. Sometimes when you found a greater affixed version of a Grandfather, it would actually apply to that. That is now.
Yeah, that's all gone.
Dunzo.
It's just inherents can't be graded, which
Yeah.
is something that we thought of a lot with this. So. Yeah, so now let's go into the classes. Barbarian, this is Battle Trance. This one exists already on live. Probably the 2 big things here. One is, you have 2 different passives now that you get. A lot of times we're adding skill ranks to passives because that's a way to add multiplicative damage or just buffs to really cool effects on a unique via their stats. The other thing to point out here is the actual effect. Before it was giving you increased attack speed to all of your other skills when you had frenzy stacks. Now you're going to be getting damage and attack speed. We heard a lot of feedback from players that they would hit attack speed cap and then this unique wasn't really doing very much for them. So now you're also just going to get damage in addition to making it easier to hit that cap for your other skills. So it's just, more stats, stronger. Next, Reign of the Ravenous. A couple things here. One is it's giving you skill ranks of Rend, which is pretty significant. And remember, that 2 to 3 might not seem so significant, but when you greater affix that and then masterwork it, your potential of more damage on this goes up very significantly. We're also giving you skill ranks to brawling skills still. Thing to point out here is your Rend's duration. This will also just increase the throughput damage of it, has been doubled, so that's just more damage on Rend in addition to the skill ranks. And then also at the bottom, a small little detail, but before you could only apply that special effect of your brawling skills, applying your Rend's bleed every 4 seconds, and now it's every second. So now if you're able to spam brawling skills, you're just going to be applying Rend bleeds to enemies and stronger Rend bleeds like crazy. So it's a pretty big power boost. Next, the Fields of Crimson. The thing that we want to call out here, there's a lot of things that are kind of unique and different, but is that one kind of rule that we had with item stats that we're now changing and breaking is we never really buffed things like enhancements or the AB, the different choice upgrades that you could do for a skill. This one actually buffs Enhanced Rupture's explosion size.
That's really
so,
nice,
normally
actually.
when you rupture an enemy, it does that explosion. This will make that explosion be way bigger. So
I'm not
it's
sure if
kind of a
Rupture
neat
Size
way that we
works
can
for this,
manipulate
actually.
player power
I
via
guess it does.
stats.
I wonder if we can stack them.
Next,
here we
let's
go.
move on to the Sorceress. So the Staff of Endless Rage, we actually have a combo here that we're going to show a little video of, a before and after with this. Fireball builds. The Staff now does some, and the gloves would be doing some unique things to fireballs. One is plus
Projectile
fireball
speed.
projectile speed. So this is actually going to make your fireballs fly through the air faster or bounce quicker, and so you'll be able to get through them and they'll finish their path faster. You've got the tempering recipe now, so it doesn't compete with your chance to cast twice. And you can see there it goes up to 75% just on that one stat. So it basically almost solves it for you.
You can actually
by
overcap
itself,
with
which
just
is
a
pretty
greater.
huge. You've got some massive skill ranks to fireball, so now again way more multiplicative damage than before. And then you can see at the bottom that the upper end of that damage is going up per the same as most of our uniques. And next is combos with the Gloves of the Illuminator. A couple things to kind of gloat on here is the fireball attack speed is going up by a much bigger amount than other classes, or than normal attack speed, sorry, on other slots. Also, you get mana when fireball explodes. I played with this build in, I think it was Season 1, and I constantly ran into mana issues because you always want to spam this as much as you can. So when you think of this stat, you can greater this, you can temp or masterwork this.
And you kind of combine this with the attack speed here, and then you combine it with the projectile speed.
Yeah, and you get a lot more fireballs. Remember, it's every time that it explodes, which when it bounces, it's exploding.
Yeah.
And when you're splitting and getting more from multiple projectiles, you're getting more bounce explosions. So it's giving you a resource engine.
Yeah, you're essentially a fireball machine gun.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of a Season 4 to Season 5 comparison here of what it looks like. A little video. So in Season 4, you can see, every third cast gives you 3. But Season 5, you're going to randomly get three, and then sometimes even more when it combines with the double projectile bonus. So you can actually really fill up your screen with fireballs everywhere. And every one of those bounces is giving you mana back to cast more.
That's ludicrous.
So it's pretty cool. It's its own little engine. Next, we've got Blue Rose. Probably the cool thing to point out here is there's a chance for ice spikes to explode twice. So this is also something that we haven't really done, where we have these, we call them sub-powers internally, but these things like Dust Devils or Ice Spikes that are like powers that generate when you cast a skill that are usually through legendaries or uniques. We generally don't manipulate them too heavily like this, but we're going to be experimenting more with that in unique stat affixes. So here, your Ice Spikes can actually like double proc, so they get double explosions, and then any other things that would proc off that would be
very
doubled, which is pretty neat.
Waxing
Next, let's move on to
Gibbous,
the Druid. So Waxing Gibbous, this is the Shred Druid unique. So what we did here that I want to point out, in addition to the fact that you're getting a bunch of skill ranks to Shred and Toxic Claws, which is a bunch more multiplicative damage, so power level is going up significantly, is Blood Howl grants stealth for a few seconds. So what's really cool about this is, we basically added a new mechanic via a simple item stat in this unique, and it combines with the unique effect, right? So before on live, you kill enemies with Shred, you go into stealth, and then you come out and you guarantee crit. So as you're killing enemies over and over, you're just critting constantly as you go in and out of stealth. But you couldn't really do that against bosses. You had no other ways to get into stealth. But now we've created an alternative way where if you cast Blood Howl or get the Blood Howl effect in other ways, you'll go into stealth and get this proc, and now you can get this, against single bosses or in situations you couldn't
masterwork this too.
So we've given you a potential way to create your own engine, which is pretty neat to get those.
I like it.
Crits.
It's a cool rework, I think.
Next, Great Staff of the Crone. I believe we showed this one earlier to people, but just wanted to point out, what was special about this. Storm Strike, chaining to additional targets, things like this. Again, it's a single stat that does something that kind of really changes how the unique works, right? You're gonna get all the different procs and different effects by chaining to more enemies more often. You can also see here that the upper end of that damage that you could get is going up from 150% to 200.
It basically gives you like an entire Thunderstruck node.
And last but not least, we got Storm's Companion. This one, I again wanted to highlight another new thing that we're doing, and I want to call it here is the lucky hit chance for the Pack Leader Spirit boon. So normally, we never really manipulate class mechanics, but here, this Pack Leader, this isn't like a passive or a thing in the skill tree. This is in the Spirit boon, your class mechanic, and this increases that lucky hit chance to get a reset on the cooldowns of all your companion skills. So again, this is something that, normally we don't get to manipulate, and now you'll be able to do, and I think it'll be pretty cool.
We have also decided that Pack Leader is 2 words instead of 1.
Yeah,
Everything's getting updated.
Yeah, everything's updated.
Everything's changing.
All right, moving on
Oh.
to the Rogue, Eagle Horn. Let me see, what did I want to... I think just pointing out here, this was about moving the tempered recipe. The penetrating shot projectiles can cast twice. Again, another example of that. We're also giving you a bunch of skill ranks to penetrating shot. Again, this is a way that we're adding just like raw power and damage in ways that aren't in the unique effect. So these stats on these things can be very strong out the gate, and then again, tempering and masterworking just makes these go really, really high. Next, Word of a Con. This one was a really silly, fun one that we liked. You see there, the one I want to point out, well, one is the ultimate damage. Actually, ultimate skill damage for the Rogue is kind of a premium because they have that Paragon node that makes it turn into multiplicative damage for all your skills. So that's actually pretty meaty. It's also way higher value than normal. Also, the chance for Rain of Arrows waves to cast twice. So normally we don't do, chance to double cast on ultimates, but again, uniques get to break the rules. So now you've got, juiced up Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction, they can cast twice, and they hit way harder on the Rain of Arrows themed unique. So again, really trying to bring out the theme and the fantasy of these uniques in the stats, in the effects, to really create something special.
You only need one Masterwork crit, and you basically
and next, Saboteur Signet. I was running this in Season 4. I'm a little sad that I'm going to be doing something else in Season 5, but I loved my stun grenade build. But here you can see a bunch of grenade damage, obvious theme for the grenade build. We're also giving you a lot of your stun grenade size here. And then again, a new affix that kind of creates your own engine. You're getting +1 energy when a stun grenade explodes. And this is each individual grenade, right? So you usually release a cluster of these things. So now... Again, I spent a lot of my time in Season 4 trying to solve resource and get ways to cast this a lot to throw out those stun grenades, and now this kind of helps its own engine. Also, one thing to point out here is that it's no longer just a flurry unique. It's casting a core skill, throws stun grenades, so it's a lot more generically applicable. You can use this with all the different core skills, not just flurry. Next, Necromancer. The big one I wanted to point out here, we're going to be showing both of the Blood Surge uniques and how they've been updated and they combo with each other. We have a stat here that Blood Surge drains more times from elites. So to be clear, this is the drain, not the explosion. But the drain does feed into the explosion damage, and there's a lot of synergy and things based on draining enemies. So now, one of the problems that Blood Surge has always had is when you're fighting a single target or a boss, you only drain one enemy and then you're not getting your explosion damage up. But now you're going to be draining multiple times from those elites, so you're going to be getting more life back and other procs when you drain, but also your explosion will be more significant now against them. Next, Death Speaker's Pendant. This is the other Blood Surge unique. We also added another thing that combines with the other unique where you're getting essence per enemy drained, right? And so now, as you drain enemies for the explosion, you're going to be getting more essence back to cast the skill and spam it more. We're also giving you a bunch of ranks to Blood Surge, which, just makes sense. So, 50%, before masterworking and tempering multiplicative damage is already a giant buff to this. But then also you can see that, the numbers also went up on this as well. So it's just going to be pretty significant.
Can't wait.
And last but not least, Greaves of the Empty Tomb. This is your Sever unique. Lots of stuff to point out here. One is you have multiple inherents. So, normally you can only get 3 max evade charges. You get more here. We also had a fun little thing where your evade now leaves behind Desecrated Ground because this is the Desecrated Ground unique. We also have chance for Sever projectiles to cast twice. We have Sever size here. We also give you ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. So this is really about just moving and grooving, going around. One thing I want to point out here as well is this new aspect of Creeping Mist that came in, and you can combine this with the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. So this new aspect, we heard that Necro players want mobility, and boy did we give you mobility. So what this does is when you evade first of all, you get evade cooldown reduction, so you evade more. But when you evade during Blood Mist, you travel twice as far, and both when you enter and exit Blood Mist, it resets your evade cooldown. And one of the things that makes this crazy, where we might actually be crazy, and I hope we don't have to revisit this, but we're going to see, is that reset of your evade cooldown counts for all of your charges of evade. So what this means is, and we have a video, is that you can evade 5 times, then evade in Blood Mist, and then evade 5 more times. So see here, then you're evading in Blood Mist, and you're leaving behind that Desecrated Ground everywhere.
Just skating
and just around. Yep.
It's like a nice skating rink.
So every time you cast Blood Mist, you're going to be getting 10 evades. It's silly and hilarious. but we're putting it in the game, and I hope we don't regret it.
Necros are going to be zooming.
Yeah, they're going to be zooming
And
with
Necro's
this.
gonna be
So,
fast.
yeah, so that's kind of our preview of our uniques and kind of what's coming into the game. Again, we're pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Professor Adam Jackson, take a bow. That is that is incredible.
And again, that's not even everything. There's a lot of stuff coming to other uniques that are at that level.
Patch notes after the stream, we will be showing a comparison of every single unique and their changes from Season 4 to Season 5. So you can go in there and check out all those changes. But that was a great overview of all those changes. That is really, really exciting. This brings us to our Q&A portion of the show. Let's all shift our legs at the same time. So we've been following along in Twitch chat, and we've picked out a bunch of questions, and we're going to kick it off, tossing it over to Mr. Dan Tangway. How do reward choices work in multiplayer parties for Infernal Hordes? Does the leader choose the reward for everyone, or can each player choose?
All right, so yeah, let's talk about this. In the Infernal Hordes, when you're collecting Burning Ether, each individual collects their own Burning Ether. And we did this for the very reason that you're asking questions about. We wanted players to be able to go in and choose the rewards that they want to choose, not necessarily what somebody else gets to first or what the party leader wants. So every individual party member will have their own choice of rewards.
Awesome. Thanks for letting us know.
Marcus, you got to read the names.
Oh my goodness! Did I not say Eldrick?
Very
Eldrick. I won't forget you. Thank you, Adam. Eldrick. Thank you for that question.
Of course, you're going to be a stickler for that.
Yeah, no, it's a great. It's a great thing to call out because
our ladder behind you.
Because our next question is from Dartless.
Or actually, I think we have a question here on the lower third, which is. This one, we've gotten a lot of these questions, so I do want to actually address this one. This is when are we going to hear more about Vessel of Hatred? Because we just had the Spiritborn reveal. We showed off the Spiritborn. I will note that we also are going to be at Gamescom. There's actually some Gamescom news that came out this morning. The Spiritborn will be playable at Gamescom. So if you go to the Xbox booth, you'll be able to play it there. So if you're attending that show, it'll be really awesome. There's actually going to be more news coming out at that time. So of course, tune in. And I will say, like, you guys have only heard a very small
there's a lot
fraction of
the tip of the jungle
of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited for Gamescom. So you guys will hear more then, so stay tuned.
Yeah, grab your tickets to come to Gamescom because we'll be there. I'll be super
Yes,
exciting.
exactly. Go to Germany.
Come to Cologne. Come to Cologne. There was some people confused in chat. This is a question from Dartless, who was saying, we can temper uniques now. Did I mishear that? Maybe that was a mistake being said. So Adam, if you want to speak
100% clear.
That.
Cannot temper uniques. We want them to be different in that they do not engage with that system, at least for now. But no, you're going to be what I wanted to say or be clarify on is that you can get tempering affixes on uniques. Like they'll just drop with those affixes or whatever. But you can't go to the blacksmith and manipulate them in that way. You can't temper them.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks for clarifying that.
Truly
Adam.
Yeah.
It's Doffy has a question for Dan Tangway. Are there any plans to continue iterating on the Infernal Hordes in the future since it's a permanent addition? Are there going to be more boons and banes coming?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yeah, just to reiterate what you had pointed out there, this is an Eternal Realm feature that's going to appear in the game forevermore. And so this is just the first version of it. I mean, you think back to what Helltide was in the base game and how we've iterated on that over time to get it to where it is. We're going to continue investing similar levels of effort into the Infernal Hordes too. And so boons and banes is something we heard a lot about feedback during the PTR. And so we absolutely want to make more improvements to the boons and banes. And so stay tuned. That's not going to hit in Season 5. But we'll figure out where we can get it in future seasons.
Awesome, great to hear that we're going to continue tinkering on that feature in the seasons to come. I've got a really interesting question from Mano_imp with regards to those Mano Imp.
We know Mano Imp.
With regards to the damage increase per class resource.
Sure.
They're asking, is the Spiritborn getting 1% damage at 7 points if it's their main stat, just because they have a lower amount of weapons?
Yeah. TBD.
TBD.
I don't want to go into math on Spiritborn yet, but they'll be getting similar treatment to all the other stuff. All of this is kind of evergreen, so.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Luke Wee.
It's Spoiler gone gray,
when will we
just like
see the
others.
overhaul of the Paragon system? Would you consider removing the Paragon limit?
There are going to be changes to Paragon, but we aren't talking about those changes yet.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
TBD.
TBD.
TBD. Stay tuned. Love this name. Chicken Wing 929.
Love it.
Can the reputation rewards for Season of the Infernal Hordes be earned on only one character or all your seasonal characters?
I believe it's all characters, similar to like what we had for Season 4. So you can actually go back in and just play like, hey, go through the reputation board and then get another Resplendent Spark.
That's really the question, let's be honest.
Really,
Yeah,
that's
Loadouts.
truly the question.
Loadouts is not
And,
fun, I
yes, you can get
Pretty sure it's
additional.
characters
I guess Loadouts will be like Season 7
Yeah.
feature or something.
Systematic 5K, Adam Jackson. Will our existing uniques be updated with these new unique changes?
Yeah, we get this every round that we update them. It's the same rules as always, which is the unique power. When we update that, is your existing uniques will get that, right? So when we increase your damage range or whatever, that's going to get. But the stats, those are going to be legacy on any items that exist. So you're going to have to refarm your unique to get the new stats that are on them. And that's kind of the way that they're going to work going forward, unless we say otherwise.
Yeah, it's just how things work under the hood from when we do changes on them. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nothing yet.
Pudge underscore BP. Are there any plans for clan rework / improvements?
I know there are some changes coming for some social features. We're just not ready to talk about them now, but you guys will hear about them soon.
Awesome. This one's kind of a design philosophy question for Adam Jackson.
Sure.
Evans423 wants to know, how future-proof is this system of static uniques when adding new / better tempering effects and new content?
How future-proof are static?
This is not a time to ask questions for me.
Let me think.
I can message them, it's fine.
Semi, right? Because like I think it is something where if we add like new tempers or new affixes or whatever, we will probably need to go back and update uniques that we wanted to apply to and make it work again. Our hope is that these uniques are going to be pretty like future-proof in that they're going to be very meaty in the amount of power that they give you. They're also extremely thematic, but I think we do reserve the right, like if we find a new idea for existing passive or existing tempering that is introduced to the game and we want to put it on, we can do that. I will say
Mr.
also
President.
one thing that we want to do more is like just come up with really crazy new ones and aren't even really tempering recipes, but just like crazy effects, right? Like Blood Howl grants stealth, or you drain more with your Blood Surge, stuff like that. So I would expect we'll probably be updating them as we go forward. Not probably as dramatically as this all at once, but I foresee this probably likely, yeah.
Nice, yeah. Always tinkering, always updating.
Speaking of which, about tempering, one thing that we forgot to mention, and I know we mentioned it at the PTR stream last time. I'm sorry, my earpiece just keeps falling off. So it looks like I'm like scratching my ear, but I'm not. The greater I know there was a lot of like feedback after Season 4 regarding tempering and potentially bricking items. And one update that we talked about during the PTR stream, and I want to mention, it wasn't in PTR, but is in Season 5 specifically, is greater affixes will actually get additional temper rerolls on them based on the greater affix, quality of what they are. So for like greater affix 1-star ones, you'll end up getting 1 additional temper reroll, and then it grows by how many stars that there are. So that is going in Season 5. So we mentioned it last stream. I just wanted to reiterate it because I actually forgot. We should have mentioned it again.
Sweet.
So.
Yeah, great to mention that, Adam. That's awesome. We've got a easy one here from Z Weapons. What is a Mythic unique? There was a purple item.
Yeah, you can tune into our last stream for it. But yeah, basically what was Uber uniques is what people call them. It's basically like, the really best items in the game that have like perfect stats and everything. We rebranded them to Mythic uniques. They now have their own special color, special beam when they drop. They just got a whole treatment to really make them feel like the penultimate items that they
Super
are in
juicy.
the game.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sophie0257, are they going to make it so that we can pre-download the update, or will it be available only on the 6th? That's a great question.
That's a good
Based off feedback from Season 4's launch, The patch will be available to download roughly an hour before Season of the Infernal Hordes launches. So that season goes live at 10 a.m. and roughly an hour before you'll be able to pre-download the patch to get into the game and get ready for the season.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are probably going like, why not multiple days and things like that. We're getting there. We're trying. But no, we got a lot of feedback about how things started immediately on the you could download and actually start the season. And of course, we want to make sure that people can be as prepared as possible. So 1 hour before the actual season starts, you should be able to actually download and get that all prepared. So as soon as the season, the time for the season begin, which is roughly 10 a.m. Pacific on the day of, you can just jump in without needing to download. So
Skull MTV, hey, great job, thanks. Any
PDT
plans to rework
on
masterworking
Tuesday.
in brackets higher cost, but you can choose upgrades and tempering to make these systems have less RNG?
Nothing to announce at this time. We definitely have heard the feedback. We are starting with the first step of one of the things that we know feels really bad for players. I got how do I say? The more greater affixes you have on an item, the higher stress and investment you have to make it work the way that you want. So we are relaxing that, make it a little bit easier. Another thing that we're thinking about that's a little lighter is the tempering recipes, making them have 3 on average instead of 4 or more. Something that we're talking about moving towards, but nothing of overhauling the system and doing a major change at this time that we have to announce.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Dan Tangway from Holy Smokes. Their name isn't for Holy Smokes. Their name is.
Their name was Dan. I thought it was Dan Tangway asking a question, and I was like, wait, what?
No. Their name is Frodo Bolson, but all the O's are zeros. How does the Infernal Hordes work in groups? Do you need only one compass per group?
So the Infernal Hordes, you only need 1 compass per group in order to be able to get in. Yeah.
Sweet. Just like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Awesome. Yep. All right, Ravask. Any news on reworked Nightmare Dungeons?
Nothing
for
announce,
today.
Yeah.
Nothing to announce today.
Some tempos absolutely have a lower chance to roll.
Green Zombie
not
Studios.
sure.
Can we expect cool new transmogs in Season 5 from salvaging items?
I am not sure. I know the Season 5 has a lot of new legendary aspects and uniques. There's 50 new legendary aspects and uniques being added into Season 5. So there's a lot of more the back end type of stuff that affects a lot more so on the gameplay, but I'm not exactly sure if there's a ton coming in.
Yeah. So we can actually. There are a couple of.
You can ask a question.
New
When is
uniques in
the
Hell,
tempering
that
pity
you can
system
earn that
getting
will have
removed?
All new looks
Kappa.
to them that you can salvage
there you go.
and use as a cosmetic. Yep.
Bam. There you go.
Dan, the savior from Albany.
There you go. Frodo Bolson. Hot pancakes. Are there still plans for rare and magic items? I guess in terms of a rework or changing their functionality in any way.
Yeah, I'd say nothing to announce today for that. Yeah.
Cool. Nice. All right. Checking through Mac and D's. Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way skills work?
Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way the skill works? I mean, we're not doing any skill tree overhaul right now in Season 5. I do think we have talked a bit on the team about having a desire of the
Can you just throw
upgrades for
questions
skills
in
being,
chat, or how does it work?
more impactful and really impactful. Nothing to announce today, but it is something that is on our radar and I think is cool. I think one example that we talk about a lot on the team is the kick upgrade for the Barbarian, where normally, when we were originally designing kick, it was this idea that you have this skill where you hit an enemy and you care about the geometry of the place around you and you want to hit them into the wall and then they get knocked down, take a bunch of damage and all this stuff. That part hasn't really played out, I think, as well because the pace of our game is so fast. But one of the upgrades for kick, especially I remember in the early beta, way before, maybe it was alpha even, kick, it converts kick from this cooldown-based geometry skill into just a powerhouse where it just spends all your resource and does a buttload of damage to an enemy. And it was one-shotting world bosses and stuff back then. It was hilarious.
I think I remember that.
But the skill still has that upgrade. But I reference that upgrade a lot because I think it's really cool when you can convert a skill to used to be cooldown and now isn't, or used to be about this utility and now it's just damage, or vice versa, where it really changes what a skill does. We think it's really cool. It definitely would be a lot of work to like do that to every skill, but I think it's something that's worth talking about and pursuing. So it is on our radar of something to do, but nothing to announce today for it.
Awesome. Yeah. That's really cool. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of our Q&A. So I want to give a huge thank you to Adam and Dan for answering all those questions.
Adam squared.
Adam squared, back in
And
action.
Dan.
Hey, just like the PTR stream. You guys are back.
There we go.
Screw those Joes. Got them.
Yeah. Eliminate. No, I'm just kidding.
And that brings us to the end of our Season the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. Just a few notes before we close out the stream. Just want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning into our Spiritborn showcase a few weeks back.
Yeah.
It was really cool to show off that new class. It was such a huge moment for the team. So really want to thank you all for coming to check that out. And if you want to play the Spiritborn in person, as Adam mentioned earlier, we are going to be at Gamescom. So get your tickets, come to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany, and
Sound. Refresh harder.
just went up through the roof. But speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today and instantly...
Can they hear audio?
Oh, can everybody hear us? Twitch chat? Where did the sound
they
go?
say
Okay, we're good now. We're good now.
Okay,
We're good.
awesome. All right, thank you, chat, for keeping us up to date. Speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today to get instant access to some items in-game before the expansion goes live this October. For Season of the Infernal Hordes, this season goes live on August 6th at 10 a.m. The patch will be available for pre-download roughly an hour before, and 10 a.m. is in Pacific time, for anyone wondering. Patch will be available for pre-download about an hour before the season goes live, so you can get in and get ready for the season to start. The 1.5.0 patch notes are going to go live after this stream for Season 5. So for anything we talked about across the stream today, that'll be available.
And see all the uniques and everything.
Yeah, check out those gifts. They're pretty spiffy. Team worked pretty hard on those. We also had the Season of the Infernal Hordes deep dive blog go live earlier this week, so a ton of information there as well. Stick around after the stream because we're going to be rating some Diablo content creators, so go and check them out. For Adam and Mr. Dan Tanguay and Albany, thank you guys so much for joining us for this developer update stream today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Really awesome
Thanks,
to go
guys.
through all the changes. And from all of us here, thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and checking out the stream. And we will see you all in Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uniques.
Woo!
I mean... Okay, it was a nice campfire though. Kinda excited to see all the uniques. Should we just scroll down straight to the uniques and start pogging or what? I think that's what they're gonna do. Yo, extra saucy, fix up rendered. Who are they gonna raid? Hello, Misha. $300 Grandpuppy. Yeah, I mean, that's not really so relevant, to be fair. It looks good, but it's not really that crazy. The other stuff, I mean, in general, like, it's a powerful item. 300% damage is a weird buff that I think the item didn't really need. In general, like, they're buffing items that were already really powerful. That's kind of weird, I think. Like something like Shaco, for example, right? Actually, I wonder if they're gonna show us the new uniques in these patch notes. Now that I think about it. Is that gonna be before and after of Crown of Lucian? Like, who knows, right? So... let's close this. Let me in! Lorik's Crown. You want competitive PvP. Or a bunch of losers with a U. L users. Wait, what? What? Wow, it has it before the official patch notes. What? But where's the uniques? There's no uniques. Here? Uh-huh. I still want to press F5 here. Okay, 1.5. Oh. Let's go. Wait a minute. Is this not the same? Okay, this is a new website. This is why F5 did nothing. This is actually, they made a new site for this. Usually all the patch notes are always like, you know, perpetually on the same link. But here there's nothing. This is it. That's the end. Okay, let's look for the uniques a little bit. All uniques items have received an update, blah, blah, blah. Mythic uniques, let's go. Let's open them. Dude, they have like fucking GIF animations for these, by the way. Look, they're like, you know, glowing. Starless skies. Alright, +2 to core skills. Damn. And a lot more lucky hit. A lot more crit. And a lot of attack speed. Holy shit. Okay, that thing is nuts. This thing is actually nuts. Kind of not cool for builds that don't run core skills, but even so, it's kind of nuts. Alright. Doombringer. 114 to all stats. 35% max. They buffed it live on Doombringer. And they gave it 10% damage reduction. What? What? Interesting. And 100% inherent damage. What the fuck, man? And a big heal. I mean, the heal is kind of whatever. Seems like the shadow damage is also higher, but I don't know what this number is. It's like a level 35 maybe. So just the flat damage number is hard to judge. Damn. Dude, the added damage reduction. Like the thing about Doombringer already is that it makes it so tanky, right? Like this is what Doombringer does. And then just make it even tankier now. 10% damage reduction. What the fuck, man? Wait. Diablo 2 Doombringer. What does it look like there, actually? Is that it? Indestructible. Chance to cast Weaken on striking. Okay. Enhanced damage. Okay. Life Stone per hit. Increase maximum life. So it is pretty close to the original, but the 10% damage is kind of strange. Looks like big buff to shadow damage. Yeah, we don't know. Like, this could be anything. It depends on like which character is using this and stuff. Yeah, you have 20 DR, then you have 10% that you can like masterwork up. It's gonna be like just 40.5 by default. And then you're gonna try to triple hit the masterwork on maximum life, but I guess the consolation price is you masterwork crit damage reduction. Or the all stats. I mean, 114 all stats is pretty good. Ahavarion. Plus 18% all stats. Plus 33 movement speed. Plus 66 all res. Yeah, the problem is that the staff can be used by two classes that both do not care about resists. Like, this is actually kind of pointless. 5% chance to restore 66% of primary resource. Okay, critical strike, vulnerable, and overpower damage. Inherent affix. Yeah, inherent looks kind of funny. 159% critical strike, vulnerable, and overpower damage. Okay. I mean, I would barely even call it buffed, honestly. You lose the attack speed and a crit. You gain the movement speed, which is nice, and you get the all stats. I guess it is a buff, but not a crazy one. Variant materials. Yeah, I feel like the rest is just completely useless. This is just flavor, basically. I guess especially Druids might have a lot of investment into res, but Sorcs usually have zero investment into res. You even go Skulls most of the time. Grandfather, we've seen that one. It also has now maximum resource, by the way. Grandfather is kind of nutty. 150 inherent. 150 all stats is like doubled. Life is higher a little bit. And then 300% damage again. So it's like it's 450% damage. And then with a bit of masterwork, it's like 600, 700. That's actually quite a lot of additive damage, to be honest. Melt is hard. Okay, so the effect is not changing. More movement. Damage reduction while healthy. That is actually very good stat. So it also makes it like all giga tanky now, man. It's insane, actually. Resource gen, movement, lucky hit chance. And plus 3% maximum resistance to all elements. Wow. Yeah, implicit. Interesting stuff, man. They're definitely doing some cool stuff with those uniques, I gotta say. I like it. Actually, I can change my cam back, right? I'm still in the corner here, so... Wait a minute. Do this. Got to turn on the stuff again here. Andariel's Visage, here we go. 77 all stats. 437 life on hit. Wait a minute. They removed the lifesteal and they gave it life on hit. Interesting. 30% attack speed. 10 maximum poison res. What the fuck, man? Okay. Okay, so the deleted lifesteal of Andariel's. That's kind of interesting. 10 maximum poisoners is pretty good. And who knows about this number? Like, maybe they buffed it, maybe not. It's certainly upgraded, I'd say. Yeah, is it? I think the lifesteal is also 437 life on it is a lot. Usually you have like, I don't know, 30 or something on a weapon. Right? It will be kind of bad for builds that don't really hit much, but as soon as you proc the Andariels, and if you play like an Andariels build, I guess, you will get value out of it. The Poison X won't heal you now. I think they do. I think Top Dicks also count as life on hit as far as I know. I'm not 100% sure though. I'm pretty sure life on hit is very favorable for players. I think it kind of just procs on anything. They're not gonna bother with lifesteal mechanic. And honestly, I can't blame them. It's kind of interesting. They added an inherent stat to a helm that doesn't actually have one usually. This is a new look. This is just a Druid version of Andariel's. Like this is like the Rogue version or something, and this is like the Druid version. And the Shackle, we've seen that one. They posted this in the blog. 2,500 armor, 20 cooldown, man. What the fuck, dude? You give up the resource generation, but it's not really relevant for all builds. Alright, those are the Mythic uniques. Kinda crazy. So I think the only one that still doesn't really convince is Avarion. But all the others are insane. Now, Doombringer is not insane to the point where it's like a must-have in every build. But it's definitely a good inclusion. Melted Heart is probably the one that will see some release play, because it just makes you tanky, it doesn't give you damage. Which is like the weakness that this item has. If you can somehow fit a lot of damage in your usually defensive slots, you know, chest, helm, whatever, then you could consider Melted Heart, I think. Oh yeah, Tyrius. Wait, where's Tyrius? I probably misclicked it somewhere. Where's Tyrius? There's no Tyriel. It's not updated. Is it a multi-class? Where is it? Refresh. That sounds like a very dangerous suggestion. Okay. Size again. So it did update Tyrius as well. Okay, let's see Tyrius. Ignore durability loss, okay. Movement speed. 7.5 maximum auras. Oh my god, dude. 60 aura elements. 20 damage. What the fuck? What the hell, man? Okay, that's insane. Okay, that is insane. Now, they didn't show us if they buffed the number or something. Dude. 7.5 maximum res. Like, you're actually gonna overcap if you get greater affix and triple masterwork crit. You don't even need triple masterwork crit. If you get a greater affix on the maximum all res, you need like 2 masterwork crits or something, and that's it. Even that is enough. Wait a minute. Dude, you can actually cap out on your maximum res even without a greater affix. If you get a normal one and a triple masterwork crit it, you have the cap. You are gonna be at 86.5 maximum res. That's crazy. That's insane, man. And 60 all res. Like, this thing just gives you all the all res as well. As a rogue or as a barb. Yeah, okay, Tyrius Might is fucking login, man. That's insane. Like, it was already pretty decent. I actually used it on a bunch of builds. Yeah, and 20 DR now as well. You can actually masterwork the DR or something. If you get a greater affix somewhere, you can masterwork the DR or whatever. Wow. Okay, Tyrius Might is insane. You have to use one. Yeah, I mean, the Barbs will love this. The Rogues have Shroud of Khanduras, but I think I would probably consider Tyrius Might, even as a Rogue. And then the other classes, they don't care about rest that much. Like Sorcs won't use this, I think. Maybe. It's still 20 DR, you know, 20 DR is still more than the typical aspect. And I mean, there might be Sorc setups where maybe you don't hit the all-res, I don't know. Season of Uniques. Yeah, wild, man. This is insane. Okay, Tyrius is an absolute winner here, for sure. This is okay, I mean, okay. It's, I mean, Andariels. I don't think that a non-Andariels build wants to use Andariels. It's still gonna be like Andariels Rogue, Andariels Sorc, Andariels whatever, and that's it. Grandfather, very powerful. I think even Necro's gonna use this for some builds. Bone Spear or whatever. Avarion is kind of whatever. Doombringer, pretty good. Starless is insane. Shaco is the only mythic without an implicit. True. They even added one to Andariels. But yeah, I mean, I already have so many things on the Shaco, right? There's already like basically 2 effects in one. 4 stats. Ignore durability loss. Indestructible, faster run walk, damage to demons, slain monsters rest in peace, enhanced defense, strength or rest cannot be frozen. Yeah, I mean, there's like, it's kind of hard to replicate exactly all of this. And then I added like all stats instead of just strength, I guess, to make it my cross class. But I actually removed that now. Okay. Wow. Crazy. Okay, so let's write down a few things here. Unique, highlights, Starless, Imperials, Shaco. I mean, Shaco was already known. Let's see multi-class. How many is this? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, Doombringer is good and stuff, but I don't really see like a lot of Sorcs or Necros necessarily just running a Doombringer. Like Rogues, yeah, here and there. Barbs for sure on builds where you want to be very tanky. But Doombringer is still Doombringer. You give up a weapon, and giving up a weapon is not easy. Okay, let's see Tibalt's Will, guys. 39 all stats up to 42. Life, resource, damage reduction while unstoppable. I like that. 20% increased damage while unstoppable for 5 seconds after. And become unstoppable again 50% of each burn resource. Okay. It is actually not changed very much. It has the all stats now, which is kind of cool. Has a bit of life. But in the grand scheme of things, it's like kind of the same item actually. But okay, Tibalt's Will didn't need much, I think. Tibalt's Will is good. Check to Asha ring. Are we getting there, guys? Okay. Tibalt's Will, pretty solid, I'd say. Mother's Embrace. All stats, attack speed, crit, lucky hit. So they removed the life and added crit. And they removed crit damage and added attack speed. If a core skill hits 4 or more enemies, 6% is refunded. And it still has the same effect that... I mean... sure, right? The thing is that this just never really helps you when you need it the most, which is on the boss. So I feel like I'm never gonna use this item. I'm not gonna make a Hell-type build and just include Mother's Embrace, just because, right? This is like where it will shine. It's just like the general problem, it doesn't help you against bosses and anything that doesn't help you. But I mean, this is also kind of like a symptom of the current meta, right? Pit is so important, and Pit is like by far the highest end content, but it could be other high-end content that it doesn't have this like boss, you know, focus, right? In the future. X-Files. Lots of all stats. Same like it. Some vulnerable damage, that's a bit strange. And some damage all the time. No more cooldown. You could argue that this item is nerfed. But it's a 75% chance to erupt now. Okay. And I presume the same damage because it was already a very high number. No more cooldown on the X-Files though. I mean, the effect is buffed. Most likely. No cooldown though, it's a bit sad. Okay. Butcher's Cleaver. Attack speed, movement speed, physical damage, crit against feared enemies. That is not looking too different. Okay, movement speed, sure. Attack speed, sure. Crit strike an enemy has a 100% chance to fear and slow by 90%. You have a much stronger slow, which is nice. A lot of damage to injured. It's kind of interesting because axes usually have damage to healthy, and this is damage to injured. Nice turnaround. 90% slow though. Pangorger seems nerfed. Okay, we're gonna see them soon. Why even keep these filler uniques? Nobody uses them. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, Butcher's Cleaver, it's still like a very, very cool and flavorful item. And it's not like, you know, a best in slot item or something, but, you know, you might find this on the way and you're like, oh, I'm gonna use this for a while. And that's okay, you know. If there's like a reason to use an item, you know, Mother's Embrace or the Butchers, even if it's not like an endgame best in slot item or something, I think that's okay. Azarath. All stats. Attack speed, cold res, chance to deal cold damage is like an elemental surge temper. That's a bit stronger than normal. I think 50% stronger. Fear by leveling is meh. Fear by leveling is not meh when it's a 90% slow to get off it. I think that's okay. 90% slow is a lot of slower. They basically not move. It's basically a stun. Cold damage implicit. Which is kind of interesting for Sorcs. But then again, Sorcs, especially cold Sorcs, probably don't need like a chance of free stuff because they already have all the cold spells. Yeah, Azarath doesn't excite me too much, to be honest. But it's kind of the same story. Okay, Banish Lords, here we go. Is Bone Spirit dead? And it does not look dead, actually. This looks very good, actually. It has no longer resource regeneration, though, which is a bit sad. Maximum life, attack speed, overpower damage. Okay, this almost looks like a nerf, actually. It lost a crit and a resource. It gained life and attack speed. And, okay, it can roll 2 core skills now instead of 1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it won't really affect builds too much, I guess. It's like, kind of, whatever. This is good for Polarize. Polarize doesn't spend resources fast enough for this. I guess you can do it on Polarize. In the past we used to, before it was nerfed. Okay, Pain Increase, I showed him. I think Pain Increase are pretty legit, actually. Lots of movement speed, like a lot of movement speed, look at that. Then you have the Evade Unhindered thing, which is not that crazy, but it's something. Chill, Slow Potency. And 25% damage on the boots. It's like an alternative to like Frostbitten or something like that. For rogues, for example. If you don't need any other special stats on your boots, you can use this one. TB with Penitent, come back. Yeah, maybe. Flicker Stab. Lightning Rest, Close, Ultimate. A lot of ultimate damage. Same effect. 2.5 evade cooldown per attack. So 2 attacks you get it back, even without anything else. And evade grants move speed. The double inherent effect is kind of strong. And lots of ultimate skill damage is also useful for like at least rogues with no witness. It's okay. For builds that really want to reset their ultimates, this is okay. Actually, wait a minute. So, Rain of Arrows cooldown is 55 seconds, right? Or is it 50 these days? How much is it? We saw the Word of Arcane earlier. You can easily hit a cooldown reduction cap with just Word of Arcane now. Question is, how much is the base? 50. So, the minimum cooldown is 12.5 seconds. So you can do Rain of Arrows, Flicker Step Evade, and 2.5 seconds later you can shoot Rain of Arrows again. That's kind of interesting. Okay, Yen's Blessing. That was a pretty popular item for Barbs, I think. And for some Druid builds, I think. Lots of Auras. Very good for Barbs. Movement, all stats, resource generation. They removed the damage reduction from it. But I gave it lots of Auras and resource generation. That's pretty good. I think that's a good update. Yen's Blessing is definitely going to be nice. Okay, Razor Plate. This looks basically unchanged. It's just like a higher effect, goes to 200% now. And if everything else seems similar. 200%. I mean, it's like a small buff. It's not that crazy. It's just a bigger burst sometimes, I guess. Soul Brand. Here we go. Barrier Generation. Potion Capacity. Damage reduction while healthy. You gain 30% damage reduction while you have a barrier and may drink your healing potions while at full life. 400% barrier donor. They also buffed health pots, I believe. No? I think they buffed health pots at some point, like the flat value of health pots. So this instant healing actually is bigger, and then gives you 200% of that, and then it gets like, I don't know, 60% extra barrier generation. So you get like, I don't know, 400% of your instant healing of the potion as barrier when you press it. Which could be easily like 10k plus barrier just from pressing potion. Interesting. Not really sure if I would call it good just yet, but it might be worth trying. I might try this item. Okay, Fist of Fate, we have seen. Fist of Fate is nuts. Four seconds is too low. Frostburn, they've also shown this already. Attack speed, fire and cold damage, and then elemental surge temper. Big chance to freeze. Now, which build would actually want to use this? It probably needs to be either a fire or a cold build, which means it needs to be a Sorc, because no other class really has those elements. And then which Sorc build would go with a Frostburn instead of a glove that says +7 to core skill ranks? And which Sorc will cares about randomly freezing stuff? Ice shards. Ice shards leveling. But Ice Shards also doesn't have like really like crazy like a hit or something, does it? For like the elemental search procs here. I don't know. Like, I mean, if you're playing Ice Shards, then why don't you have Ice Shards gloves? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not very convinced of this. Requires level 100. That's a bit strange, actually. But this might be like, you know, because like a fake tooltip or something. Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, let's see. Attack speed, cooldown, chance to stun, and 3 to basic skills. 4 to basic skills. Okay, did the effect change? No. Okay, that is very good actually. It lost a crit. But not every basic skill cares about crit actually. It gets cooldown, which is very cool, and basic skill ranks. It's pretty good. Pain Gorgeous, very good. Yeah, that's not a nerf. Yeah, it lost a crit, but it gained a lot of other good stuff. Godslayer, okay, this is gonna be interesting. All stats. Cooldown is still there. Slightly better even. Damage to elites. Maximum life. Okay, good stat line. Okay. Yeah, Godslayer came out pretty well out of this, I think. The all stats is just kind of like nice. Damage to elites is nice. Better than whatever Kraken duration and percent damage did there. So, not a crazy upgrade, but I'll take it. Temerity, here we go. 7.5% maximum life, cool. Healing received, okay, much higher. Damage reduction by healthy, very good. And chance to heal. No more potion drop rate. And the barrier goes to 100%. Okay. Now, I wonder if they fixed Temerity, that's the big question. Did they fix Temerity? Do we have patch notes? Temerity. At least this doesn't work. So the problem with Temerity is that it's a very strong item. Even the current version is pretty good. It's just that this doesn't scale with your maximum life, it scales with your base life. And if that is still the same, then it's kind of worthless. Godslayer procs on boss 2 now? It already did. Remember, Shaco exists. Well, the highest pit clear in the world ever was completed with a Godslayer crown, not with a Shaco. Assets of the Dawning Sky. All stats. They really like putting all stats on these items, huh? Movement, maximum all rest, 2.5%. And resistance to all elements. I take damage on non-physical damage type, again 15% maximum rest to that damage type. Okay, so when you get hit by one, then you instantly cap out, basically, with the 15%. And then you have like a bit of like a baseline extra maximum rest to all elements. Would I want to use this? I guess Heads of the Dawning Sky can always just kind of like come out. Maybe like in the expansion, for example, with the raids, maybe there's gonna be like, you know, very like thematic, like there's a fire boss, there's a poison boss or something, right? And then you just swap this thing in, and you're gonna be like super protected. This is kind of like where I maybe see something like Dawning Sky being used. Will Sky Hunter be Biz or crit damage? I didn't see Sky Hunter yet. Okay, Barbarian, let's go. Oh, and Adnis. 50% damage implicit, 90 strength. Okay, maximum resource. Critical strike damage. So it's kind of weird, like they took the implicit and they made it a stat. And then they took like basically the damage of dual wielded weapons, I mean, which you're gonna do, right? And then put it on the inherent, like it's kind of whatever, huh? Overpower damage. What the fuck? Oh, they buffed it actually. But you also lose more fury. Oh. But man, 0.5% increased damage per point. But you lose 10 fury. 10 fury is a lot. Didn't see anything about Victimize. Yeah, Victimize is probably dead then. I'll try to follow up with them and clarify if there's... It's just like not in patch notes. Bash overpower build. Yeah. You can do dual wield overpower. It's just kind of strange to have overpower here because, you know, it's also such a, like, you know, double swing weapon and stuff, right? But not necessarily only double swing. I just was thinking about double swing, which doesn't overpower reliably. Ancient's Oath. Lots of strength. Lots of damage to close. 16% cooldown reduction. And 6 ranks of Steel Grasp, okay. And 60% for 5 seconds. And 130 vulnerable. It's not bad. 5 seconds is also kind of long enough. 5 seconds is not bad. The cooldown reduction is crazy. I like Ancient's Oath. Hellhammer, they showed us. Big upheaval. Big burn as well. I wonder if the burn can actually scale high enough to be useful. Do the other items have empty sockets that's slightly more powerful? Nah, I think it's just like kind of random generated items basically. So sometimes they come with sockets. Overkill. 45% of the base damage. Nice. Thanks to death blow. 350% damage to injured. Injured is not really what you want on this, so you kind of want healthy if anything. You want to one-shot stuff. Strength won't fizz. Okay, I mean, Death Blow is going to be a build anyway, including this item, and it's just getting quite a bit better, so why not? Field of Crimson, they've showed us. Yeah, they should have made this like healthy enemies and not injured enemies, I think, with the Death Blow, but okay. Battle Trance, they've shown this one. 100,000 steps. Evade grants 10% attack speed for 3 seconds. Movement speed per walking arsenal bonus. So this would be either 3 or 4 times. I wonder if it's 4 times. Because the final bonus, I think, should maybe also count. Damage to stunned enemies and ground stomp size. Gain 100 fury and ground stomp. Every 10 seconds. I might try it when I level a Barb this season. If anything, it's gonna be a good leveling item. Solves your resources, solves your speed, solves your cooldown reduction for your ultimate. Rage of Harrogat. Damage over time, damage action from bleeding. Okay, now he has like straight up flat crit chance. That's pretty big. And some life and no more thorns. Okay. Kinda good. Gores. 5 ranks of Whirlwind. Movement speed. Attack speed. And a buff to the power. I'm not sure how good Gores actually is currently. Maybe it's good enough for like a pure burn build. If Death Blow worked against non-healthy, it would be thematic without requiring so much pre-use damage. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to like reset Death Blow and stuff like that, so it's fine. It's just like how Death Blow works. You have to kill enemies with it. It's just kind of weird to have like damage to injured when usually Death Blow is good when you one-shot enemies, right? You just want to go and one-shot everything. On the other hand, I guess you can like mega like execute bosses and stuff with Death Blow. I mean, it's scaled over an area. That's pretty good actually. Okay, Twin Strike. Let's see. After casting double swing 4 times, and hit for 2 additional times, that's after 40% damage. Thanks to double swing, crit attack speed. That's a lot of attack speed on this thing. I already had a lot of attack speed actually. It now gained crit and strength. I mean, it's quite an upgrade for the item. But double swing without twisters is not double swing currently. And I think this will not save it. Like, double swing twister is the way, and this will not save it, I think. Tuscan. Okay, life, attack speed while berserking, damage while berserking, movement speed while berserking. Kinda cool. I like the theme. No more maximum resource. Effect unchanged. Okay. Still a pretty decent item. But considering how much they buffed Shaco, like the good thing about Tuscan was in the past, Tuscan was actually pretty close to Shaco for some builds. If you could use like the maximum fury, for example, double swing from Radni or something, Tuscan was actually pretty close to Shaco. But now Shaco has been buffed a lot more than Tuscan has been buffed, I think. So not really crazy anymore. Area's bearing. Live, ultimate. They changed ultimate cooldown to ultimate damage. I wonder if the ultimate damage actually even affects these ancients, man. If I had to guess, the answer is probably no. But they put it on the ancient's power item, so maybe there's lots of res. That's called the ancient's cooldown reduction, actually. So they changed that actually to more. No more DR though. It's just res. Okay. I mean, this item was pretty trash last time, and the effect is still trash, I guess. Ring of Red Fury. Okay, lots of crit damage. Some fire res, okay. Attack speed, maximum resource. Oh shit! They deleted the resource generation on this item. That is bad. Oh my god. The resource generation was such a good part of this item. And it's gone. That is bad. Actually nerfed. Oh, they buffed the effect to 40% instead of 30. But the resource, that's gonna be felt, man. That's gonna be rough. Because I actually used this item for the Deathblow. For Deathblow Barb with third blade. This was actually going to be like the build that I wanted to make with Barb. Use Red Fury, and the thing is, you have to spend and generate 100 Fury every Deathblow. You have to spam Deathblow, and you have to spend and generate 100 Fury every hit. It's not easy. And this was a pretty big part of it, yeah. Maybe you can solve it, but man, rough. Rough. And also, they removed the resource generation from the Banished Lord's Talisman, which was also in the build. Like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna save this. That's crazy. Okay, Ravenous, we've seen this. Alright, so this is the Barbs. Druid. Fire res, man, on that ring, man. Holy shit. As a Barb, usually you don't go for individual resistances. Often you just go for all res. Emphasize having to solve resource generation at the Campfire. Yeah. The thing is, you have this ring, and then the other ring is a Starlight aspect. It's already like the strongest resource power, basically. Crown of Lucian is not listed. Oh no. That sucks if it's not listed. I wonder if they changed it at all. Okay, Maximum Gibbous we've seen. Gibbous, sorry. Flesh Render, here we go. This number seems higher than on life. 6,000. Increased by 15% for 100 willpower. You can get to like 100k flat damage or so per shout. Cooldown, defensive skills, life, and willpower. Special Druid gonna be a thing now. For Helltide, it's gonna be very powerful, I think. You just walk around and you shout. Have you guys seen that? There's like a video of a guy who's done like a pit push of this. And he just runs around, debilitating roar. Boom, 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 boom. Which is actually not that terrible. But then there comes the boss and he just like shouts at the boss for like 9 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Because he has no single target damage. Okay, the crown. We've seen that one. Dolmen Stone. Movement speed by Hurricane is active. Nature Magic cooldown reduction. Wrath skills, Crushing Earth. Okay. Each rotating border increases the damage by 0%. What? Boulder damage increased by 30% for each one currently rotating, even after 10 boulders. That seems like a lot. Wait a minute. How does this work currently? The Dolmen Stone. 10% it says here. Okay, actually pretty heavy boulder buffs. Need to make sure I don't catch a cold here from the fan that Nini put there. Alright, Wrath skills. They made it work now after like a few patches. Wrath skills now actually affects the boulder, even with the neck. As far as I know. Movement speed while Hurricane is active. Kinda interesting. Also, again here, they removed resource generation. Like, they removed resource generation from a lot of these items. Wild Heart Hunger, let's see this one. This was a very good item in Season 4. Movement. No more damage reduction, which is sad. Shape-shifting attack speed. Cold resistance, very strange. And heightened senses. Heightened senses is pretty good. Okay, I mean the crit damage is useless, the overpower damage is also useless. We lost the damage reduction. But we gained heightened senses, so I guess that's fine. Mini shapeshift. Oh, they buffed it to 60% now. What the fuck? So it's like 20 times. Up to 60%. Okay, that White Tongue is crazy now. 60% damage. Like, this was the main reason to use it, actually. What's the damage? Previously it was 30%, now it's 60%. That's insane. The R, nah, but Cold Res? Yeah. I mean, you have the R in Heightened Senses. Heightened Senses is a damage reduction passive as well. Pick the red phone and say to Blizzard that nature magic tag is still a cosmetic for wolves. Yeah, fun fact. Every tag that you add to wolves is cosmetic, actually. You can add like nature magic, storm, werewolf, everything. It's all cosmetic. Cold Res is definitely kind of random here. But I mean, I guess it's for the flavor or something, who knows. Very good item though. Vital Hunger is insane. Mad Wolf's Glee. Lots of life. Werewolf attack speed. 5 to digigrade gate. That's 4% movement speed per point. While werewolf. And 5 ranks to werewolf skills. Very good actually. Pretty good item. Insane speed. Lots of damage. Pretty good. Okay, Insatiable Fury. Oh, that's interesting. Plus 4% to Usign strength bonuses. That is pretty good. Wait, all of them? The life, the damage, the overpower damage? It has 3 bonuses. Additional life, while healthy, extra damage, and then increased overpower damage. Wow. So if it buffs all of them, 4%, let's say like 6, without Master or crits even like 8% or something, it's kind of crazy. 4 to Iron Fur as well, this is here, damage reduction. It's 4% damage reduction per Werebear, overpower damage, and maximum life, 10%, 12.5%. And also 5 ranks. Wow. Okay, this is a very good item. I think this is very strong. And it has no longer this shitty armor in werebear form. Yo, Chronix. Thanks for raid, man. Yeah, you're going for the uniques right now. I heard that they're flying to Irvine. Sounds pretty cool. Bear Landside is gonna be wild. Bear Landside, huh? I'm not sure about that. But maybe. Yeah, I guess you can do bear. Use and strength. The problem is like you don't really overpower that much with Landslide. You don't really get much of this overpower stuff from use and strength and the chest. Sounds great. Less time in season 5. Where do you see these? Yeah. Okay, Insatiable Fury. Both the shapeshifting chests on Druid are really strong though. Very good. Hey, Toka. Chokes on us. No new uniques are listed. Yeah, I will ask them, but I guess other people probably have asked already. What's up with the new uniques? It's kind of important to know. Doombringer looks like the last hope for Barb death. Wait, are you complaining that Barbs are too squishy? We heard from our friend that we will somehow be able to bring Uber Uniques from Season 4 into Season 5. Is this true? I think you should reconsider your choice of friends. Alright, Unsung Ascetics Wraps. Crit, damage to distant. Lightning Storm, 6 ranks Lightning Storm by the way. 3 to Defiance. And 40% extra damage. They buffed Lightning Storm a lot then. Crazy. Pretty powerful. They get the additional grow. They get a double, and they get a 40% damage. Like this item alone is actually like a hidden like ×3 damage multiplier. Just this effect. It's like plus 200% damage if you count it all together. And then all this. Tempest Roar, okay. Willpower, Resource, Lightning Rest. So they, for some reason they changed Poison Rest to Lightning Rest, cause why not? And Wild Impulses. I guess Druid has Poison Rest on a tree somewhere, right? On the Paragon. 2 to Wild Impulses. That's pretty decent actually, Wild Impulses. Which versus? Oh, yeah, right, that's this one, yeah. Call skills cost more and deal more. Kind of makes the resource problems worse that you have at the start when you play, for example, Tornado. On the other hand, they buff Perfect Storm, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it didn't really need to be much of a buff to this item anyway, so... The Wild Pass is already kind of useful, and the Willpower as well. It's definitely nice. Basilis. Percent Willpower, Life, Armor, and Defensive Posture. Defensive Posture is a very good passive now, actually. In Season 4 they buffed it to just have damage reduction. It's down here. 3% the Arbor fortified. And more fortify. Herb skills now also... Whatever skills and fortify for 5% of maximum life. I mean, that doesn't matter. You just fortified anyway. It's very easy to get. Okay, pretty nice. The armor is nice. Percent willpower is pretty nice. Pretty good. Bear greater than wolf buffs. Yeah, so far for sure. Very strong. So this is like for like the landslide stuff that people talked about. There's a way to play this with Basilis. I'm not sure if I did that. Did I do that? Did I do human or bear? I'm not sure what I did. I think I did human, but maybe we don't do this. Storm's Companion. I think I showed them right. Oh, Hunter Zenith. Willpower, Quick Shift, Heightened Senses, Predatory Instinct. Oh, which one is that? Wait. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I was wondering, like, this must be some really obscure passive that I never really care about. It's this one. And it is true. Predatory Instinct, man. I never looked at that name, actually. I never looked at the name of this passive. Okay. 5 ranks to it, huh? Instead of crit chance. You could argue that this is a nerf. Because this one, at least on the left, has crit chance under all circumstances. Okay, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Quick Shift is also slightly lower though. Only 2 ranks instead of 3. Not really a buff, I would say. At least. But I mean, Hunter Zenith didn't need one. Hunter Zenith is powerful. Aridas. Willpower, lucky hit, close, ultimate cooldown. 20% ultimate cooldown. Quite a lot. I guess because it can also temper ultimate cooldown. Okay. Yeah. 9,000 damage, and this damage increased by 1% per willpower. So they're like 1500 willpower, 1500% buff. It's like 140k flat damage. Interesting. Yeah, 10% crit chance to close enemies with the talent. But you're not always close. Hunter Zenith, I mean, okay, which builds use Hunter Zenith a lot? Tornado, I guess Tornado is generally kind of close. But not always. But I guess you generally stack close damage on Tornado. So yeah, maybe it's a general buff. But I kind of like the idea of having like the consistent crit chance, right? Earthbreaker, let's see this one. So this is like the item for the best Druid build in Season 5. At least the way it looks right now. Landslide is very, very good. And has a chance to cast Landslide twice. Very good. Okay. Earth attack speed. They actually nerfed the attack speed and made it specific to Earth. They gave it crit though, very good. And ranks to Landslide. Instead of to slow, damn. Okay, this is crazy. Earthbreaker is very, very good. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Alright. Should I maybe write some of these down actually? I think I missed a few. But we have to go back. Earthbreaker. Wild. 25% chance to cast twice, yeah, that's insane. And the ranks to the Landslide as well. Very powerful. It was already looking really good. This is definitely gonna be like the build. Necro. I'm excited to see Starfall Coronate on Sorc. What the fuck, Oofball? Be careful, man. Earthbreaker and Boulder got some big buffs. Yeah, I'm not sure about Boulder. Because Boulder had like some issues with like bugs. And then like some of the boulders didn't do any damage at all. And then I'm not sure if all the bugs are fixed on Boulder. Not sure what's the status there right now. We could try to make a Boulder planner as well. Okay, let's see, Black River. Lots of int. Corpse skills. Cute flash, fueled by death. Not really changed. And in fact, they reduced the size per additional corpse. But they buffed how much damage it gets. And it has a bit of attack speed. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is good enough for like a course build on its own. Lidless Wall. Yeah, I saw the implicit. It's definitely a bit buffed, but nothing crazy, I think. Size doesn't matter. Well, Adam Jackson disagrees, it seems. Okay, Lidless Wall. Has percent armor now. That's the implicit, that's kinda cool. And some more armor. Ah, fix an issue where a second border projectile granted by tempering affix did not deal any damage on use of Dolmen's Down. There we go. Okay, that's really good. Now the question is like, they have this weird cap of 10 boulders, right? How often do you hit 10 boulders? I guess it shouldn't be that hard when you like double cast all the time. Just 5 casts. Or 6. Okay, lots of armor. Like, this wall will just kind of solve armor by itself. And then you have Bone Stone duration. A lot of it. Cooldown and bone skills. And the good part here is that I think they have not really done any fundamental changes to shields. I told the guys, like, hey, you have shields in a weapon slot, but you can't put weapon tempers on it. So shields do not exist currently. And they were like, yeah. At least this wall exists. That seems useful. But which build will run it? In the past, this was like a Bone Spear thing. Sacrifice everything, go Bone Spear. And I think this is exactly what I would still do with this thing. Cool. It is more kind of back, I'd say. Bloodless Scream. Darkness skills. Freeze duration. Loss of int. Non-physical damage. Darkness skills generate enemies for up to 100% and deal 200% increased damage to frozen enemies. Darkness skills have a 100% chance to generate 25% resistance against frozen enemies. Doesn't really solve the problem of this item. 200% damage sounds like a lot, huh? If you go for like a stagger kill on the boss, I don't know. Darkness skills, huh? Why not meat buckets? Frostborn and this. I mean, it's not hard to freeze enemies. You can always just like Worldly Fortune, freeze temporary your stuff. They showed this one. Ebon Piercer. Chance of Blight projectiles to cast twice. Useless. Blight, useless. Reaper's Pursuit, very nice. And Gloom, also very nice. I wonder if they nerfed the damage of this. Like, we can't really tell from these numbers here. But you don't actually deal damage of Blight. Yeah, we'll see if like they said anything about the new uniques or something. Let me check. Okay, I was gonna ask a question now. Because I didn't really see like anyone saying it or something. Okay, I don't know. So they haven't really said anything about it yet with the new uniques. Grease of the Empty Tomb, they've shown this one. Mutilator Blade. Okay, let's see this one. Loss of life. Blood Lance duration. Damage reduction on enemies affected by blood skills. Very interesting stat, actually. Affected by blood skills. Which means lanced. Blood Lance ranks. Wow, Blood Lance, maybe Blood Lance deal damage to 45 you. Blood Lance deals increased damage. Now it's really strong. A huge buff as well to the item. The problem with Blood Lance though is it has like no single target damage. Like Blood Lance is actually relatively good in AoE damage. I remember back in AoZ times, I walked into a tier 20 with my trash Necro, and I was actually killing shit. But then comes the boss fight and he can't do it shit. And so far nothing ever solved that problem for Blood Lance. It has no single target. Thanks, Fake Blood. What did you miss? You're going for the uniques right now, that's some crazy stuff. Blood Artisans. Lots of life. Damage after picking up a Blood Orb. Blood Orbs restore resource. Bone Spirit. After picking up 3 Blood Orbs, a free Bone Spirit is spawned. Huh. Free. Okay, could be interesting with like Blood Wave. I think each Blood Wave spawns 3, right? Or something. Or even more, is that from the aspect? No, it's 3. And then you get like 3, you get like 9, you get like... Yeah, each Blood Wave basically gives you a free Bone Spirit. So you get 3 Bone Spirits just by casting Blood Wave. Howl from below. Lucky hit, and lots of corpse attack speed. Corpse explosion fears and slows. And corpse explosion. I wonder how big the slow is. The slow needs to be like 80% at least for this to not feel terrible. Self-detonating, corpse explosion summons a skeleton. Yeah, okay. This is kind of the same. Yeah, I don't know. Boss health across the game reduced from 30,000% to 6,000 in World Tier 4. Well, I think this is mostly like this bug that they're fixing. There was like this bug where bosses were like way too tanky for some reason. So I wouldn't really count on bosses just being a lot squishier now. Bloodlands can pick up blood orbs on its own. Yeah, Bloodlands can easily get blood orbs. But there's no synergy between blood orbs from Bloodlands and Blood Artisan's Cuirass to spawn bone spirits, right? Like you would just like try to create like, some blood orb engine, but you don't actually try to do damage with Bloodlands in that case or something. Cruel's Embrace. They showed us Deathless Visage. Chance of Bone Spear projectiles to cast twice. That's a lot. And lots of armor. But it deleted the damage reduction on it, which was actually kind of good. Maximum resource. 4 to Bone Spear. In effect, it's probably still useless. But the effect actually carries Lucky Hit, which is interesting. Okay, pretty good helm. Pretty good helm, I'd say. Now, would you use this over Shaco? Maybe. Shaco has armor. Shaco has the 4 ranks. But he can't masterwork. Doesn't have the Bone Spear cast twice. Has lots of cooldown and the R. And also the resource, I think. I think you would even consider running this over Shaco. The added damage to momentum. Interesting, okay. Now I wonder if they also fix the bugs of momentum losing stacks when you trigger item effects. Resource scales the bone spear damages. You want a lot of resource. Shaco also has resource though, the upgraded one. Blood Moon Breaches. 150% increased overpower damage. What the hell? Radiant attacks have a 7% chance. Okay. They remove amplified damage of it. And the damage reduction. So they nerfed the stats, let's say. But there's 150% overpower damage. Whoa. Wait, did I have... I think I had it in my planner for Bone Spirit though, right? Wait a minute, where's Bone Spirit here? Yeah, there's Blood Moon Breaches. So I was running it. But man, you're gonna be fucking squishy. Oh my god, dude. Dude, Bone Spirit is gonna be fucking cracked. Like, what? Compared to PTR? There's like another like 47% DPS buff. Crazy. Yo, Dust, hello man. Thanks. Bloodlife gets a 100% chance, it's every 5 casts. Yeah, Bone Spirit is gonna be Omega Glass Cannon, but holy man, what a cannon. Like, Bone Spirit is by far the strongest build, most likely, the way it looks. Unless there's other stuff in the patch now, so we'll see. Ring of Mandel, int damage, minion. +1 to Skeletal, Warrior, Mastery, Skeletal, Mage Mastery, and Golem Mastery. Wow, okay. Macro is gonna make a video about this ring. I can promise that. He's gonna make a video just about Ring of Mandel, explaining why this rework sucks. And I gotta say, I have to agree with him preemptively already. Oh, we had some other sub earlier actually from Liquid. I missed that. Thank you, man. He's already crying about grandfather. Yeah, the thing about Mandelness is that it's like an item for a non-minion build that happens to have minions, basically. And this is what Mandeln does. Because this explosion Every 6 attack from your minions explodes, blah blah. This actually scales with your damage, not with the minion damage. And now they added all these like minion things there, right? And this is exactly not what you want to use Ring of Mandelm for. So, Macro will explain this for 20 more minutes that I can't be bothered to do right now. But for sure, this is what he's gonna do. Okay, Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. Corpse Scales, Grim Harvest, Movement Speed, Lucky Hit. Movement Speed on the ring is kinda cool. The effect. Corpse Terrors every 6 seconds, that's very good. Holy. Okay. Which one is Grim Harvest again? Ah, it's this generation thing, okay. Very good. Very good. 6 seconds Corpse Terrors is really cool. Yeah, I also love playing with Sacrilegious Soul. This is like a nice buff for sure. The move speed on it, man. Alright. Finally. Where's Rogue? Let's go. I'm excited to see Ashira's actually. We don't know about the starter builds yet. I think they haven't told us. Isn't this too much power creep? Yeah, some of the stuff is definitely kind of power creep, but I mean, it's like, you know, 2 months before the expansion, so doesn't matter too much, I think. Expansion is gonna nerf everything. Okay, we start with Ashira's. Life. Crit, Lucky Hit, Weapon Mastery. And up to 40% attack speed. Weapon Mastery is very powerful for dual wield builds in particular. It's basically 2 passives in one. So getting 2 ranks, 3 ranks, maybe 4 ranks even with Masterworking. It's basically like 8 passive ranks. That's a lot of damage. Weapon Mastery is very powerful for dual wield builds. It definitely has way better stats than before. Like, all the stuff before was kind of pointless, besides maybe the Lucky Hit. Okay. Definitely worth keeping in mind for like dual wield builds. Pretty decent, I'd say. Condemnation. Okay, here comes another one. Wait. You can now use it? No, it hits with this weapon. You have to use this weapon. It has percent damage instead of close, that's what I mean. Okay, yeah. It's not really too relevant. But I gave the same treatment to Condemnation, 50% damage. And then Dex, basic attack speed, damage per common point spent. I'm not sure if that works for poison, but I mean the entire item doesn't work for poison anyway. Chance to make enemies vulnerable, kinda cool. Core skills, C4's increased damage. Base skills using 50% chance to generate 3 common points. So you have 50% instead of 30. This means that on average, if you do like a 1-1 rotation, you're gonna get 2 common points instead of only 1 without a weapon. Or instead of like 1.6 with the weapon before. You get 2 on average. So you can do like, you know, either 1 or 2 attacks. And just gamble for the fill. The problem is that if you gamble for the fill, you don't get the effect, right? If you don't hit it. That's like the main downside of this thing. Like, you need to have 3 common points to get anything from the weapon. And you have a chance to generate 3, but you can't really play around that chance, right? You can't react to it because it's too fast. If you like puncture, like, you have to either gamble for it or you have to go for the 3. And it didn't increase the number. I'm not sure if it's buffed enough, but who knows, maybe. Some build might use it. Could be decent with Undies. Undies that does so much damage with core skills, right? Okay. Doesn't the damage per common point spent helps with that? Yeah, I'm just talking about this like common point fill mechanic, right? The common point fill mechanic is like 50% chance. Okay, half the time you get it, half the time you don't. And if you do like a 1 common point hit, then you kind of just wasted everything. Because the 1 combo is already way weaker than 3 combo points, and you also don't get a condemnation bonus. You do like maybe half the damage. It's Abyss Sky Hunter. Well, let's see. 170 crit damage, 18 attack speed, 250 crit damage again. 45% chance of marks and projectiles to cast twice. How does it compare to current tempers? It's 35. Okay, so it's more than on the current tempers. And 2 to stutter step. So they put wind force, movement speed, and here we have stutter step. Kinda strange. No more exploit ranks though. And then when you deal damage, it's a 6% increased crit damage and gain 60 energy. So they buff the effect as well. It's definitely a huge buff. Is it good enough? It's a lot of crit damage. Like with a bit of masterworking, this is gonna be like over 500, 600% crit damage. A lot more than you can get out of a normal bow. And you have more cast twice. And the interesting part is you have marksman projectiles cast twice. And you have enough of it that you can get 100% of it with just this weapon. Which means you could actually play Penarf with this. And it also like shoots your Heartseeker twice and stuff like that as well. Because why not? Kind of interesting. I wonder if this is an enabler for like Penarf. Like good old Penarf with precision. Or something like that. Otherwise you can also just play like some Barrage spam build if you want. And just get like infinite resources on this. Barrage already has its own weapon, but they could use this. Only position worked with basic skills. Yeah, I mean, it used to, and everyone was complaining about it. Works with Rain of Arrows. It does work with Rain of Arrows, but Word of Arcana already has its cast twice. So you don't really need this. And Word of Arcana is traditionally a poison build, where precision has no place. Or crit, for that matter. But there may be a scenario where you can do a crit Rain of Arrows build. I don't think you do Sky Hunter for it though necessarily, because you actually have very powerful effects to put on your weapon. Crit Heartseeker instead of Vulnerable. Yeah. I mean, Victimize is probably dead. Which means Heartseeker is probably dead. I mean, maybe you can try to do like a Heartseeker build based on close quarters combat. But that sounds really shit, honestly. Wind Force. We've seen that. Barrage casts twice. Barrage double damage. Wind Force is pretty decent. 4 ranks of Barrage. Don't underestimate that. 55% cast twice. You're gonna hit 100% easily. The question is, what are you gonna do with all the other tempers on your weapons, man? If you have all this cast twice here already, what are you gonna put? Cult Observation is also kind of dead now. Like, who the hell cares about Cult Observation now? Pen Shot casts twice, 55%. Pen Shot 4 ranks, 2 ranks to Malus. Isn't that like this, basically a copy of this? It's actually a copy. This one has attack speed, this one has movement speed. That's the only difference. Pen Shot makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Every 4th cast bounces off walls and deals 150% more damage. So I assume that the damage already is applied before the bounce, right? So it's 150% every 4 casts. So you have 3 casts. And then... So our average benefit is 37.5% without hitting again with the bounce. Let's just assume it does not hit. Maybe it's like 40-50% or so total benefit. 4 ranks of Pen Shot is pretty good. It's definitely way better than any other stat I could have. Yeah, I think Eagle Horn is good enough. Damage per Dark Shard Shadow on daggers is an offensive temper, not a weapon temper. I was talking about the weapon tempers. Yeah, what are you gonna do when you have 100% on your skill already? I guess you're gonna go to Cloud Observation anyway or something. Okay, Word of Arcane, they showed it. 90% chance the Rain of Arrows ways to cast twice. So just a little bit of masterworking and it already hits cap. It's kind of funny. Because you can't go over 100% anyway. And the Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction is also 42.5%. Just masterworking it without a crit gives you 61.6. And with one crit, 72.25. So one masterwork crit on a good roll of the cooldown, and you're basically capped. Like, okay, what do you temper? What do you try to masterwork on this item actually? The chance to cast twice is going to be capped by default. And the Rain of Arrows cooldown, you get one crit. That's it, basically. Yeah, and then it's just like, I don't know, some ultimate damage, some imbuement. Kinda funny. Is it good enough though? I mean, you can get a Rain of Arrows cooldown to 12.5 seconds before Flicker Step or Preparation. Ah, we haven't seen Beastfall Boots yet. Here they are, actually. Maximum Resource, Movement, Ultimate cooldown, and Agile. I'd say the stats are actually nerfed, honestly. And then they give it a bit more energy, but who cares? Yeah, I don't like this change that much. I kind of like the flat cooldown, the flat damage reduction, like everything was kind of nice. And now we have ultimate cooldown and agile. Why agile? I should have put imbuement skills have +3 charges. I'm hoping for that for the cowl. Okay, Scour's Letters. Damn, it still doesn't have 100%. I was hoping it would get 100% chance. Okay, lots of life, movement speed while inner sight gauge is full. Inner sight duration. Okay, those are, at least the inner sight duration is kind of nice. Actually, you can temper inner sight duration. I think, is that a weapon temper? Or is it offensive? I think it's offensive. Never mind. Damage reduction of enemies affected by traps. So it lost dodge, gained life. I guess that's fine. Yeah, not really enough, I think, for this item. But inner sight duration actually feels good for this. You can up it a bit and you can get like some 7-8 seconds inner sight with a 4 seconds downtime. Grasp of Shadow. Oh no. Attack speed, lucky hit. Ultimate. Ultimate. What? And core skill ranks. I think this item is nerfed. It has -1 on the core skill ranks. No more decks. Yeah, okay, whatever. Cow of the Nameless. Now that's an interesting one. 55 crowd control duration. That's like insane for Stagger. Rapid gambits, unstable elixirs, and trick attacks. Gain 40% increase like a hit chance against crocodile enemies. Okay, so... Fuck, what does Rapid Gambits do again? They changed it in Season 5. Evading through an enemy dazes them for 2 seconds. Your weight cooldown is reduced. Okay. So you have that. And then you have Unstable Elixirs, very good passive now. It's 6% damage for 10 seconds after using a potion. This is like a, that goes into basically every rogue build. That's a good one. And trick attacks is very powerful too. And this seems to be like the only source of it as well. Because I kind of doubt they're updating the amulet roll table. Trick attacks is very strong. But would I use this helm? It's good for a stagger, man. 50,000 crocodile duration. That's a lot. It's like way more than Exploiter and what is that? The other one, smiting aspect. Bone Spear gonna be strong. Yeah, Bone Spirit is gonna be fine, but Bone Spirit exists. Godslayer with Outclasses. Yeah, Godslayer is kind of cool, to be honest. I love playing with Godslayer. So I think I would also take Godslayer over this, like any day, just because Godslayer feels good. Like it's just fun. And this here is a powerful item for farming. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting item though. Maybe they will find its muse. Okay, Ice in the Dark. Traps arm 1 second faster. Very good. Lots of life, lots of ultimates. Damage reduction from trapped. And 4 to Aftermath. And Death Trap deals 100% increased damage. Yeah. Not sure if I really want to use it. But I think it's usable. I think this is an okay item. Not because the Death Trap does so much damage with it. But if you go for no witnesses, and this is your source of ultimate damage, like you need one big source of ultimate damage if you go for no witnesses. If you play a Death Trap build, you will use no witnesses. And you need one source of ultimate damage. And there's a bunch of uniques that do that, and this is one of them. Another D3 item. Yeah, it's okay for something like this. Because Death Trap is not like a carry skill or something, right? We're seeing some changes in the unique items equipment tier list. Yes. Hey Dark Beast man, thanks for 49 months. Okay, Riffing Band of Trickery. Dex, crowd control, trap damage, Subterfuge cooldown. This effect is counted as a trap skill and can only spawn one decoy trap every 6 seconds. Now I wonder if that actually... So with the totem for Umbercrux it did not work. This effect is counted as a trap skill. This could not trigger like ambush glyph and deadly ambush node and stuff like that. But here you actually have kind of like a continuous effect. The decoy trap, maybe it works. Who knows? Not very convinced though. Doesn't have crit anymore. Doesn't have life anymore. I don't know. Like, what are these stats? I don't like it. You know why all the gloves have 1 less armor? All the gloves. Might be rounding. Because the gloves get half an armor per item power. Maybe it's rounded down instead of up. Scoundrel's Kiss. They buffed it. How's attack speed? Crit strike chance to each enhanced rapid fire bonus. Plus 4% crit strike chance to each enhanced rapid fire bonus. Chance rapid fire to cast twice. Okay, no immune cooldown. Interesting. And rapid fire ranks. And 35%. They buffed rapid fire, man. Strange, but okay. Like, you know, this was already used for the build anyway, right? It's like, and it's already like one of the strongest builds. Kind of weird. You're hoping they will fix Victimize? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, Saboteurs, we've seen this. Alright, here comes the Sorc. So I gotta say for the Rogue, I'm not really too impressed by most of these reworks. So the bows, they seem kind of strong. Ashiras. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, we checked our vertical com. Okay, Fractured Winter Glass. 30% chance of frozen object has to cast twice. Conjurations cooldowns are reduced by 0.1 seconds when it actually 0.3 seconds when a frozen orb explodes. Wild. And 4 to Conjuration Mastery. And 65% chance to spawn a Conjuration when it explodes, and 90% chance to launch a frozen orb. It is actually crazy, man. That is insane. Like, this item is just like twice as good as before, man. Crazy. And in fact, I actually just made a video about this. How OP it is and how much stronger this is than like basically any other item in the game almost or something. You know, having a build that runs Fractured Winter Glass versus having a build that does not run Fractured Winter Glass is such a massive gap. You know, if you just have any other random amulet in a frozen orb build. And now they just double this, you know. It's actually crazy, man. This thing is nuts. For sure. Fractured Winter Glass. Crazy. No CDR. Yeah, who cares at this point? Okay. Asus Helm. 3 seconds. Oh, it was already 3 seconds actually. I thought it was 2. Movement. Crit damage, resistance to all elements. And it goes to 40% crit now instead of 30. And the lost mana cost reduction. Yeah, okay. Movement speed for 7 seconds after killing elite. That's longer now. That's kind of cool. But yeah, Asus was already good enough. That's fine. It's like Mythic unique level. I would say Fractured Winter Glass. Like for Frozen Orb specifically, this item is way better than any other unique in the game. You know, better than like Lucian, better than Shaco or whatever. Like if you can compare like the relative value of, you know, getting this item or getting this item if you have to choose, then Fractured Winter Glass is like up here, and then comes like maybe the Shaco here or something, and then like Ethereals here, and then comes the rest, like I don't know, Tarashas. Okay, Raiment of the Infinite. Int, Glass Cannon, Elemental Attunement, and Shocking Impact. Very random. Okay. So you get 2 ranks of Glass Cannon now, which is already nice. A bit more int. Elemental Attunement. This is the DR, no? No, this is the cooldown reset. Elemental Attunement is align the elements there, okay. So there's a cooldown reset there. And Shocking Impact is a stun, I think. Is it? Every time you stun an enemy, deal damage to them. Okay. Okay. I mean, anything is better than what it was in terms of stats. No one cares about the stats really, I guess. It's just a good item, so it's fine. Damage on stun, yeah, that's the one. Okay, we saw Illuminator. Pretty good. Flameweaver. Lost attack speed. Bigger Firewall. Chance of Firewall to cast twice, very nice. And Pyromancy skills instead of Firebolt. So it lost attack speed and Firebolt ranks. Devouring Blades was useless anyway. Okay, that's pretty good. And they buffed the effect as well to 100% split damage now. Wow. Pretty strong. Firebolt Sorc. Okay, Starfall. Please. Okay, int, meteor size, cooldown reduction, slightly more than before, and 6 ranks to meteor. Meteor's mana cost replaced with 10 to 4 seconds cooldown and 2 total charges. Casting meteor drops 3 additional meteors around target and chance of 1 additional. 4 seconds. I mean, that helps. 4 seconds helps, I would say. This might make it a lot more playable. It's like minus 1/3 on the cooldown, basically. That's a lot. If you have a good roll. The problem is like the range of the cooldown roll is still so crazy. And basically anything that's not like, you know, at least 5 seconds or something is basically unusable. Not enough? Ah. Depends on like what else they change with cooldowns. They don't have cooldown from offense, right? But you get some back here, and then you have the effect that's better. Meteor size is also kind of cool to have. More overlap. No, I don't think it's gonna be the meta build. But it's definitely, if you find a good Starfall, I would hold on to it for sure. Third charge would help. Yeah, third charge would be nice too. It's very hard to get one. Well, it's dropped some beasts in the eyes, which you can now spam farm. Ice Heart Brace. Big life. Big Frost Nova size. Cold Rest. I mean, that's just like fluff, I guess. And Shatters Damage Echo. 6%. I think right now it's 30 or so, right? They buffed it. Yes. Interesting. And a 40% chance to unleash a Frost Nova. Very strong for like Helltide or something. Like Helltide Ice Shards item. Like making an Ice Shards Helltide stock, I'm gonna be very fun of this. But not much more than that, I think. Only need 75 cents CDR and 100% attack speed. It can spam it once every 0.5 seconds. Yeah, making Meteor Orb work is really tough, man. Go Ice Spikes with Blue Rose. It's giga insane. Yeah, but not with Ice Heart Brace. Like, this is for like the Ice Shards, I guess. Yeah, Blue Rose they showed us. Blue Rose is very powerful, so I think Frozen Orb and Blizzard are gonna be like insane, and also like Firebolt. Firebolt is still gonna be very powerful. It loses the perma immunity, but they have a lot more damage now. Yeah, I think Bone Spray will be pretty good. I should probably mention Blue Rose. Tal Russia, okay. Lucky hit, non-fizz, cooldown, potent warding. Oh. Wait. Wait, this is up here, right? Is this one? Yeah, this has all the maximum res. 2% per point. Wait, is it only for one element though, right? Casting a skill. All res and maximum resistance to that element skill. Okay. Potent warding. Oh, they buffed the effect. 20% up to 80. Oh my god. Okay. No more resource generation. Whew. Okay. Yeah, 80% is a lot. Like, you can't beat that. Even with only 3 elements. If you only have 3 elements, it's still crazy. 60%. Like, it's not that easy to get the 4th element. But there will actually be like a build where you even consider like not putting like chance to cast twice just to get an extra element. Auras on a ring. Yeah, that was already the case. Not that Sorc struggles with Auras. Potent Warden makes sense since you have to use 3 elements. I guess so. It's a kind of cool flavorful choice for the Potent Warning. I like that. It still has a cooldown. It still has a lucky hit. It doesn't have to resource anymore. Okay. And the non-physical damage. This is very nice as well. So it's a good number. It's like triple off before. Which helps you a lot with like Fish of Fate board and stuff. Russia. Pretty crazy. Flame Scar. Spore Lighting Sorc back. So far nothing indicates that. So this thing has life on hit and chance to deal fire damage. Has 2 inherent stats. And then int, lucky hit, incinerate size, and ranks to incinerate. Okay, so Flame Scar is still useless. basically. This is what I see here. Incinerate size doesn't actually help you for Incinerate. Has the same ranks. Has one more rank to Incinerate. So, okay, last time I calculated that if you happen to have like a greater affix Incinerate, and then like double, triple Masterwork it or so, you can get like, I don't know, that's 17 ranks I think to Incinerate or so. Now you can get something like 20 ranks. That was kind of comparable to what you could get from a staff. And now you have like an extra rank. But yeah, you have like so many ranks. 16 ranks. Bit of int. I mean, life on hit doesn't matter. Chance to deal fire damage doesn't matter. Lucky hit doesn't matter. Incinerate size doesn't matter. So it all it has is int. And one more rank. Yeah, it might be enough that if you have a really good flame scar, you would use it. But it's not exactly a huge buff to the build, I'd say. Yeah, forget it. Like, don't look at the numbers. The numbers here don't mean anything. This is just like dummy characters they're using there. I don't think that these I don't think for 1 second that these embers do anything. So forget about that. The Oculus. What do I think of this Andara's rework? Yeah, kind of weird that they buffed it, but okay. The builds that already use Andara's will continue using it, and the builds that didn't won't, so. Okay, so this thing has maximum evade charges inherent, attacks reduce evade cooldown inherent. Which is roughly the numbers that you would expect from like a masterworked version of this, I guess. And then it gets int, teleport damage, teleport size, and teleport ranks. And even more than before. Plus 12. You can get 32 ranks to teleport on this item. Teleport Noah's size is alright. I mean, for someone who wants to make a build out of this, I think that's fine. Teleport meta. It still remains a meme item just because of what it does. But at least it has a bit more viability for that meme, so. Okay, we saw the Endless Rage. Staff of Lam Asen. Lots of int. 100% chance to cast twice basically with faster work. Lots of resource cost reduction. That is not really a problem of charged bolts, to be fair, the resource cost reduction. And charged bolts ranks the same as before. And lightning damage. Caster charge bolts have an 80% chance to be attracted. Now here's like my problem with this item. 80% chance, man. Why is it not 100? At least on a high roll, you know? At least you could like reliably stand at range and just like shoot and shoot and shoot, and you don't have to feel bad that sometimes you just don't reach the target, right? Yeah, 2.7 multiplier is greater affix, triple masterwork. That's like the maximum. 2.7. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, charge bolts needs a lot more than this, but it's a good start. It's a good start. Okay, Isadora's. Int, crackling energy, movement after picking up crackling energy, and damage reduction per crackling energy charge. Damage reduction per crackling energy charge. Now that is... How many crackles can you have? Like 12 or something? That's a lot of damage reduction. I think it's 12. Upon connecting crackling energy, there's a 15% chance to release a Noah. That increased by 60% for every 100 int you have. So it seems like the effect was not actually changed. Actually, it looks like the effect was changed to a higher maximum value, because if you look at this here, it goes 180 to 240. The maximum is 50% more than the minimum. And here it goes 43 to 86. This is double of the minimum. So it might have extended it to go higher. but I have no idea how strong is the cracking build. And I don't think this makes it. There's a lot of crackle though. But it's not hard to scale cracking energy damage. There's a glyph for it and stuff. Some int, lost the cooldown, damage reduction. I mean, that's kind of helpful for a build like this, I think. Hello. Thank you. Did you watch the Campfire? How do you like it? Huh? Barb is dead, she says. What was that sound? Yeah, she was scratching the floor accidentally. Okay, so Isadoras, I'm not very convinced to be honest. Tarashas though. Okay, so it's where all the uniques. Holy. Okay, so let me just like double check this again. Quick. What was like the craziest stuff, guys? Okay, the mythic uniques we have already written down. We got those. Tables, okay. Like some of them are definitely like in a pretty weird spot. Where I think they potentially got nerfed. Rip Lifesteal and Andes. Yeah, that's okay. Fists of Fate. I should probably mention that. Fists of Fate. Engorger is pretty strong. Ramanadni, I should probably mention that. The nerf to Grass of Shadow is just insane. Maybe they're gonna fix Shadow Clone at some point. Who knows? Ancient's Oath. I kind of like it, but I don't think it's gonna be like necessarily like the #1 thing. Hellhammer. I mean, these are all like these kind of like weird off-meta Barb builds, right? These are good items, but it's still Hoda. You know, it's still Upheaval. It's still Deathblow. So I hear Crimson. Mage of Harrogate though, kind of log in. Gore, Strange Strikes. Yeah, the new uniques were not shown, unfortunately. Yeah, Waxing Gibbous is like a strong item, but it's still Shred, right? It's like, okay. But I mean, you know, it buffs a very weak build more than they buffed other builds. So I guess this is important, right? This is like what you want. They bring it closer together. Dolmen Stone, though. And the Earthbreaker. So these are some pretty good items. Wild Heart Hunger, insane. Also the two chests. Oh, actually, Druid got a lot of stuff. Mad Wolf. And Insatiable. They were pretty strong, unsung. Okay, Lidless Wall, I think, is also worth mentioning. Lidless Wall for like a Bone Spear build. Sacrilegious, very strong. Sacri... How do you spell that? Sacrilegious Soul. Okay. Blood Moon Breaches, man. Deathless, I mean, then we have Rogue. I mean, some of these items are like good, but I guess for the Rogues, it's mostly what matters are the bows. Sky Hunter, Wind Force, and Eagle Horn. Everything else doesn't really impress me. I guess the Scoundrels. Is that gonna play Rapid Fire? Yeah, Scoundrels Kiss got buffed. And then you have Sorc, you have Fractured Winter Glass. I mean, Azus, actually, also buffed. Very good. Flameweaver, Starfall. Yeah, I mean... Okay. Rogues down bad. Yeah, I disagree with that. $16 cooldown on the Steel Grasp weapon, right? Ancient's Oath. Very cool. Druid uniques, best buffs. Yeah, Druid's definitely got the most out of those, I'd say. They have a lot of really good uniques. What's the best class? Yeah, I haven't really gone through all the patch notes yet. So... We're gonna do that now. Okay. Alright, so SAR is here, so we're gonna do that little summary for YouTube, and then we're gonna go through the rest of the patch notes, guys. So I wanted to quickly check out all the unique items, and here we are like 2 hours later. Very interesting stuff though. Let me just open a few of them that we had mentioned here. So here's one. Here's one. Where's the sacrilegious? That's been down, yeah. Quickly, Omega Doll, yes. Okay, we're gonna do a short YouTube recording, guys. So that's that. The Campfire summary and so on. And then we're gonna finish going through the patch notes. I have actually not seen all of the balance changes now and so on. Okay, so I got this. Where's my Campfire chat stuff?
Time you go in or
Okay.
About all this new.
So we got that. I got a patch notes. Let's go link this already. Alright, 3, 2, 1. So, hi YouTube. We just finished watching the Campfire chat here for Season 5. It's going live on Tuesday, and there's a lot of stuff that I have been showing us. Yeah, so we had
from Adam
double
here in a second.
Adam and
But there were some
Adam,
additional changes as well to
Marcus,
some of
and
the
I also
in-game
had
bosses that
Daniel
we do
here
have.
from the
Like
office,
for instance, the
talking about all
first
the
one we're
changes
gonna
that
talk
I've
about
been
is
doing
the Beast and Ice. The
in
Beast
Season
and Ice,
5
of course,
since the PTR, and of course
required
all
a
the
sigil
unique items.
to
This is
actually
something that we
summon.
have been waiting
You would,
for.
or to
We
actually
just spent
create
like
the
2
dungeon
hours
to
going
go
through
in
some
to
of those
fight
new unique
the
items,
Beast and Ice.
and
There's
man,
no
there's some
longer a sigil that will
crazy
be required.
stuff in
And
there.
also the Beast and Ice is
At,
now way closer
I
to the
can't really
dungeon. It's going to be
put all
a
in
short
this video.
dungeon crawl similar
You should
to
definitely take a
the
look
other
at the patch
in-game
notes
bosses.
yourself.
So you're not
I've actually not
having to,
finished
go
reading
through
all of the patch notes
a
myself
lengthy
yet.
Yeah,
I
a whole
just
dungeon
went
just
through
to get
the
to the
items
bottom,
so
yeah.
far.
Likewise, no
And
more
I will
sigil dust
definitely
will
keep
be
you guys
required for
updated
summoning
with
the
more
Beast and Ice.
follow-up
And then, of course, we
videos
thought
since
about
there is,
internal players in this situation because some of them have actually crafted
what is
a
going
bunch
on?
of
Oh
sigils.
shit,
and
the
now some
background
sigils are
music, the background sound. Okay, sorry. It's fine, it's not on VOD. It's all good. Yeah, my chat is going crazy about this. Anyway, this is not on VOD. All good. Either way, so I have some summary here for the Campfire chat, so we can go through that real quick. The season theme was announced. It's the Hell Breach Dungeons. Well, the season theme itself is called Of Infernal Hordes. So that is kind of like the new big feature that they are advertising in the season. But it's a permanent feature, the Infernal Hordes. So this is like this new like wave survival mode. In case you have not seen that at all, you basically go into like this dungeon, you survive through waves of enemies, then there's like boons and banes you can pick. There's like this other reward type of currency that you get from performing well in there, and then at the end you have a boss fight. It's like a council fight against 3 guys at once, and you can open some chests based on how much ether you have gathered, giving you some of the new items, giving you some greater affix items or some materials, some gold, and so on. So that's kind of like how that works. There's going to be keys that you can also craft at the occultist. These waves last 60 seconds. You have to do like multiple waves. There's multiple tiers of difficulty and so on. And they have done a lot of changes since the PTR, where it was really bad and kind of boring and not very rewarding. They made it like much denser, much faster, more rewards, and it sounds like it's going to be pretty good, but we'll see exactly what will happen in the end. But for the season theme itself, this is actually, even though it's called Of Infernal Hordes, this is a permanent feature, and the Hell Breach Dungeons are the actual season theme, which is basically like a mini version of this Infernal Horde. So you kind of find them randomly in the world, and you go in there, and then you kind of have like a similar like stuff going on, but you actually delve deeper into the dungeon as you go, and then there's like a smaller boss fight at the end, and you also get like some of those other rewards, and you can get some of the items there. So this is kind of what the season theme does. There's also a quest line attached to this and all that kind of good stuff that we expect. And it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool, at least, now that they have done some of these changes. So I'm excited to try it out, at least. Now, some other big stuff that they have talked about in the Campfire chat. So the reputation system is coming back. You might remember the Iron Wolves and the Free Spark at the end. Yes, you get exactly the same stuff again, plus minus. Basically, from the new system, there's going to be something like that again. They buffed legendary drop rates post level 100. No more Angel Breath for enchanting. The tormented stacks in the pit, so they clarified this, in case you have not seen that or you don't know what I'm talking about. You know those stacks that you get when you fight Uberlith or when you fight tormented bosses, those were in the pit, on the PTR. And basically what they did is they nerfed the bosses in the pit to minus 66% of before, but once you stack up 3 times, which is the cap, then you're back to normal, basically. So it's a bit more forgiving at the start of the fight, and if you get hit multiple times, then bosses will start dealing a lot of damage, similar to the Season 4. So this is kind of what to expect there. It makes it easy to kind of like get into the pit system and learn the boss fights, basically. That's kind of cool. Group play also now benefits with 100% pit mats. That's kind of nice. And tormented bosses. This was actually kind of like a bomb they dropped there. You get 5 times the mats when you kill a tormented boss. And it also only just it costs 1 Stygian Stone now instead of 2 Stygian Stones. So you can now farm, for example, Barshan and all these boss materials, Grimoire, for example, now drop a lot more when you kill the small bosses, and then you can do a lot more of the other bosses as well. And they also said better chance of dropping mythic items. I'm not sure if they're actually raising it or if this is just something that they mentioned. But either way, we might actually expect even more drops in the future. At the very least, way easier to farm them because of the lower Stygian Stone requirement, which is huge. Some other small stuff, there's going to be more sources of Baneful Hearts. So on the Season 5 PTR in particular, they nerfed this quite a lot. And there's also going to be this World Boss Resilience. This was also something that we saw in the PTR that was not announced. But basically, World Bosses live a lot longer. They have like a kind of like a way to even out damage that people do somehow with this resilience effect. So you can definitely expect World Bosses to live for at least a little bit and not just get one-tapped or something. Some other thing is that future PTRs that will make it easier to test. I guess this only applies to very few people, but if you want to hop on the test round for a new server, which also means that there will be more of those in the future, which is good to hear. They're gonna just make it easier because last time there was a struggle at actually trying to find the items and so on. And there's going to be a patch pre-download 1 hour before season start, so that you can log in right at the right time if you have fast download at least, because last time people were upset that, you know, people were downloading while others were stuck in queue and like playing and so on. So kind of cool. Now, some balance changes. There's actually a lot of stuff, and as I mentioned, I didn't go through all of the patch notes yet. It's just kind of like the highlights that they've also shown on the stream. There's certainly a lot more details that we'll have to go over separately. But for now, the core stats are getting buffed. So Barbs are unchanged, but the Rogues get 1% damage per 9 dex instead of 10. And the other classes get 1% damage per 8 of their main stat. So this comes out as kind of like a 6 to 10% buff for Rogues, 12 to 20% for the other classes, depending on how much main stat you have in late game builds. Quite noticeable, to be honest. So in general, they talked about they want to, nerf Barb a little bit, but also want to try to make other adjustments to bring other classes up to Barb level since they were dominant for so long. And we have this as one of the changes in that direction, basically. Some other stuff and some bug fixes here. The Barb Twister glyph now works. Key passes are mega nerfed. So this is really where they took away most of the power for the Barbs. But there's also other buffs, and also, for example, unique buffs have also been added here. So there's, like, for example, the Hellhammer for Upheaval. So Upheaval gets a direct buff from like, just, some stuff. And then, for example, the unique as well. Kind of similar story here. Hoda, the aspect has been buffed a little bit, and these kind of things. So they're trying to like bring some of the builds closer together on the class. I guess Flay and Bash are still going to be up there as well with some of the new uniques, for example. But we have not actually seen the updated version of the new uniques. So we'll have to see how crazy some of those items will be. For Druids, we have a Boulder buff. I wrote Kek, but it's actually not so Kek. There were some other stuff, like especially like the Dolmen Stone that was also mega buffed here. I think Boulder is going to be legitimately one of the better builds for Druids. And then we also have Landslide. Landslide looks cracked. And then basically anything on the Druid is getting buffed. So they have gotten quite some power here. I think Druid's going to be pretty good in general. Earth Spike might be a thing. Some other changes they've done is like higher Paragon caps. So Thunderstruck, for example, was like really heavily nerfed in Season 4. That is like higher now again, and so on. Necros, Shielding Storm aspect was changed to grant you max life as barrier instead of base life. So that is like a massive buff to that effect. If you want to live, then Shielding Storm is probably the way. Really good, powerful defensive boost here. Big blood bust, but I don't really trust that this will be enough for like blood builds to be like really strong in the overall meta, but we'll see. And big like a hit bust for a lot of stuff for the Necros. But overall, I would say that for Necros, it looks like it's going to be mostly a Bone Spirit meta, at least in the late game. Bone Spirit seems to be potentially the strongest build in the entire game now. Like Bone Spirit seems cracked. On the PTR, it was hitting for billions, and I don't really see anything so far that really nerfed it. At least this is something to keep an eye on. Bone Spirit looks very powerful, but also very squishy. So this might be a bit of a struggle for some people. But overall, I guess Necro, they're gonna get a lot more mobility. They have a bunch of new, really nice mobility aspects, where they can like teleport or sever, or they can like evade like crazy with Blood Mist. There's some stuff there. Necros are looking fine, I would say. Rogues didn't get that much here. They buffed Flurry a little bit. Wind Force is now good. In fact, all of the unique bows seem pretty good. Even Eaglehorn, Skyhunter. I have them like in my list of like the kind of like crazy buffed uniques. That is actually like they're actually not memes anymore. All of these bows might be used now. And in general, rogues are looking pretty good. There's no mention of Victimized though, as far as I know, which means Victimized builds might be dead in Season 5, including Heartseeker. And this means that we have like Andariels and, a bunch of precision builds, like, Rapid Fire is there, Penshot, Barrage. There's a bunch of really good builds on Rogue, but yeah, there's more stuff to unpack here, we'll see. And I will try to get confirmation about the Victimized stuff, because at least on the PTR, Victimized was broken, and we don't know if they fixed it. Sorc, they're buffing everything, 15 to 20% on all the core and mastery skills, kind of nuts. Plus, they're buffing this here as well, so don't forget this part of the core stats. So that together already lifts up Sorcs quite a lot, plus a bunch of defensive buffs they have done already on the PTR. They have really big uniques. Some of them were buffed like crazy, and there's a lot of build-defining uniques on the Sorc that have gotten some pretty major upgrades here. So in general, a lot of Sorc builds are really moving up. I think Frozen Orb is going to be very powerful, Blizzard is going to be very powerful, and Firebolt is going to remain probably near the top as well. And yeah, there's probably going to be other stuff that you can play that is also really good on Sorc. So in general, I'm really looking forward to Sorc. I might start Sorc even for the season start. So looking really cool. Higher caps on the Paragons. So in general, I think Sorc's going to really feel the impact of this patch. Some other recap here that was already talked about or was on the PTR that maybe you've forgotten or haven't seen yet. World Tier 1 and 2 Helltide chests cost 75 cinders. There's also going to be more Grim Favors in Helltide, but they're all more concentrated basically in one zone. So you just go there, you do all your favors, you leave, and this is kind of how they want you to play Helltide. You can now stack the Profane Mine Cages 3 times. This is a seasonal feature only though. But you can now get plus 30 levels on Helltide monsters, giving you a lot more cinders and, well, just a bit bigger challenge as well, which is cool. Lower monsters you see can use Potwell to see it. Bosses can now be re-summoned inside the instance. So when you go Duriel farm, you can just kill Duriel over and over and over in the same instance until it crashes, I guess, inevitably. I did try out to crash on the PTR though, and I did not actually succeed. But maybe someone else will be. Okay, Beast in the Ice Dungeon is smaller as well. And rare items and bosses are converted to gold, which is cool. And +1 temper attack per greater affix, making it much less likely to break items. In general, they have also like rebalanced a lot of the temper manuals, so that they usually have like maybe only 3 or 4 choices instead of, for example, 5. So that it's also way easier to get the right tempers on your gear now, and you're gonna just not break them so often. And then some unique highlights. So there's actually some really crazy stuff in there, as I said. I really recommend to kind of go through them and check them out, but just a few that I can kind of show off here real quick maybe. So some of the mythic uniques are pretty busted. So we had Starlight and we had Shaco. I've already talked about the Shaco in another video. We had Tyrio's Might, crazy. The Shaco is crazy. And we have the Starlight here, for example. I was going to show those real quick. So this is Tyrio's Might now. 7.5% maximum all res, for example, 60 res, 20 damage reduction, some movement speed on this thing. It shows 0 damage, but I would just expect no change at all here. This was probably just because I didn't have a weapon equipped or so. But either way, you can easily hit the maximum all res cap of 85 now with this. And it has insane stats like Barb, so love this. Even rogues would consider this, I think. And almost any class, almost, like this is really good. This is the new Shaco, has lots of armor now, insane cooldown. This can go over 50%, 54% cooldown with like a perfect greater affix, triple masterwork, for example. Ridiculous amounts of cooldown. Stardust guys look like this now. You have the 50% buff and resource effect here, plus the core skill ranks, plus a really good stat line, incredible crit, and so on. So this is like some of those updates they have been doing here. And here's some other stuff, like talked about, for example, the rogue bows. Here's an eagle horn for pen shot. Gives you like this 150% extra damage pen shot. And, you know, stuff like chance to cast twice. They talked about, they wanted to make like some of those uniques like more, you know, wild and, you know, like break the rules kind of, or like, you know, put some of the, you know, temper stats on them. Like you don't get to temper them. A lot of people misunderstood that. But this has a temper stat on it. You know, this is like a tempered effect, basically, right? So they put some stuff like that, or some kind of like really unique stats on some of those effects. And he's like, for example, they upgraded Sacrilegious Soul as well. They lowered the cooldown on the corpse tendrils here. They gave it movement speed on the ring. And that's going to be lovely for the Necros. And Wild Heart Hunger now goes to 60% damage. So those are just some of those examples here of some really crazy, powerful, like buffed items. Fractured Winter Glass, completely cracked. I actually made a video about this lately. It's even crazier now. Like Fractured Winter Glass is just probably the biggest item in the game as like a standalone item, I guess. That's just wild. And here's a Tarasha Ring now that goes to 80%, for example. So some of those. Here's just like a lot of items that were buffed a lot. Like I don't want to go through everything. This will take hours, but I will probably do this in a separate video, talking more about what is going on here. But these are just some of the highlights that I wrote down from looking through them for the first pass. Either way, so this is what I got here for the summary for the Campfire chat. The season starts on Tuesday. We have a lot of work to do now. It's gonna be very fun to experiment with all of these unique items. I gotta say they did a pretty good job. They really made it so that there is at least a reason to look at basically any of those items. Even, you know, stuff like Butcher's Cleaver, I would say, yeah, it might not be like the meta build defining choice or something, but it's something that you could throw in there sometimes. So this is really cool. So kudos to the dev team. I think the unique updates are amazing. Looks like they have done a lot of the balancing that was needed to kind of bring the classes in line. Overall, it looks like there will be some really powerful builds, but all classes will have some powerful builds at least. So some might be like, kind of crazy, like I talked about Bone Spirit, and other classes might not reach the same level and with like billions of DPS or so. But overall, I think that we're looking at a pretty like diverse meta when it comes to the different classes and between the builds of a class. So yeah, this is my summary here for the Campfire chat so far. As I mentioned, there will be more, so stay tuned for more uploads. As pages and pages and pages of patch notes that I still have not even seen. So I'll keep you guys posted with that. Hope you like this, and I'll see you guys next time. All right. What's the summary, guys? Let's go back to the patch notes. Have I seen this already? What is this on Pass Radar? Forgot to mention this. Okay, what I got. Last season I had a thing where with progress through season journey would begin receiving class-specific legendary items formed a build. This is still live in season 5. The themes are, okay, Barbarian, Weapon Swapping, Knockback. Druid, Cataclysm, Companions. Necro, Bone Spirit, Prison, and Bone Golem. Sorc, Chain Lightning, Mana. And Rogue, Flurry, Dark Shard, Mobility. Okay. The audio was fucking us. Yeah, sorry, I think it was like playing with sound, right?
This one was updated.
Yeah, but don't worry, this is not on the recording. So, I didn't restart because this is like basically another audio track that will not be on the recording for the YouTube, so it's okay. But sorry about that. Yeah, I saw the... Are the Mythic unique chains retroactive? Nah, I think none of them are retroactive. Well, they said that the effects are retroactive. So if they change anything on the beige, like the effect, but the stats are not retroactive. So realistically, you have to find everything new. I mean, there are a few items where maybe legacy items might be better. Like we talked about like Grass of Shadows or Beastfall Boots, where I would argue that the stats are not necessarily buffed. So, what do you think about Blizzard removing resource generation on many uniques? Yeah, this will hurt some builds. Deathblow, for sure. Maybe even like Bone Spirit a bit as well, now I think about it. I don't mind that they're removing the resource generation a little bit. I think it's okay if like resource generation is kind of like a perk of a legendary ring. And that's it. You also agree that Sorc is not powerful enough? Dude, Sorc's gonna be very good. Sorc's gonna be very good. My shot was strongest build over is Bone Spirit. Yeah, unless there's like, more stuff in the patch notes, it's just like... I know that Bone Spirit was incredibly powerful, and it did not really get hit by anything. It also even got some buffs. Based on the uniques, at least, that I've seen. But yeah, Bone Spirit for like high-end pushing. With Victimized Dead and Barb lower. Yeah, maybe Bone Spirit, honestly. The R from Ice Armor is great. Yeah, they showed off this aspect that gives you like a 5 seconds, 25% damage reduction or so when you place Ice Armor. But I'm like, yeah, okay, and what do you do after those 5 seconds? I mean, what do you do when your Ice Armor is just on cooldown? It's like, yeah, I don't like it too much. But it's not a terrible aspect. I would prefer to have like more consistent, like all the time DR. They removed resource gen so they don't equip every jewelry unique in existence. Yeah, that's okay. I think it's okay that they're removing some of the resistance from the uniques. Yeah, the Red Furor Ring, that was rough. Red Furor Ring was actually like a huge enabler for the Deathblow build. I'm not sure how I'm gonna solve this now. Zadora, 65% damage reduction, upgraded affix and triple crit. Well, it's like 4%. Wait a minute. It's, what's this? You can have 12 crackles, right? It's like the last item. No, it's 2% damage reduction. You can have 12 crackles. If I'm not mistaken. So like this. Yeah. So if this stacks additively, you can get a lot of damage reduction. But then you have Isadoras, right? If you just care about damage reduction, you can also just go Melt Heart of Silic, and you're gonna have even more damage reduction, right? So this is only useful for like an actual crackle build. But I'm not sure if a crackle build actually is a thing. So I've never tried that. Maybe. Could be worth trying. What does 110% max poison resistance mean? No, you can only get 85. 85% is the maximum you can have on any risk. They did not get rid of Shroud of Conduras. All of the new unique items were not shown here. And I'm asking if they have any update on that. Okay, so Adam Fletcher wrote in the Panda Discord, okay, the new Season 5 uniques aren't in there, we will get that updated. So, I don't know when. Okay. Let's check what else we got here. You can get crackling energy of ball lightning. Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to get crackle energy. The question is just, is it good? I don't know. I've never tried to do a crackle build with Isadoras. And honestly, I don't think this is enough. Especially now that it buffed. You know, you have to see that, you know, in the relative balance of builds, right? I don't know. You have, let's say, 20 Sorc builds out there that kind of have their own theme, right? One is like, you know, Arc Lash, and one is Firebolt, and one is Fireball, and one is Meteor, and whatever, right? And then there's one that is like Isadoras. And where does Isadoras land currently in the overall landscape of Sorc builds? I don't know, rank 15 or something. Maybe rank 18 or who knows what, right? And now they're buffing all of the skills, right? All of the skills on the Sorc are getting buffed. And Isadoras is also getting buffed, but is Isadoras getting buffed more than the other stuff? I don't know. So I don't think that this stuff is gonna be crazy, so. F tier way down, yeah. Alright, let's see. Number of waves has been retuned. Distinct audio cues have been added to signal beginning and end of a wave. Okay. Tier 4 to 5 7 wave, all other tiers aren't changed. So I think it goes up. I think tier 6 is 8 waves, and then 9 waves, 10 waves. 60 seconds wave timer. Number of monsters has been greatly increased. Health pool of the bosses have been reduced. Tier 4 to 5 combosses can now drop in high tier 9 dungeons. Tier 4 to 8 combosses can drop in high pit runs. And 4 to 8 combosses now drop in Helltides and Whisper Caches. After completing these tiers of 9 dungeons or pits. Being house has an additional guaranteed drop of added scales with tier. Aha, general. Wait a minute. Why is this here? So look at this. This is the start of the patch notes, game updates, infernal hordes, and then there's general, and then they talk about exploit weakness, like some super specific rogue effect. No longer executes all enemies at any health, so that's good. Now, lucky hit, hitting on vulnerable enemies has 6% chance to increase their damage. 35%. At 25 stacks, the bonus remains for 6 seconds, then expires. Okay. So that's technically a nerf compared to a live server version for single target damage, right? Because you just take up to 25% on live server, and then that's it. You have it. And here it's like a buff on the player. Okay. So for low lucky hit builds, it's actually not that great. Björn Fang's tasks have very rework. Give me a new name. All of its powers and used to be inherent. Okay. Drop rate for legendary items and health has been improved. I've made numerous other updates. Okay. Fixed an issue where double string did not strike additional times on a 5th cast when using twin strikes. Oh, was the item just not working at all? I've not seen the boss health changes, but the boss health changes might... Like someone told me that's like, you know, a lower multiplier now, but it might just be the bug fix. I'm thinking of Rapid Fire or Fist of Fate. I think you want to uninstall real fast if you do this. The thing is, the Fist of Fate goes per skill cast and not per arrow. Fix an issue where the exposed vulnerability passive could trigger from basic skills when using Shadow of Wrath or any gun. Fix an issue where stacks could be garnered from ground with much and movement. Okay, Druid. Fix an issue where poison gives damage was getting extremely high when hitting multiple enemies. This was like the trillion damage bug. Necromancer. Fix an issue where outside of bursting bones didn't properly scale out the effect of Powerful Dragoon. Rogue. Fixed a lot of bugs here. Fix an issue where certain stun grenade effects didn't properly function. I wonder if they mean like this, there's like an aspect where your smoke bomb gets your stun grenade benefits or something. And this didn't work properly, so maybe they mean that. Fix an issue where advanced flurry and momentum loss stacks when triggering lucky hit or other on-hit effects. Nice. They fixed that, that's good. Fix an issue where tempering affix that grants bonus life for a dark shot is active didn't function. Would. Fix an issue where tempering affix that grants bonus damage per active Dark Shroud was granting more damage than intended. Okay. Mysterious Might bugged in a patch note that has 0 damage. Nah, they just forgot to equip a weapon on their character that showed it. Fix an issue where tempering affix that grants bonus resistance and max resistance after using health potion did not increase maximum resistance. Fix an issue where enhanced goddess did not increase damage as expected. Fix an issue where eventual had 10% arcade chance instead of 25. Oh, interesting. Fix an issue where fundamental blade shape did not daze targets. Okay, so many little bugs here. Fix an issue where bonus move speed from enhanced dark shot could be lost when switching equipment. What the fuck? Yes, SVR, what's up? Napkin half time. For what? Arcana flickers the build when? Yeah, you can cast... Basically, you can do like rotation where you cast like a rain of arrows every like 3 seconds or so. The problem is that rain of arrows, like they didn't really buff the damage. That's the thing. Like you have such really strong and powerful builds on the rogue, right? And then there's rain of arrows. And yeah, you can play it, but it just doesn't do that much damage. Even if you can cast it every 3 seconds, it's just not that strong. Even with the Word of Arcane and everything. Like, you have to use Word of Arcane, and you can't use a normal neck, right? So whatever you're doing is already way weaker by default. So you have to kind of make up for that with the Rain of Arrows, but the Rain of Arrows doesn't make up for it. It's just also like the base skill is just like not really strong enough and so on. Still ours a Frosty Strides build and Shadow Step. Shadow Step, if they hadn't bugged out Victimize, actually Shadow Step would be a kind of a thing now. We actually got all of the tools that we need to make a real Shadow Step build, and now Victimize is broken. So F. I'm seeing all the uniques. I have to say rip stash space. Tamping on crit on Barb doesn't matter anymore because Gushing Wounds is fixed. Yeah, you're gonna mostly go for like wound damage and some other stuff now, I guess. Yeah, 50-100% ult damage from Arcane on Grass and Flicker Step. Yeah, it's nice and all, but I mean, again, it's not really gonna solve the core problem, I think, of Ray of Arrows. It's like okay to use, you know. You can cast it often enough, but you always have to supplement Rain of Arrows with like another core skill, and that core skill will be relatively weak because of Arcane and because of Flicker Step and all the investment you do for that. Is there a way to get damage on Rain of Arrows up with Andariels? Could be like a bulldozer build. Yeah, Rain of Arrows has very low lucky hit. It's not really a good lucky hit skill. It's like 2% per arrow, I think, or something. And yeah, you hit like most enemies like 3, 4, 5 times, and then, you know, with multiple waves. It's not that terrible when you like hit an entire screen. But it can also just, I don't know, puncture, right? Just with Peaceful Boots with Rain of Arrows. Yeah, with Peaceful Boots you can get to the point where if you manage to generate 150 energy every time you do a Rain of Arrows... Actually, there's Aftermath on Beastful Boots, right? Right. Let me see those two again. So here's Beastful Boots. I feel like this is Aftermath, right? No, this is Agile. Where was Aftermath? It was on the pants. Right? Fuck. But maybe you don't need it. Yeah, here's Aftermath, okay. Yeah, so there's like one trick to this whole combo with Word of Arcane and Rain of Arrows. You can do Beastful Boots, get 150 maximum energy, and then you can trigger 2 preparation triggers with 1 shot. You don't need Flicker Step even. So you have preparation, it gives you minus 5 seconds on your cooldown. When you spend 75 energy, with Beastful Boots you can spend all of your energy in 1 shot. If you have 150, you proc 2 times, you get minus 10 seconds. Or if you go for 225 energy, you can get 3 procs, and you can actually, you know, Rain of Arrows, Rapid Fire, Rain of Arrows, Rapid Fire, Rain of Arrows. But you have to like generate all that energy as well so fast, which is hard to do. So realistically, it's like, yeah, you cast like 1 Rain of Arrows every 2.5 seconds. That is probably the most convenient way to play the build, and probably one of the strongest. Anything of potential flurry momentum. Yeah, someone said that momentum now has a damage buff, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm just going through from top to bottom. Sorcerer. Fix an issue where Enhanced Lightning Spear didn't properly function. Now, this could be very good news actually for Sorcs. Because Enhanced Lightning Spear, the XR spears didn't like aim properly. Maybe this is what I mean. It's getting more crit than Nintendo's. Axel Corner Explosion no benefit from greater chain lightning. Explosion is doing much less damage than Nintendo's. Fixed an issue where bonus chain lightning projectiles did not benefit from Axel Convits. Okay. Fix the issue where Azeroth did not freeze enemies or deal cold damage when equipped by a Druid or Sorcerer. Sunny. Fix an issue where boss health in the pit would decrease each subsequent respawn. Damage buff to momentum, it's 5% up to 10 stacks. 50%. That seems pretty wild actually. What? Okay, let me see that actually, momentum. Casting and cover skills, during a stack of momentum. Casting and non-cover skill removes a stack of momentum. For each stack of momentum, you gain 3% damage reduction, 3% maximum energy, 3% energy restoration, 3% movement speed, and 5% damage. This can stack up to 10 times. What the fuck? That's actually insane. They just added like 5% damage there. Ten stacks. Yeah. I mean, the 10 stacks was already there. I think it just wasn't a tooltip. But, damn. I did not expect that. Like, even if they had replaced like one of these other effects with like a 3% damage, like I thought maybe, okay, maybe they're gonna remove like 3% maximum energy or some shit and make this 3% damage. At least they get something. But no, they just like straight up added 5% on top of everything. Yeah, of course it's multi, this is like a key passive. That is really good. This victimize capped. It's not capped, but it's buggy, and it seems like they're not fixing it. Yeah, momentum login for sure. Like it was kind of close already between like close quarters and momentum for like many builds and stuff. So yo, SCR. Blade shift, flurry, momentum build. I'm not sure why you would want to include blade shift there necessarily. I think this is just like a lost skill slot. New background. Yeah, Nini made a nice room for us. Yeah. I just moved here yesterday. Okay, let's see what else I got here. Mythic items. Mythic ring. All categories is active. Okay, seems like this is just like the ring now, but you haven't seen it yet. Most of the stuff is like unchanged right from the PTR. Maybe we should only look for the red stuff. Let's look for the red stuff. Okay, aspect of Nebulous proof. After moving 20 meters, you spawn a healing potion. Okay. Galvanized slasher. Damaging enemy with a mobility skill has a first chance to fully restore your energy. Maximum energy is increased by 30. Okay. Breakneck bandit. Radius force increased damage. Okay. Axial conduit. And he slightly buffed it. So it seems like no fundamental rework on Axial Conduit. They just like made it work with the double casts. Apparently it was buggy and the explosion wasn't doing as much as it should. But who knows by how much it was bugged. So that's gonna be hard to really predict like what we're gonna do with the Axial Conduit. But I guess the idea is still that you're gonna try to like just generate and drain mana extremely fast and just like go for the explosion and not go for the chain lightning that much. So maybe this is actually how they wanted to play. When can you expect builds to start showing up on Maxwell? Yeah, probably on Sunday or Monday. I got the Aerostorm's guide written. That probably doesn't really need many adjustments, so... Explosion damage on Victimize has been increased by 50% to compensate for a bug fix. Yeah, this is not what we're looking for, Crucible. I think this was already in the patch notes for Season 5. For the PTR. We're looking for other bug fixes. Okay, Lightning Rod Aspect. Channeling is a 25% chance to deal 80% increased damage. This chance is doubled against bosses or crowd control enemies and prefers them as targets. Oh, they actually reworked this to now just do a lot of damage sometimes. 50% chance to deal 80% increased damage. That's not terrible. Okay. I wonder if we would actually go for this though. It's a funny solution to the problem that I had with this aspect. Any Rouge build can be S gear. Yeah, Rouge will be very strong. Andariel's Rogue in particular. Rapid Fire still remains really powerful. Barrage. I guess Barrage might actually be the strongest Rogue build actually. We haven't seen Umbercrux yet, but even if they don't change Umbercrux at all, Barrage is gonna be pumping. Okay, let's see some stuff here. Combat Lunging Strike. Longer Berserking. Rend increased. Violent Rend. Furious Rend. Oda. Upheaval. Damage increased by 15%. Okay. Lots of like nice little quality of life changes as well, all across. Critical strikes knocks down enemies for 1.5 seconds on hammer. Okay. Enhanced Iron Skin barrier amount increased. Ground Stomp more fury. Tactical challenging shout fury gain increased. Kick cooldown from 13 to 9. Barrage will be better with a totem if they did nerf totem. Yeah, the thing is that Barrage is like Barrage only cares about having a totem. As long as the totem still exists, basically, it's all good, no matter what it does. So no longer requires two-hand. Wait, what doesn't require two-hand? Ah, this one here, Endless Fury. Yeah, this was already like a change. Like, I'm not looking at the white text right now, I'm looking at the red text. There's like changes on PDR, I'm looking for like any kind of like big stuff. Unconstrained damage bonus reduced from 75 to 35. That's kind of wild. And this is like, wait, this is like the total Berserking damage bonus now, right? So Berserking is baseline 25% and now it goes to 35. That's like nothing, man. Unbridled Rage, bonus damage reduced from 100 to 45. Kind of a nerf, man. Like a quarter of the total. Okay, Walking Arsenal, bonus damage for a weapon is from 12 to 8. The bonus damage when you have all is 20 to 10. And then the attack speed also 20 to 10. Pretty noticeable. The Walking Arsenal is still decent. Gushing Wounds. Yeah, that's like Omega nerf. Yo, BD2. Thank you. Yeah, we have more of them coming. The no bash, no bleed boppers or beat you at best. Keepers are nerfed. Yeah. The key passes are nerfed, but for example, Unbridled Rage like Unbridled Rage is definitely compensated for, and Walking Arsenal as well, I would say. So if you go for like, you know, the Death Blow build and stuff, with like all of the like other like, you know, little buffs across the board of like the uniques and whatever, I think they're gonna be okay. Should we rework the Barb key passes? I think the Barb key passes are actually relatively cool. I like them in general. Just that the numbers were completely off. Polar buff. And that was already on a PTR, right? No, wait a minute. Execution Glyph. Wait, no, isn't this on a live server already? 15% if I'm not mistaken? Dominant Glyph. 20 seconds all power. Bluff Fader Glyph. 10% crit. Tempering Bash Glaze reduced. Yep. So they moved Blade Duration again from utility to Bleed Augment on weapon. So on the Season 5 PTR, they moved it from weapon to utility and then back to weapon. Okay. But honestly, this is where it belongs, so I guess that's fine. Passive ranks or clarity have been added to armor. Let's gain 25% more increased skill damage from the primary stat. Boulder buffed. Rabies. Blood Tower is now always a shout skill. I wonder if that matters for anything, really. Actually, there are some things that matters. There's like a legendary aspect on a ring that gives you like resources while shout skills are active. And there's also like the other one where it reduces the shout skill cooldown. Perfect Storm, this is a nice buff. This is also not a bad buff, the Earthen Might buff. 10% baseline, so with a crit you get 20%, and then I think against stunned enemies it's like 30%. There's the Barb passive, further requires every bar to be perma berserk. I'm not sure, I mean, there is no Barb build that is not perma berserk, is there? It's just what Barbs are, they just are berserking. I think eventually they could add some kind of synergies where you don't want to be berserking or be the calm Barb. Like for example, like the Sorcs, right? There's like these aspects where if you don't have any defensive skills on your bar, then you get this. And maybe eventually you're gonna get something like if you are not berserking, then you get that. Or so. Yeah, every bar build ever was always berserking, so there's just like this way or that way to trigger it, and you just go with it. Berserking is just too good to not have on any build, even if you don't invest anything else into it. Yeah, anger management. This name should have been reserved for another aspect that does that. Winch, yeah, what happened with Winch here? Shepherds. Okay, this was already changed on the PTR actually. Skinwalker. Dude, this is actually nuts. When you use a shapeshifting skill that changes your form, gain 20% life. So much healing, man. If you have full life, gain the same as Fortify. Aftershock delay from second set of lens size slightly decreased. Shred's critical damage has been increased. Blood Beast. Dude, retaliation 40%. Wait, is that more than pre-nerf? They nerfed retaliation at some point. I think it was 40, and I think they nerfed it to 30, and then they nerfed it to 25, and now it's back to 40, if I'm not mistaken. But this is very powerful, for sure. We are so back, literally. Okay, Rune Workers counted the chance that again. Charge the air around you. Your lightning bolts deal 40% increased damage. Interesting. Thunderstruck buffed again a little bit. It's not really the same old glory, but it's something. Not bad. Necromancer. Hello. Gushing Wounds was a 20 to 50 times multiplier, and now it's maybe times 2. Yeah, Gushing Wounds, like the bleed builds, they really got a huge hit by this Gushing Wounds stuff on the Barbs. So, like, if you go into Season 5 thinking, oh, I'm just gonna play Flay again, you're gonna have a rough awakening, for sure. Nini, yeah, she just passed. Grizzly Rage is still nerfed. Yeah, Grizzly Rage is not gonna be great, I think. They fix the temerity barrier not affecting Soulbrand bug. I don't know about that bug myself, and I'm not sure if they fixed it. Okay, Necromancer. And then did this change? Okay. Skills. That's a lot of lucky hit buffs. I'm not sure if it really matters for like mini builds, but I guess for some. What kind of lucky hit effects do you really care about triggering? I guess Mercy, Corpse Generation, right? From Hued Flesh or something. Oh, they buffed this here. 6 seconds. This is actually crazy, man. Look at this. Sever cooldown, 6 seconds. There's now a teleport skill with a 6 seconds cooldown. But I mean, you have to give up aspect for it. It's a mobility aspect. Looks like we're using Lucian and Lokran. Yeah, we have not seen the updated new uniques yet. Hopefully we're gonna see them soon. Blood buff, big buff actually, overpower damage. Wait, is blood buff only for blood skills overpower damage or for all skills? Oh no. Dude, this is another buff to Boon Spirit, by the way. Look at this. This goes from 35 to 70. And the Bloodborne Breaches are getting buffed as well. It's insane, man. It's actually insane. You just need to somehow like generate enough resources, man. Crazy. Okay, blood thingy is buffed. Damage for fortified. That's a kind of nice temper. 80%, just like that. Like, you know, for any build, really. Funny enough, the damage of fortified is the same as the blood damage. And it's on the same recipe too. It's the same number. Blood damage of fortified. I mean, okay. I guess there can be situations where you're not fortified, but you will use blood. Shadow Finesse. Think the vision of having 2 to 4 uniques will become reality? Nah, we're gonna have more. Especially if you factor in Mythic uniques. Like, Mythic uniques alone, every build will already run 2 to 4 of them. But let's say, okay, we ignore Mythic uniques. What about normal? Yeah, for normal uniques, without Mythic uniques, I would say, okay, maybe 2 to 4 sounds about right for most builds. Like, it kind of depends, you know, some builds, like Fireball Sorc, already have 2 uniques by default, right? They have the glove, and they have the staff. You need those 2 items to make a Fireball Sorc, at least in late game at some point. And then, yeah, you have a Tarasha Ring as the third. And then everything else is kind of optional, I guess, after that. So... Some buffs like Tarasha, for example, not too sure. Yeah, some of the buffs are definitely kind of too much. I feel like the Tarasha Ring, like the Tyrus, Might, and Shaco, and all the stuff. I think none of the Mythic uniques needed updates, really. At least those that are already seeing play. Maybe Alvarion. I think Alvarion could have gotten like some nice buff or so. But all the other uniques, I mean, they were used, right? The Mythics. Egon looks like a good starter bow, but Legendary will still be better. I'm not so sure. Eaglehorn is actually pretty powerful now. I might try to do like a pen shot build and just see how it feels in Season 5. They really buff Flurry here. A lot. But they lowered this number a little bit with the stacking effect. They also lowered this here, okay. So what is the net difference? Right. 4 times 1.45. Okay, so the net gain is kind of the same once you have it all stacked. The potion is 6% damage for 10 seconds. Very nice. Impetus, while damage bonus remains, the agility and of your skill deal 5% increased damage. Okay. Weapon mastery, damage to healthy enemies to increase from 5 to 7%. Ah, they nerfed it or what? Wait a minute. Wasn't it 10 in the past? %, increased damage to healthy and injured enemies. Yeah, I think they changed this, right? What about life? %, increased damage to healthy. So it's a, okay. I think daggers used to be 10% to healthy. Or maybe it was just like 2 daggers that I have in mind. 2 daggers, 10%. I don't remember actually. Maybe it was always 5. But okay, good. All domain bosses have 5 chances to drop a mythic at 1.5% chance each. In total, 7.5% chance. Something factor that's changed is that the boss have a chance to drop multiple mythic uniques instead of just one. Okay, sounds like they lowered the drop rate then. Because it should be 5 chances of 2%. Okay, that's kind of interesting if they changed with this 7% on the weapon mastery with dagger. That is wild. Momentum is actually insane. Wait. Well, they buffed momentum with 50% damage and they buffed stolen vigor aspect as well to 45% damage. Wow. That's actually crazy. Eh? No witnesses buff to 10 seconds. 45% cap. Use, I think 450% ultimate damage you need. Yeah, momentum actually wild. Charge balls base damage. That's actually a pretty big base damage buff. 50% basically. Plus the Star of Mason. But yeah, I mean, charge balls needs a lot of help. I wonder if this enhanced charge bolts actually scales with skill ranks. I think usually they don't, these like enhancements. 79%. It's like almost double of the original, but then you have more skill ranks. So this is definitely momentum season, yeah. I mean, it's still gonna be very easy to get like actually easier, right, to get mythic items, even with the 7.5% drop rate instead of 10. But it's like such a shitty number, man, 7.5. But yeah, it's gonna be like 1 in 14 now or something. It's 1 in 14? Yeah, something like that. See here, let me... There's more close damage for close quarters. Science have big close damage numbers. No, you don't need close damage numbers, you need crowd control for close quarters combat. You need crowd control damage. And the thing is that when I tested the stuff on PTR, I felt like it was actually kind of even between like momentum and close quarters and all that. Now there were like some other like, you know, small adjustments you have to make. Like for example, when you play like a close quarters build, you usually go with puncture as your generator. You can't do that with momentum because then you lose the stacks all the time. So you can't do puncture. So this is kind of like one of their solutions for that. And the thing is that actually these days, for close quarters, for example, you don't actually go all in on crowd control damage anymore. You would actually do like half your items of crowd control tempers, and then you do like the other half of damage per dark shroud shadow, just to get more additive damage. You wouldn't actually scale up your close quarters that much. So you would actually end up at something like a around 50% damage bonus on your close quarters and a 30% attack speed bonus. Maybe I have a planner like this here. I don't know if I look at Flurry. This exposure. Wait a minute. Cold Shadow Flurry. I don't know, can I just try this? Okay, here's a close quarters build, for example. Yeah, I have 99% bonus, for example, from like all the damage to crowd control, but here I should actually replace some of this damage to crowd control, like here 1, 2, 3, 4 items easily with damage per dark shroud shadow. Lower the multiplier on the close quarters to something like maybe 50%. So instead of double damage, I have like only 50% bonus. I lose like roughly a quarter, but then I gain a lot more additive damage. So I go from, let's say, I don't know, 1400% additive to like 2.5k% additive or something doing that. Because you have so much additive from just like the dark shroud shadows, and this actually outweighs the close quarter loss. And it's also basically always active, not just when bosses staggered, for example. So this is what they were doing. But if you look at close quarters combat as like roughly a 50% damage bonus, then this is basically the same that momentum already gives you baseline, right? You get 50% now. It's like the same. You get 50% after stacking your crowd control, or you just get 50%. And with momentum, you can just pump even more into your damage per dark shroud shadow tempers. So you have even more additive damage. You have the damage reduction, you have the movement speed, you have the energy, you have everything. And all you lose is the attack speed at the end. And 30% attack speed is not such a crazy benefit here. Yeah, momentum for like many builds is definitely the way. Which means like, I guess close quarters is just dead. Unless you really want to do, I don't know, some weird combo. % damage reduction. Yeah, it's just like a decimal bug here. It's not 300%. Only puncture was a melee skill. And now everyone wants to puncture with melee, huh? I mean, good news, there are melee skills. Kind of wish Dark Shot wasn't so mandatory. Yeah, this is maybe something they could fix in the expansion. I mean, I'm okay with Dark Shots just being like a rogue thing for now, because all builds can actually use it relatively reliably now. Previously, that was a bit of a struggle for some builds. So maybe it's just like how rogue works and we just accept it. But yeah, maybe it would be also not a bad idea if like there was an alternative to Dark Shroud. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how Barbs, you know, Barbs are berserking and rogues have Dark Shroud. This is just the way of life, I guess. So it's not necessarily so bad, you know. It gives a class also some identity. As long as it's not like oppressive to the point where like, man, every single build I make, I need those 4 skills and those 5 aspects, or else it's not a build. Yeah, but we're not there, right? So I guess it's kind of fun. Sorcs are ice and flame shielding. Yeah, it's kind of similar for the other classes. You just have like some kind of like, you know, really powerful tools for some classes, you know, and use them basically recurringly in every build. That's just how it is. You always go berserking as a Barb, you always go Dark Shadow as a Rogue, you always have teleport as a Sorc, or I don't know, Ice Armor or something, right? I mean, on Sorc, I guess there is an argument to try not to run Ice Armor or Flame Shield. More than there is for like rogues to not run Dark Shroud. But yeah. I think the Necro, like Grasping Bane, is like a pretty powerful tool, but it's not like a requirement for a build to be a build. Druids always envenom. Yeah, Druids have sort of with like hit builds at least, with crits. Hi, Dark Frost. Okay, Firewall, big buff, but I mean, it's not gonna do much damage, I think. Meteor, 20%. Incinerate, also a bit more than that actually, 25. Fireball, 10. Chain Lightning. Wait a minute. Now it tracks how many chain lightnings are out. Damage increase, okay. I wonder if they changed the chain lightning enchant now to actually have a cooldown, because that's what I wanted to do for Season 5 PTR, but it then wasn't changed. They buffed Ice Armor. Okay. Blizzards. Great. Wall Lightning 20% buff. Ice Shards. Frozen Orb also buffed quite a bit. Shatter. Shatter no longer receives damage from itself. So they mega buffed Shatter, but they have no longer have like this crazy double dip stuff. Warmth buff. Align the Dude, this Align the Elements buff is crazy. 60% reduction. That's crazy. I think you're actually gonna put 3 points in Align the Elements on like every single Sorc build now. It's crazy. 60%. Mana Shield also 10% now, wow. Okay, so what is this here? Aspect of Splinter Energy. Critical strikes lightning speed cause lightning to arc from it, dealing 55% damage to its target. Up to 5 other enemies. Oh, I have no idea if this is like a buff or a nerf. Because I have no idea like what was the previous number. So this is kind of important actually, because this is the entire build, this aspect. And I have no idea what they changed. 55% damage to its target and 5 other enemies. I guess it's fine. I remember like we were stacking like 2000% crit damage or some shit. And then it started really popping off. So I guess it's probably good. But I have no idea like how much better or worse it is when it comes to like making the Lightning Spear Sorc. This is actually like the #1 build I wanted to play on Sorc. It's a bit unclear. It's not red aspects, it showed us. Sorc was the only class that could kill off once Barb. Wow. Yeah, it was actually possible to get a perma 100% immunity as a Barb in PvP. And against all the elites and bosses. Yeah, Martial Vigor is now removed. The temper. Frigid Fate capped at 60%. And scaling from cold increased to 20%. That's actually a pretty big buff here as well. Dude, like, just playing like a typical, I don't know what, Frozen Orb build, Ball Lightning build, whatever. Like, the base skill is like 20% stronger. You get like, I don't know, 15 to 20% more damage from the int. And then you also have stuff like Frigid Fate that also goes into all of those builds. We just get like another 25% damage. Like, just with those three effects, you're already at like close to double damage. As like any Sorc build, pretty much. Plus, and whatever else comes from the unique changes and so on. Like, Sorcs are just so buffed. And then you equip Tarasha Ring. Exactly, that as well. I mean, you already had Tarasha Ring anyway, I guess, but... Crazy stuff. Okay, so Tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss materials. Rebalance Tormented bosses look to have parity with each other. All Tormented bosses have 5 chances to drop a Mythic at 1.5 each. Okay, so this is kind of nice that we have like hard numbers on this now. So yeah, on average you need 13.3 kills now to get a Mythic unique. So 40 kills, 3 drops, 80 kills, 6 drops. Yeah, it's like such a weird number, man. Okay. Cost to summon Tormented boss is only 1 stone though, that's crazy. 1 Stitch in stone then. That's wild. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be way easier, way faster. You can resummon them now and so on, so very good. Can drop 2 Mythic if you get Giga lucky. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was already possible, I think. I'm not sure why they called this out. I'm pretty sure this happened already. But yeah, not to me. Boss ladder ink. Yeah, I mean, we could do like another boss race. Or we do like an Infernal Hordes, like, you know, tier 8 completion or something. It's hype now, you can see the purple color. Yeah, that's cool. I like that as well. About the Mythics. It was kind of cool on PDR. I was doing a bunch of boss farming there. Everything's getting too easy. I hope it's because it's the last season called expansion. I mean, they're definitely going a bit crazy. And that's okay for like the 2 months before the expansion and then, you know, bring it down to earth a bit. I think that's fine. Okay, there's like some pity mechanics here for the Baneful Hearts. Okay. Setting as manager, spend a health and raise spawns above the player character's head. Cool. Maximum duration of monster hard crowd control is now 2 seconds. That's actually a crazy nerf to some monsters these days. Like the vampires, for example, there's like the floating vampire dudes, they do like a circle. They spawn like a circle around them, and then if you stand in it after like a second, then they will stun you for like 5 seconds or something. It usually means instant death if you don't get out. And the same with like the other vampire dudes with the swords. They do like a charge up and then like dash forward, and if they impale you, you also stun for like 6 seconds or some shit. And now it's just like nerfed it too. That's pretty good, and you can spam potions. So I think I will actually not run Unstoppable in many hardcore builds anymore. Might just be not necessary anymore. Just press potion. Best Rouge build in Season 5. Barrage or Andariel. Enchanting changes are great. I agree with that. Makes a lot more sense. You don't have to farm shitty Angel Breath now and all that. So, what are you gonna use Angel Breath for then? Actually, mostly crafting pots, right? I think they need Angel Breath as well. What else needs Angel Breath if you don't use it for enchanting? It's mostly pots, right? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, this is very nice change out to enchanting, but you need to have a salvage mounts. Increase character level requirements for unlocking smoldering ashes in the battle pass. This change is necessary to increase XP gain rates. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because in Season 4, in case you didn't know, it was actually possible to buy the battle pass and then get the smoldering ashes early. Because we got so much XP. They basically had this, like, this weird system where everything's on one track, right? And you can buy the ranks, but then there's like this minimum level requirement to actually use these smoldering ashes. And before all the XP buffs, that was fine. But then they buffed XP so much that you actually got to the point where you unlocked the smoldering ashes. But then you weren't far enough on the battle pass, but then you could buy the battle pass. I mean, it was a very minor thing, to be fair. But of course, they have to fix this. D4 pay to win. Yeah, I mean, you know, I only learned about it after the race and everything was already over, so, you know, it didn't really impact anything. But it's good that they're on top of this and fixing this. Together with this beautiful steel mage. I mean, it seemed like it was intentional. Yeah, it was obviously not intentional. They just messed it up. So I give them the benefit of the doubt there, honestly. They just buffed XP too much. They didn't realize that the battle pass would be affected this way. I didn't realize it either, honestly. You know, season started and I didn't even know about this, you know. Not that I would have bought the battle pass just because of that. But, yeah. It didn't really matter in the end. It's a good idea to play Flurry after getting Andariel. Yeah, Flurry is going to be pretty decent. If you want to play a build that's similar to Andariel, then you can play Arrow Storms. I actually wrote an Arrow Storms guide for Maxwell that will go live soon. That is basically like the entry build to Andariels before you get the item. Very similar. Didn't know till today. Flurry has been good since preseason. Yeah, that's a stretch. Depends on what you mean with good, yeah? If you kill Helltide monsters, yeah, I guess it's good. I think Flurry is still not really gonna be like a crazy good, like, you know, like meta build or so, but it's gonna be at least fine. It's gonna be very fun to see what the race to level 100 is gonna look like with the higher monster level thresholds. 30 levels. Farming 30 levels above you is not that easy. Boss health has been reduced across the game before. 0, 4,000, 6,500, 30,000. Now 2, 4, 6. Yeah, but I wonder if this is... Does this include the bug fix or not? Because there was this bug that all the bosses were too tanky. I'm gonna try to ask them about this. Let's see if we get any... Let's see if they say anything about it. Once you hit level 80, 30 levels ahead should be that hard. Yeah, level 80. Like, I was doing this 2 days ago when I was playing the Necromancer leveling run. Like, once I was like 60 something and I had my Ancestor items equipped and some tempers and stuff. I was just so blasting for level 90 monsters anyway. So with some builds, like this, the stronger leveling builds can absolutely do plus 30 levels. Especially with like some of the buffs now. And even if you don't hit plus 30, right, you can go plus 20 and then maybe wait for the next upgrade. You can try to min-max a little bit around it. At the further final stack, pit boss damage the same as Loot Reborn. Bandit Sharpshooter boss has been replaced with Mother's Judgment. We saw Mother's Judgment already on the PTR. And Mother's Judgment is like a... I'm not sure if I like that actually. Like the Sharpshooter boss was kind of annoying. But Mother's Judgment is like the hardest boss in general. He's super tanky, he does a lot of damage. Now, okay, Border Fix is good. Fix the issue, tempering affix or grinding bonus move speed per active dark shot did not function properly. Fix the issue where enemies with damage from shadow would double dip and multiple enemies are frozen. Den Mother was the most annoying. Yeah, Den Mother at least doesn't disappear that often. They're at a point where they shouldn't be removing bosses. Actually, they're adding a lot of bosses in the expansion. So this is something to look forward to. Like basically, when I played the Spiritborn, every single dungeon had like a new boss. Will we another pit ladder in season 5? We'll see. Probably not on a launch. Maybe we're gonna do like a race on a launch. Did you think the Sharpshooter boss was difficult? Yeah, I heard from people that they like randomly died to Sharpshooter and got like one tap, even with like very tanky barbs and stuff like that. That never happened to me. So I'm not sure if there was like some bug or if this is just like people getting surprised by the snipe or something. So then what's that help with events like the Plaza at the start of the season? Yeah, exactly. I mean, also the thing is about making like a pit ladder, like, you know, let's say week 1 or something. It is like mostly a competition of who plays the most, right? And I mean, that's fine for like a race. That, of course, you need to be there and you need to put in the hours. But at least the race is over after like, you know, a day or something, right? And for the pit ladder, it's like, okay, you have to like go ham the entire week or something if you do like week 1 pit ladder. So last time I did it like after 1.5 weeks, we started. And I think I gave a lot more people like a lot more time to like just get their characters up and running. Okay, so this is all the updates actually. So I guess the really big thing in the patch notes was actually the momentum change. And this maybe. I don't know. I'll ask them for clarification and see if they reply on this. Maybe this was already in the PTR, honestly, and maybe it's just this was just buggy in the PTR or something, or who knows. Maybe bosses are just squishy now. I mean, the thing is that World Tier 4 would potentially impact the pit as well, right? Look at this, 30,000, 6,000. Imagine if pit bosses only have like 1/5 of their current HP. It's like nothing. You just walk in and you melt them, that's it. World boss has entered the chat. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be interesting to see. Maybe we just don't really care about boss damage at this point. Why don't they add seasonal mechanics that enables new builds like Season 1 and 2? They don't have to right now. You know, they're doing sweeping balance changes, all of the unique changes. Like, we don't need to enable new builds currently because the game already does that, right? If it's like a more stale patch where they're not doing like some mega adjustments to like, you know, all the classes and all the items, yeah, sure, it makes more sense to have a theme that breaks up the meta a bit. But we don't need it right now, I think. Everyone does essentially 400% more damage against bosses. If this actually translates 1-to-1 to the pit, then yeah. But I don't know. I'll see if they confirm this. They're so tired of our one-shots on bosses that they're like down that everyone will do it. I mean, to be fair, bosses are a big problem for a lot of builds. And a lot of builds are really held back by the weak single target damage. In the pit in particular. Like, if you go into the pit and you don't have boss damage, then you don't have a pit build. That's how it works, right? You are mostly handicapped by long boss fights. And that's also a bit sad. Need a kill in 2 staggers or less. Yeah, I mean, there's like many ways to solve this. Like, stagger is a bit of a problem, at least for like rogues and sorcs. You know, for barbs, they don't really care if you stagger the boss or something, right? But even there, sometimes they have like damage to stunned enemies, like Retribution or so on the barb. Actually, is there any mention of Retribution bug fix? Retribution? Doesn't look like it. So Retribution is still double dipping, I think. Even before resilience of hitboss. I mean, Last Epoch kind of has a system like resilience if you think about it, right? And Last Epoch boss fights are actually relatively good as a result. You know, equalizing the boss duration a little bit between builds is not such a bad idea. You know, Bane of the Chicken kind of did that. In Last Epoch they have this war system. Yeah, so why not, honestly? I think long term this is probably what we need. Just to, like, you know, some builds just have single target damage and some others don't. And I mean, you can try to like find weird and creative ways for like every single skill and every single build or something to kind of include something like that. But realistically, having kind of like a streamlined, like overarching game mechanic that somewhat puts boss fights in like the same ballpark between builds is not a bad idea, I think. You're still blasting LA, Robert. I was actually thinking about maybe logging in on my Necro Mirage Rogue one more time. But yeah, I mean, I guess not now, since Season 5's coming. Should reduce boss HP, that should increase the trash mob HP. Yeah, I mean, the trash mob HP will go up naturally anyway, because if, let's say that this change is true, right, and bosses just have 20% of their existing life, in this case, it's going to go up a few tiers, and then monsters are going to get tankier anyway. And then at some point, you're going to get to the point where, you know, now the monsters become unstoppable when you fight them because you CC them for 5 seconds, and then, you know, you don't really want to do that. So you need to kind of maybe go down again to lower tiers where you can actually reliably kill the monsters in less than 5 seconds, and so on. So All damage buffs, they only live for 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it always depends on like what kind of tier we're talking about, right? If you're just like farming pit like over and over anyway, you do like, 100 runs a night or whatever, just trying to farm your mats, then do you really want to fight the boss for like a minute every time? I'm okay with fighting them for 15 seconds as well in that case, So it's fine. The boss HP doesn't scale exponentially higher than the trash mobs. It doesn't do that actually. But it feels that way because they scale up the HP of everything in the same way. And it's easier to deal AoE damage and fight monsters than it is to fight bosses. Because bosses also, after some point, you can barely stagger them anymore. And builds that rely on stagger to deal damage, like anything on Rogue. You just don't deal damage to bosses after the third stagger or the fourth stagger because you just don't stagger anymore. And this is kind of like why they get so tanky and you can't kill them anymore. If you go above that limit of, let's say, 3 staggers, you're just fucked. Even though your build might not really have changed very much, you can literally play the same build. Let's say you kill the boss in 3 staggers. Takes you like a minute. And then you can play the same build, but you made like a little adjustment. You swapped a bit of damage to defense, you're like 10% weaker. And that 10% means that after your third stagger, the boss will have 10% left. And you think, oh, I was gonna kill him, right? It took me 1 minute earlier, and now I need like 6 more seconds to get that last 10%. But that's not true, right? Because the boss is not staggered anymore, and you can't stagger him for like the next 2 minutes. So you have to like, the last 10% of that boss, you have to kill him without stagger, and this will just take you like a minute on its own, or something. This is why, we have this huge boss problem on some builds. Yeah, anyway. Interesting stuff. Guys, it's 2 AM. I think I'm gonna call it. So tomorrow... So I want to do 3 more of those leveling and tutorial runs. Like I did for the Rogue and Necro already. So now that we actually know the patch notes, I guess we can figure out like what are we gonna level with. I guess for Sorc, that is probably gonna be like Incinerate into Blizzard. And for Barbs, I guess we're gonna do good old Kratos Barb. That should be like leveling meta. For Druids, I don't know actually. Lightning Storm, both. I guess we kind of go with whatever we find on Druid. So that's kind of the plan. So I'm gonna do 1 run every night. We have 1 on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we upload the last one on the 5th, basically, on YouTube. And then, of course, theory crafting and builds, and we're going for the patch notes again tomorrow. Probably gonna see what we can do with momentum. Gonna see what we can do on Barb. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think Union will be pretty good now. The Blood of Druid build was pretty neat for leveling. Yeah, that was cool, but you need a shockwave aspect. Yeah, that was a really cool build though. I enjoyed that. What build can you play for Momentum Key passive? I can do like some inner sights, like TB or Flurry Spam. Or Preparation TB, Flurry Spam. Even like combo points is possible with Blade Shift or Invigorating. Try Barb without Death Tempers. Yeah, Barb's okay. We'll see you make an Eagle Horn build. Yeah, we're gonna start working on planners tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna go now though. Anyone who can raid here? I see Macro. We have been raiding a lot. Yeah, I can do Macro, of course, why not? You can hear him yapping about Ring of Mandalon, probably, if I had to guess. No one else online here? Not going for the patch notes and stuff? No. Okay. Did I miss someone? Alright then. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Raid Ava. Oh, wait. Ava's? Okay, wait. I don't think I have ever raided Ava. Is he live? He is. Okay, that's good. Okay, guys, we're doing Ava. Oh, they're actually talking about stuff. Okay, so in case you don't know Ava, he's actually like one of the biggest like theory crafting and testing crackheads out there. We actually have him on our Maxwell team as well. We're raiding Ava. He wrote our in-depth like lucky hit and damage articles and these kind of things. Attack speed. That's the guy. So let's do that. Okay, raid incoming. Let's go. Alright, have a good one, guys. Send you some love.